Chapter 607. Fairly speaking, as an expert of the Eight Extremities world who had transcended the third level of the martial saint realm and ascended to the world beyond worlds, Zhang Chao was naturally extraordinary. Whether it was in terms of talent or personal strength, he was one of the peak figures in the entire history of the Eight Extremities world. Yet, the person he was facing now was an existence that could not be gauged using common sense. As the current Zhang Chao descended into the Eight Extremities world, his cultivation base would be suppressed to the peak of the third level of the martial saint realm by the power of dimensions. Yet, his opponent was someone whom he would not be able to easily defeat even in his perfect state of the fourth level of the martial saint realm. Yandi's expression was calm, his hands empty. High-grade spirit artifacts were already unusable by the current him, as they were completely unable to bear that domineering, sharp saber intent of his at all. The saber light extinguished the descending sun in the sky, a muffled groan resounding from within. A figure no longer descended, instead rising upwards once more. Yandi's figure rose alongside it. Meanwhile, amidst the infinite radiance in the sky, the remaining figures descended as well. In an instant, the entire dimension of the Eight Extremities world seemed to be shaking together. At the same time, too many peak experts descended into this world, the impact instantly seemingly about to cause the Eight Extremities world to explode. Apart from Zhang Chao, there were 5 other figures. That majestic power shocked the heavens and shook the earth, shockingly all of them possessing the strength of the third level of the martial saint realm. Like Zhang Chao, the heavens and the earth shook as they raised their hands and feet, their cultivation bases clearly being suppressed by the power of dimensions. Terrifying power congregated together, just breathing alone seemed to disrupt the normal spiritual chi flow of the entire Eight Extremities world. The two of them raised their hands together, the sun and moon alternating within one of their palms, light illuminating the heavens and the earth. It was precisely the sun-moon interchanging art of the radiant light sect's direct lineage and the sun-moon divine palm. As the palm rose, the sun and the moon were grasped within yin and yang interchanging bright light infinite. Meanwhile, heavy black chi surged within the palm of the other person, evil and strange as it distorted and terrifying. A black fog that resembled thick ink surged amidst the incomparably bright light, the radiance actually unable to illuminate this dense fog. Within the dense fog, there seemed to be countless devils rising and descending, roaring together as they caused one's mind to shake, hard to resist. Yan Di faced his opponents head-on, completely fearless as he brandished his saber, myriad phenomena appearing as he cleaved the heavens and split the earth. I don't care if it's the sun and moon in the sky or the demons dancing wildly, I'll break it all with one slash. Wherever the saber light passed, the sun sank, the bright moon was extinguished, the devilish aura was swept away, and the group of demons was beheaded. Those two stumbled backwards together, Zhang Chao and the other two charging forward once more. While Zhang Chao did not possess a sacred artifact, the radiance and great power of sacred artifacts surged from the bodies of the other two radiant light sect experts of the third level of the martial saint realm, light surging into the heavens as the entire universe shook. Yandi's expression did not change as the clear chi robe appeared on his body. Bolstered by its power, Yandi's aura similarly surged, beating his opponent into continuous retreat. Of the 6 opponents, the final one did not join forces with the others to attack Yandi, instead turning and shooting towards Yan Zhaoge. He turned into a stream of light and instantly shot through the sky, as if ignoring the existence of time and the distance of space. This was the radiant light sect's orthodox direct lineage technique, the 1,000 illusory flowing light art, that was on par with the sun-moon interchanging art and the radiant light illuminating art. Yan Zhaoge felt as though his vision was virtually unable to capture the other party's figure. Even the Northern Ocean clone at the third level of the martial saint realm would not be able to match such a speed. However, Yendi did not panic in the slightest as he directly struck out with another saber. His domineering, sharp saber intent seemed to undergo some other changes at this moment. All existences in the surrounding space seemed to slow down as they seemed about to fall still. Meanwhile, his saber light appeared even swifter. The figure of that radiant light sect expert who had intended to attack Yan Zhaoge inconceivably slowed as Yendi's saber light arrived before him in the blink of an eye. The two clashed in mid-air, that radiant light sect expert groaning tragically as fresh blood directly splattered onto the great earth. After repelling this opponent with a single saber, Yendi did not cease in his movements, his saber like shocking waves that were fierce and violent yet unceasing as he sent out a few more sabers, forcing another opponent into retreat. Zhang Chao aside, the other radiant light sect experts each wielded a low-grade sacred artifact, their strength breaking through space as they had already destroyed the surrounding heavens and earth of the world illuminating peak to the point of being unrecognizable. The Eight Extremities world seemed like it was about to be ripped apart from the inside. However, Yendi remained undaunted as he fought 1 against 6, actually not falling to a disadvantage in the least as the Radiant Light Sect experts were unable to advance any further. Looking calmly at them within the sky, Yen Zhaoge slowly raised his right hand before clenching it into a fist. Accompanied by this clenching motion of Yen Zhaoge's, brilliant sunlight shot into the skies as a great golden seal manifested amidst the sunlight, its majestic, tyrannical power seemingly intolerable to this region of the heavens and earth. The majestic power caused everyone present to stare at it. High-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal. Seeing the Extreme Yang Seal, the faces of Zhang Chao and the others were sunken as water as they sighed soundlessly. While they had known of the power and ferocity of the Extreme Yang Seal, having dared to descend into the Eight Extremities world, the Radiant Light Sect experts must have had some confidence in their ability to do so. It was just that they had not thought that a problem would actually arise. Yendi's strength that surpassed their imaginations had caught them completely off guard. While they knew that Yendi was extraordinary, it had still been less than 2 years since he had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Within such a short period of time, Yendi had actually been able to advance further, stepping into the second level of the martial saint realm. This had surpassed everyone's predictions. Meanwhile, Yendi, who had stepped into the second level of the martial saint realm, was truly powerful to the extreme, as even those of the Radiant Light Sect who hailed from the world beyond worlds felt shocked. The Purple Sun martial saint Zhang Chao's heart tightened. Even the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge, who had caused him to flee at the mere sight of him back then, had not been as terrifying as Yendi at the same cultivation level. While he, Zhang Chao, had successfully ascended, it was the current Yendi who was the #1 person in the history of the Eight Extremities world. Under such circumstances, encountering the sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal, Zhang Chao and the others no longer had any ideas at all. Retreat was their only choice. Otherwise, they would only follow in the footsteps of Deng Sen's group, completely perishing within the Eight Extremities world. Zhang Chao and the other 2 whose cultivation bases were higher than the 3rd level of the martial saint realm simultaneously skyrocketed in power. Yet, they were suppressed by the power of dimensions as they gradually vanished from the heavens and earth of the Eight Extremities world. Meanwhile, the other 3 shot towards the radiance within the sky that had yet to completely dissipate. That was the remnant wound of the sky. They had made ample preparations this time as they had prepared a path of retreat. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge and Yendi would naturally not let their opponents leave so easily. Being able to kill as many Radiant Light Sect experts as possible was exactly what they wanted. Yendi's saber light arose once more, hacking through the sky. Not just the 3 who were fleeing towards the wound of the sky, even Zhang Chao and the others who had yet to completely ascend were swept within as well. The terrifying Extreme Yang Seal mightily struck towards the other side. Now, however, a streak of black chi suddenly surged from the wound of the sky. Where the black chi passed, sunlight instantly dimmed as the heavens and earth were plunged into darkness. Chapter 608. Zhang Chao and the others who wanted to flee retreated while simultaneously obstructing Yendi's attacks. However, they seemed to ignore that terrifying Extreme Yang Seal. And from the wound of the sky where they had landed, a black gas suddenly appeared. The black gas scattered and spread out, instantly covering the sky and covering the sun. The sky instantly dimmed. Whether it was the true sun up in the sky or the radiance of the Extreme Yang Seal down below, both seemed to be devoured. It wasn't that day and night alternating, light turning into darkness. Rather, it was that the sun's rays were being corroded. The sun was still there, but it did not give off any light. Yen Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. The power of corrosion? If one looked closely, the sky seemed to be burning with dark blue-black flames, blurring the boundaries of heaven and earth. They consumed light as food and burned silently. Light and darkness intertwined and connected with each other. However, the darkness in front of him was simply the enemy of sunlight. It was greedy and domineering, rude and ominous. Light was not justice and darkness was not evil. It could even be peace. Countless lives were born and grown in darkness. However, the black demonic flames that devoured the sunlight and flashed with a deep blue radiance only showed endless terror and calamity. Resisting and resisting, the heavenly dog devouring the sun, it's the opposing star of the solar luminary, the Rahu? Yen Zhaoge realized, no wonder he dares to come down this time to look for trouble. Deng Sen and the others had all been slain. The Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds would find it hard to imagine that such a powerful opponent existed in the Eight Extremities world. From the information he had obtained from Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao, there shouldn't be such an expert in the Eight Extremities world. Therefore, as the Radiant Light sect saw it, while they did not know how Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had been able to wield the great power of the Extreme Yang Seal, the existence of the Extreme Yang Seal was the only thing they could think of that had caused Deng Sen and the other experts to fall. This caused them to covet the Extreme Yang Seal even more, their hatred towards Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain even greater. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, the Radiant Light sect had descended into the Eight Extremities world once more. Other than having more experts, they had also specially made other preparations to deal with the Extreme Yang Seal. This was the dim glorious devilish chi that manifested the opposite star of the solar star, the Rahu luminous sun's corrosive power. Wherever the demonic fire went, it swallowed the sky and devoured the sun. That mighty force caused the radiance of the Extreme Yang Seal to dim slightly. Just at this moment, Zhang Chao and the others forcibly received Yendi's domineering saber as they retreated swiftly. While they had successfully withstood the might of the Extreme Yang Seal, those of the Radiant Light sect were not in a good mood. They had originally wanted to borrow the power of the Rahu to temporarily block this eruption of the Extreme Yang Seal before the six of them swept through those of Broad Creed Mountain with the momentum of a thunderbolt before slowly subduing the Extreme Yang Seal. They firmly believed that even if Yan Zhaoge could wield the Extreme Yang Seal, he would definitely not be able to maintain it for long. From the looks of it now, their original plan still had a chance of succeeding. Still, Yendi had unexpectedly stepped into the second level of the Martial Saint realm, his strength dominating all as they were unable to do anything to him even 6 against 1. The force which had previously been prepared to deal with the Extreme Yang Seal could only ensure their safe retreat now. The disparity between their ideals and reality truly made Zhang Chao and the others feel stifled. They had come in high spirits but returned in disappointment. Up in the sky, on the opposite side of the wound of the sky, a voice resounded, "Broad Creed Mountain's Yendi. I will remember this name. You are very strong, stronger than I expected. As far as I know of those outside the world beyond worlds, you are the strongest. Sadly, however, you are the enemy of my sect and are destined to perish." Yendi did not even raise his eyelids. "If you speak so arrogantly, just come down. I can feel that your cultivation base does not surpass the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm." That voice said mildly, "There is no rush. We will meet again very soon." Yan Zhaoge asked, "How should I address you?" A gaze seemed to penetrate through the wound of the sky, traversing numerous layers of space as it landed on Yan Zhaoge. "Radiant Light Sect's Nong Yushuan. Yan Zhaoge, is it? I don't know how you are able to wield the Extreme Yang Seal, but if you only know how to rely on external objects, your death will not be far away. I said that we will meet again very soon. Before that, I will leave your head on your neck." As if confirming the other party's words, the black devilish fire that flickered with a dim blue light illuminated the heavens and the earth to the point of dimness. While the golden Extreme Yang Seal still glowed brightly, it was obstructed by the black devilish fire. Beneath the terrifying attacks of the Extreme Yang Seal, the blue-black devilish fire corroded and devoured the sunlight as it was unceasingly being extinguished. It was just that before the Extreme Yang Seal had extinguished this Rahu devilish fire, Zhang Chao and the others would have long since successfully escaped. Yan Zhaoge watched this scene silently. Looking at that incomparably distant wound of the sky above the sky, he suddenly laughed. "Are you mistaken about something? The Rahu is the opposite star of the sun, not its nemesis. Moreover, do you think I can't tell? This dim glorious devilish chi of yours originates from some supreme treasure that bears the power of the Rahu star of the eclipse. Still, you did not once possess this supreme treasure, only having gathered some of its aura and power. I am unable to wield the full power of the Extreme Yang Seal, and you have never possessed that supreme Rahu treasure at all." Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "Trying to act all-powerful here? Or are you trying to fool?" As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge flew up, pressing down on the Extreme Yang Seal with his hands. Executing the secret martial art of the Extreme Yang Scripture, the oceanic amount of chi of true dragons that had been secretly accumulated within Yan Zhaoge's body all surged into this powerful, bright, high-grade sacred artifact. Wielding the Extreme Yang Seal now, he indeed only had the power for a single strike. Still, he could increase the power of this strike even further. Facing the corrosive power of the Rahu sun that was resisting it, the Extreme Yang Seal had already been restless as it seemed to have been provoked. Stimulated by Yan Zhaoge's power now, it instantly grew even more berserk. Dazzling sunlight illuminated the heavens and earth of the eight extremities world once more, expanding unceasingly. The dim glorious devilish chi that devoured and corroded sunlight was unceasingly cleansed. While sunlight was unceasingly destroyed by the dim blue-black fire, the divine light of the sun was still much more powerful than the dim glorious devilish chi. Amidst this, the heavens and earth regained their brightness, the phenomenon of the corrosive sun vanishing in the blink of an eye. Opposite the wound of the sky, Nong Yuxuan's voice was filled with astonishment. Not only can you wield the extreme yang seal, your power has actually reached such a level as well? Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly. Beneath his control, the terrifying extreme yang seal broke through the obstruction of the dim blue devilish fire, continuing to strike towards the retreating martial practitioners of the Radiant Light sect. Zhang Chao and the other two who had directly ascended were still fine, having successfully broken through the obstruction of the power of dimensions, vanishing from the eight extremities world. However, the other three Radiant Light sect experts of the third level of the Martial Saint realm had been received by their fellow disciples of the world beyond worlds, their process of retreating to the wound of the sky having been mightily interrupted. Beneath the bombardment of the extreme yang seal, the trio resisted with all their might. Yet they still felt the terror of Mount Tai pressuring down upon them. Countless streams of light exploded in the sky. Meanwhile, Yendi's saber did not cease in the slightest as a domineering saber light hacked through the heavens and extinguished the earth, chopping over once more. Three tragic cries resounded simultaneously as the extreme yang seal mightily pressed down, the heavens and the earth quaking intensely. Chapter 609. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, each of them seemingly concealing a mass of chaotic chi that was infinite and immeasurable. As the clumps of energy spun, they lost the signs of primal chaos, and a vast amount of true dragon chi that had yet to be refined surged out. This was not the essence chi that he had obtained from the Ice Dragon Martial Saint's insignificant Ice Dragon corpse. Instead, it was a large amount of dragon chi that had gathered together in the Dragon Tomb. As such majestic true dragon chi surged into the extreme yang seal, the power of the extreme yang seal instantly awakened a step further. The violent scarlet gold seal shone with boundless radiance and illuminated the sky, dispersing the gloom that brought about the solar eclipse. Although the corrosive power of the Rahu luminary could devour and corrode the solar luminary, it was not an absolute counter. Whether the east wind would prevail over the west wind or the west wind would prevail over the east wind, it all depended on who was stronger. Water could extinguish a fire, but if the fire was too big and there was too little water, the result would be that the fire would evaporate the water. On the other side of the wound of the sky, Nong Yuxuan's voice was slightly gloomy. From the looks of it, the power of corrosion this time is indeed insufficient. I'll let you be happy for a few days. His voice was faint and indistinct. The wound of the sky wall was slowly healing. The figures of Zhang Chao and the other two appeared there as well, their auras even more powerful than when they had been in the eight extremities world earlier. But because of this they felt even more depressed. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, gazing at the world-illuminating peak which had already been flattened beneath their feet and was now completely barren, Zhang Chao's gaze grew even gloomier. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di raised their heads to look above the sky, not avoiding each other in the slightest. Nong Yuxuan's voice resounded, Broad Creed Mountain Yan Di Yan Zhaoge. We will meet again soon. You're welcome to send them off, Yan Zhaoge smiled. You're welcome to continue sending them off. You're welcome to send them off often. The sky walls wound healed, but the space above the remains of the world-illuminating peak was still incredibly chaotic. The spiritual essence here had almost collapsed, needing a long time to recover. The winds and clouds in the world continued to change, and it did not calm down for a long time. The glow of the extreme yang seal dimmed once more, becoming ordinary and unremarkable once more as Yan Zhaoge kept it. Coming to his side, Yan Di asked, Do you need another year or so before you can use it? Yan Zhaoge shrugged, It can't be helped. It is not a treasure that the current me can wield in the first place. Being able to use it is already an anomaly. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would not have come to this extent in our eight extremities world. Yan Di pondered as he said, Logically speaking, it would be safer for you to head to the world beyond worlds when the extreme yang seal can be used again. However, according to Old Man Mo's words, the flow of time in the world beyond worlds is even faster than in the eight extremities world. While we have made sufficient preparations here, the other side will be even more so. Yan Zhaoge said, Even if the flow of time is the same, it would not be wise to wait for too long. I have to go up as soon as possible. Yan Di's heart jolted slightly as he pondered, Is it related to the power that the Radiant Light sect used to counter the extreme Yang seal earlier? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. If I am not wrong, that should be the power of the Rahu luminary. The Rahu luminary is the opposing star of the Sun luminary, the two mutually countering each other. The extreme Yang seal is currently the most powerful supreme treasure that manifests the power of the Sun. However, if the other side has a powerful sacred artifact that manifests the power of the Rahu luminary, they would be able to use it to deal with the extreme Yang seal that we possess. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. This supreme treasure of the glorious darkness probably exists, and is very likely to be in the world beyond worlds. I feel that the dim glorious devilish chi that Nong Yuxuan released earlier did not originate from some sort of martial art. Instead, it was a strand of the aura of that treasure that he obtained. While it was expended in the clash with the extreme Yang seal earlier, this person was not stingy in using it. Also, this Nong Yuxuan's words were filled with confidence, not being a bluff at all. Therefore, I guess that he might already have a clue to finding that supreme treasure of the glorious darkness. Yin Zhaoge looked at the extreme Yang seal that resembled an ordinary copper seal in his hand. This treasure cannot fall into the hands of the Radiant Light sect. From a certain perspective, this treasure actually counters the martial arts of the Radiant Light sect to a great extent as well. While the martial arts of the Radiant Light sect are not completely based on the power of the Sun, there are still some similarities between them. If we possess this supreme treasure of the glorious darkness, it would be a great help in dealing with the Radiant Light sect. The world beyond worlds is vast and abundant in resources, abundant in spiritual chi. Its legacies have been comparatively less affected by the great calamity as it surpasses the other worlds in all aspects. Meanwhile, when people of other worlds ascend to the world beyond worlds after attaining the third level of the martial saint realm, they might also be recruited by sects of the world beyond worlds like the Radiant Light sect, becoming guest elders. The Radiant Light sect has as many experts as there are clouds. Currently being tied down by the dim darkness sect and the other powers of the world beyond worlds, they cannot focus on dealing with us. While it would not be difficult for us to defend a corner of the Eight Extremities world, if we truly want to defeat them or even destroy them, we would have to increase our strength greatly. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. If that supreme treasure of the glorious darkness that offends the sun and pursues light falls into their hands, it would be too disadvantageous for us. Yin Di said, "You have also heard Old Man Mo's mention of the situation in the world beyond worlds. You should know that without the extreme Yang seal your strength would still be rather weak." Yin Zhaoge smiled. The other side also does not know that I have a protective treasure that can resist the pressure of dimensions and pass through wounds of the sky. With the Northern Ocean clone accompanying me, I should be able to deal with most situations. It is not like I am directly going to trample on the Radiant Light sect this time. As Yin Zhaoge said this, his smile turned icy cold. Of course that day will come sooner or later. What we are doing now is making preparations for that day. Yin Di said, "I am currently very at ease with you. Still, according to our earlier plan, I will be remaining in the Eight Extremities world to prevent them from invading again." He raised his head and glanced at the sky where space and time were still distorted. Having only come after more than a year's time, it might be because the other side wants to relocate the Eight Extremities world. They should already be able to do so now. Next time they might come at any time. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I think so too. As long as they have gathered sufficient strength, they will descend once more. Still, if they want to gather enough strength to deal with both you and the extreme Yang seal this time, it should not be easy. However great the Radiant Light sect is, having lost so many experts twice in a row, even if it is not a serious blow, it should still be hard for them to bear. After all, they still have a massive entity in the world beyond worlds that is evenly matched in strength looking for trouble with them. Therefore, the people who descended these 2 times should have been people squeezed out after careful planning. If they want to gather more people this time, and quite a few at that, it will probably not be so easy. Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. If the other side temporarily defends themselves in the world beyond worlds for the sake of the extreme Yang seal, concentrating on dealing with us instead, that would be a different matter altogether. Therefore, having gone to the world beyond worlds, even if others do not expose my whereabouts and origins, I will still have to find a suitable time to spread the news and draw the attention of the Radiant Light sect. Otherwise, the pressure on the Eight Extremities world would be too great. Yin Di did not feel belittled by Yin Zhaoge's words. His arrogance did not equate to blindness. "I will be residing here permanently after this, awaiting your good news." Saying thus, Yin Di directly sat down in the meditative position on the remains of the world illuminating peak. Yan Zhaoge bowed towards Yan Di, smiling. I already have some ideas. Chapter 610. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Yan Di was rather taken aback. Some thoughts? What do you mean? Yan Zhaoge said slowly, I have carefully analyzed the paper fan I obtained from the dim darkness sect's Liang Jiqiao. While there are many restrictions on its use, it is not just for a single person. Instead, it can simultaneously protect many people as they pass through the wound of the sky. Of course, it cannot exceed 5. Yan Di asked, with Master not here and me remaining in the 8 extremities world, who else can accompany you? Old man Mo said before that he has no intention of returning to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, Yunxing will be going with me. Yan Di looked rather quizzically at Yan Zhaoge. You will not be going on a sightseeing trip this time or being invited as a guest. The situation in the world beyond worlds is unclear, and with a major enemy of the Radiant Light sect by the side, it will not be peaceful for you. Bringing junior apprentice niece Feng along might not be a good thing for her. Yan Di focused on Yan Zhaoge. All these years I have observed that you are not someone who abandons the public for personal reasons. Do you have some special thoughts? Yan Zhaoge said solemnly, I naturally do not wish for Yunxing to be in danger. This is for official matters, not personal matters. Yan Di asked, for the Extreme Yin Crown? You might not have a chance to wrest back the Extreme Yin Crown this time. Yan Zhaoge said, that is merely one aspect, not even the main point. As you say, it is still uncertain whether I will be able to come into contact with the Extreme Yin Crown in the world beyond worlds this time. Meng Wan and the Extreme Yin Crown being brought to the Radiant Light sect, before the Radiant Light sect has groomed their own maiden of Extreme Yin, they will definitely still place great trust in Meng Wan. Still, they will not use her lightly either. Meng Wan will most likely remain in the Radiant Light sect to cultivate alongside the Extreme Yin Crown. Yan Di pondered for a moment. You are in such a rush. Is it for that supreme treasure of darkness? But what has this got to do with junior apprentice niece Feng? Yan Zhaoge's fingers formed a saber as he chopped downwards. I wonder if you still have any impression of this? Seeing Yan Zhaoge's movements, a look of realization appeared on Di's face. Feng's saber? Yan Zhaoge nodded. It is precisely that black saber. This saber is extremely special. While it does not seem conspicuous, it secretly contains miraculous powers. As its owner, Yunxing's cultivation base rises, the spiritual force of this saber actually also rises. When I first saw it, it was just a low-grade precious weapon. But now it has become a high-grade precious weapon. I have. The dark green bamboo cane that Yan Zhaoge had forged for himself would also advance unceasingly along with his cultivation base, becoming stronger and stronger. However, the advancement of this dark green bamboo cane had been fed by Yan Zhaoge unceasingly smelting a large amount of treasures, artifacts and spirit artifacts. Feng this Feng, Yun. Feng, this the Yu. Feng the Yi Feng this. The Feng by the now, the that the Feng, the Feng the only this Feng Yan the only thing he could not be sure of was the limits of this Feng. Yan Zhaoge said, I once examined this saber but did not discover anything special about it. Still, I can be certain that this saber is not like the Extreme Yang Seal or the Extreme Yin Crown, slowly awakening and unsealing after falling into a deep slumber. Still, it definitely has some miraculous aspects, its foundation extraordinary. Still, it should indeed have been a low-grade artifact at the start, slowly working its way up to where it is today. At this point, Yan Zhaoge lightly patted his forehead. Still, having personally witnessed the corrosive power of the radiance of eclipse this time, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind as I realized some of the miraculous aspects of this saber. Hearing his words, Yan Di was slightly taken aback as he pondered for a moment before saying slowly, if that is the case, it is not just the Rahu star of eclipse. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. It could also be the opposing star of the moon star of Extreme Yin, the concealed radiance Ketu. Still, thinking of how this saber was first stored in the Sacred Sun clan, I feel that it is not a coincidence. Yan Zhaoge said earnestly, I asked Yunxing in detail before. She does not know where this saber originated from. While it was only sealed in the Sacred Sun clan's armory before, it already has a very long history. Hearing this, Yan Di said, if you feel that this saber is useful, I will not object. Since that is so, Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly, I understand what you mean. If possible, I would also like to only bring this saber over. Still, let me tell you something that you won't think that way. Before Yunxing received this saber, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who used it. Still, when those people advanced into the outer aura martial scholar realm, this saber was still a low-grade artifact, not changing at all. It was only in Yunxing's hands that this saber improved alongside her cultivation base. Hearing this, Yendi revealed a rare expression of not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. This really is... Father and son exchanged bitter smiles, Yendi shaking his head after a while. There's no helping it then. I can only hope that your guess is correct. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. Since that is so, bringing one along and bringing a few along is the same. Do you have any other ideas? The spiritual chi environment of the world beyond worlds is more suitable for cultivation than that of the Eight Extremities world. There was something that Yendi did not say out loud. As he saw it, while Broad Creed Mountain was in danger, this danger originated from the world beyond worlds. In the Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain already had no opponents. Even if Yan Zhaoge left, with Yendi sitting over at the fire domain, the other martial practitioners would not dare to contend with Broad Creed Mountain. Even the usually lawless solitary practitioners who rampaged about the endless ocean and the great western desert were now avoiding Broad Creed Mountain disciples. While nothing could be seen within a short period of time, as time went on, Broad Creed Mountain's disciples would become more and more at ease. Yendi thought for a moment before saying, "Don't take too big a step this time. There's a place that we can use as a transition point." The vast ocean world? Yan Zhaoge nodded. Yendi said, "That's right, it is the vast ocean world. According to what you and senior apprentice Sister Fu said, the environment there and the foundation you established earlier should not be too safe. Still, it should not be too dangerous either. Even if there are risks, it should still be within an acceptable range for our clan's outstanding disciples to undergo tempering there. Xuefei and Shijun are still there. They can help them out a little." Yendi looked at Yan Zhaoge. As for formally invading the vast ocean world, it is still too early to say. Let's not consider it for now. Yan Zhaoge said, "I also have the intention of going to the vast ocean world. With the disturbance caused by the Radiant Light sect, the wound of the sky in the Eight Extremities world may very well just happen to be within their grasp." Yendi said, "Very good. Since that is so, I will leave the preparations to you." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "You can rest easy. There won't be any problems on my side." Thus, Yendi remained at the ruins of the World Illuminating Peak while Yan Zhaoge returned to Broad Creed Mountain. With that, the entire Broad Creed Mountain instantly began operating rapidly. Chapter 6:11. Young Master, let me go to the world beyond worlds with you. Ahu's face swooshed over to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "I am not going as a guest this time. It might be very tiring. Are you sure you want to go with me?" Ahu chuckled, "Of course I'm going. Someone like you, young master, will be able to do whatever you want wherever you go." Yan Zhaoge's trip to the vast ocean world earlier had been sudden. Ahu had still been in charge of escorting Fang Zhuan and the Clear Chi robe back to Broad Creed Mountain as he had naturally been unable to make it in time. After learning of Yan Zhaoge's experiences in the vast ocean world, Ahu had pounded his chest and stamped his feet, his heart aching. This time he wanted to go with Yan Zhaoge no matter what, as he was just short of hugging Yan Zhaoge's leg and bawling his eyes out. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "While you might not be able to do whatever you want in the vast ocean world, my name is still somewhat useful. Even if I am not here, you can still use my name to intimidate others." Ahu smiled with a big face and said, "That's not as cool as being by young master's side." "Yeah, I like hearing that." Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, "Just don't complain about it when the time comes." Ahu shook his head like a rattledrum. No, how could that be?" Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to the side. Feng Yunxing was currently looking down at the black saber in her hands. Unsheathing the saber, she lightly stroked its blade with her fingers. She could not feel the coldness of ordinary metallic blades, also could not see the circulation of saber light, as it was as though all warmth and light had been retracted within the saber. Feeling Yan Zhaoge's gaze, Feng Yunxing raised her head. "While I already knew that this saber was strange, I never thought that it would actually have such a background. When I chose this saber that year, it was just that I felt that while this saber seemed unremarkable, I felt a sense of kinship with it. From the looks of it now, this in itself is already unusual." Feng Yunxing lightly raised the black saber in her hands, flicking it lightly with a finger as no sound was emitted. As the grade of the long saber increased, the saber seemed to become more and more reserved, more and more silent. Only when the saber was used against the enemy would it amaze the world. Yan Zhaoge asked, "While you have changed your martial foundation of the Sacred Sun clan, You have always been cultivating in the west tilting heaven incinerating saber of the 7 great sun arts. Have you felt any abnormalities? Feng Yunxing pondered for a moment. I don't feel weakened. Instead, I feel more at ease. Yin Zhaoge nodded. The power of corrosion destroys sunlight, strengthening itself. With your saber and martial arts combining, it is indeed possible for such a situation to occur. Still, it is still too early to say these things now. We might be able to see the results when we arrive at the world beyond worlds. Feng Yunxing said, yes. With that, he sheathed his saber. Yin Zhaoge then looked at Xikong Qing and Ying Longtu, saying, the two of you should first accompany us to the vast ocean world. Xikong Qing nodded while Ying Longtu pressed his lips together. Senior apprentice brother Yin, senior apprentice sister Feng, can't I go to the world beyond worlds with you? Yin Zhaoge smiled. It is still a little early for the time being. Still, there is no need to be impatient. Personally, I actually hope that you can all go to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. The cultivation environment there is even better than in the 8 extremities world and the vast ocean world. With your talent, you should be able to develop even more there. Still, don't be impatient. Ying Longtu nodded obediently. Yes, senior apprentice brother. Yin Zhaoge led them out, seeing that there were still a few other Broad Creed Mountain disciples waiting outside, all of them core direct disciple geniuses. Having gone to the vast ocean world, it will not be as easy as it is here in the 8 extremities world. It is not that there is no possibility of perishing, and it will also not be easy for us to return. Yin Zhaoge said evenly, while the flow of time there is much faster than in the 8 extremities world, it feels like 1 year is 1 year without any difference at all. Being able to advance forward step by step is naturally good. If we return to the 8 extremities world in the future, we will naturally be able to save an incalculable amount of time, and we will be able to look very well in front of our old acquaintances. However, if we remain at a standstill and our lifespans come to an end, there will be no difference at all. Yin Zhaoge gazed at them. Now that everyone knows of the existence of the world beyond worlds, we martial practitioners who are ambitious should not keep our gazes on the 8 extremities world. That is where we should be heading. Everyone before him, Xikong Qing and Ying Longtu included, all agreed emotionally. We will follow senior apprentice brother Yan's teachings. We will follow senior apprentice uncle Yan's teachings. Fu Enshu and the first seat elder Qin of the martial inheritance hall stood by the side, not interrupting Yin Zhaoge's words as they just nodded slightly. Senior apprentice uncle Qin, we will be setting off then. Fu Enshu nodded towards elder Qin. Yin Zhaoge himself would not be staying in the vast ocean world for long. While Broad Creed Mountain had no intention of expanding there, just the young disciples alone would not be safe. Having similarly been to the vast ocean world before, Fu Enshu, who was familiar with the place, assumed the responsibility of leading the group this time. Elder Qin said, be careful in all things. Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu both nodded. Thank you for your concern. Standing quietly behind Yin Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone now extended his palm, radiance lighting up within as if infinite space could be contained within, a mustard seed able to swallow a mountain. The radiance enveloped Yin Zhaoge and the others before cupping his fists towards Elder Qin, turning and striding away, his figure rising into the air as he flew into the blue skies. The Northern Ocean clone headed east, arriving at the outer East Sea. With the dragon tomb already having collapsed, the path to the ancient, cold abyss would not be easy to traverse. Therefore Yin Zhaoge still chose to head over to the outer East Sea. Previously, when heading to the vast ocean world, the dimensional passageway had been temporarily formed, not being a stable dimensional passageway. Still, space was unpredictable, and places where dimensional passageways had been opened before were comparatively more reliable. Opening the door again at the original location, it would be easier to accurately locate the vast ocean world and not some other place. Arriving at the outer East Sea, Yin Zhaoge took out the lofty prestige mirror, infusing his true essence within. Numerous patterns of light surfaced on the surface of the mirror, coming together to form a small, intricate spirit formation. Guided by the spirit formation where the mirror light passed, an illusory path immediately appeared before Yin Zhaoge. The path extended unceasingly into the distance, zigzagging amidst distorted space as it resembled the opening of a door to the void. The Northern Ocean clone swept them along, striding forward as he entered this dimensional passageway that had been temporarily forged. Traversing numerous layers of space, the world before his eyes suddenly lit up as the majestic Jade Sea appeared before Yin Zhaoge once more. Just looking at the mist that suffused the air before him, Yin Zhaoge knew that he had returned to the bewildering maze sea of the vast ocean world. Still, before he had even stabilized his footing, intense power fluctuations suddenly emanated from both sides of his body. On his left, the silhouetted spirit turtle hovered above the sea's surface, stable as Mount Tai as it was heavy and heavy. On his right, the silhouetted spirit snake coiled within the air, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun as it was extraordinarily agile. Two vast fist intents were currently sandwiching Yan Zhaoge between them as they simultaneously shot towards him. It's a film and television entertainment book. Friends who are interested in this type of book might want to take a look. This was the chief of Green Snake Island of the 6 evil sects, the Green Snake Madame Guanjingqiong, ranked even higher than the 10,000 longevity old man, Lu Feng, amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, being ranked 5th. While Guanjingqiong had the appearance of a middle-aged man, it was actually due to a technique that preserved her looks. She was of the same generation as Lu Feng, an old devil who had been renowned in the vast ocean world for many years. In the vast ocean world, the spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island were famed for being archenemies. The depth of their conflict far surpassed the enmity between Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, or between Changli Mountain and the Evil Shifting sect. It was somewhat similar to how the Sacred Sun Clan and Jade Sea City had been originally in the Eight Extremities world, or how the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect were irreconcilable enemies in the world beyond worlds. Of the vast ocean world's two forces of good and evil, with the overall situation being relatively stable, it was the spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island that erupted with the most minor conflicts. Currently the two sides were clearly in a stalemate. Having been repelled by Yan Zhaoge's true essence, the two who had just clashed now returned before the bigwigs of their clans. They were the peak figures of the essence spirit martial grandmasters of their two clans. It was just that they naturally dared not make a move now, as they were as well behaved as quails. Still, seeing Yan Zhaoge after their initial shock, the people of the spirit-returning sect all grew greatly excited, while those of Green Snake Island looked like they had lost their parents as their morale plummeted. Yan Zhaoge looked left and right, ignoring the expressions on both sides as he asked mildly, "Sorry for the disturbance. Still, who can tell this Yan what the current situation in the vast ocean world is like?" Looking at the dimensional passageway entrance behind Yan Zhaoge that was slowly vanishing, while Lu Feng did not reveal anything on his face, his heart surged. He is indeed not of the vast ocean world. While it was also possible that Yan Zhaoge had left the vast ocean world and gone adventuring in other worlds, Lu Feng still felt that it was more likely that Yan Zhaoge was not of the vast ocean world in the first place when he had suddenly appeared in the vast ocean world, with no one being able to see through his background and not knowing his origins. While massive waves surged within his heart that surged to the heavens, Lu Feng still answered without any hesitation. The vast ocean world is currently dominated by Taoists and vanquished by devils. With us of the forces of good having greatly suppressed the forces of evil these past few years, the vast ocean world is currently welcoming a rare opportunity. In this, we also have to thank you, Mr. Yan, for your assistance that year. Hearing this, Guanjingqiong emitted a muffled snort, yet did not retort as she just unceasingly drew her subordinates closer to her. Feng Yunxing, Hu, Fu Enshu and the others also appeared at this moment, standing beside the Northern Ocean clone as they listened curiously to Lu Feng's introduction of the situation. Hearing Lu Feng's introduction, Yan Zhaoge now knew that the current vast ocean world had undergone great changes as compared to when he had left it that year. Also, these changes indeed had something to do with him. Calculating in terms of time in the vast ocean world, 8 years had already passed since he had left. 8 years ago in the vast ocean world, the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, had been taken away by Yan Zhaoge. Spirit Rhino Island had suffered a heavy blow as 2 transcending mortality experts had perished at Yan Zhaoge's hands. The Blood Dragon sect of the 7 Pillars of Good had also been jointly exterminated by experts of the forces of evil. Meanwhile, of the 6 evil sects, the evil Saint Lin Qianqing had perished because of Yan Zhaoge, while another major sect, the Brilliant Thunder sect, had been destroyed due to the Dragon Tomb. The chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui and a few other experts, had been slain by Yan Zhaoge in the Dragon Tomb afterwards, with the Brilliant Thunder sect having completely dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, the number 1 expert of the vast ocean world, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, the Martial Saint Zhao Zhong, had been heavily injured by Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone in the Dragon Tomb, having lost an arm and suffering a great blow to his vitality as his strength had plummeted. On the side of good, the chief of Changli Mountain Gao Tianzhong had originally been the second of the top 10 transcending mortality experts beneath Jianghu, only a step away from transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Having accompanied Yan Zhaoge into the Dragon Tomb, Changli Mountain's gains had been much more abundant than those of the other sections. After leaving the Dragon Tomb, Gao Tianzhong had returned to cultivate diligently, finally successfully breaking through the final bottleneck and stepping into the martial saint realm. Changli Mountain had also officially become one of the current peak powers of the vast ocean world. Amidst this, the forces of good flourished as the forces of evil instantly fell into a complete disadvantage, having been pressured to the point of indescribable misery these past years. After the Brilliant Thunder sect, the evil shifting sect whose number one expert had originally been slain by Yan Zhaoge had been decimated as well. The name of the 6 evil sects had already completely become history. Under such circumstances, the spirit returning sect naturally pursued Green Snake Island unceasingly. While Guan Jingqiong seemed soft and reserved, she was actually unyielding and unyielding. Having really been pushed into a corner by the spirit returning sect recently, she had launched a counterattack, resembling a venomous snake leaving its lair as she had ambushed the spirit returning sect in the bewildering Maze Sea. In their confrontation, the spirit returning sect had actually been at a disadvantage due to being caught off guard. However, with Yan Zhaoge's appearance now, while he had not expressed his stance, the morale of both sides had instantly reversed. After all, Yan Zhaoge had always been a guest at Changli Mountain, which was also of the side of good along with the spirit returning sect. As he stood there, even if he did not say a single word, it was like dark clouds enveloping the sky, pressuring down on Guan Jingqiong and the others to the point where they were unable to see a single ray of light at all. Chapter 613. So many things have happened? Yan Zhaoge listened intently to Lu Feng's narration of the current situation of the vast ocean world. The people of the spirit returning sect in Green Snake Island were all cursing in their hearts. Yes, so many things have happened. At least half of it is because of you. Thinking of the various legends regarding Yan Zhaoge, the memories that had gradually faded with the passage of time resurfaced within their minds once more. When he had been at the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm that year fighting 1 against 2, he had defeated the 2 strongest Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the vast ocean world, Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace and Li Sheng of the Dragon Slayer sect, with a single move. Afterwards, he directly broke through and became the youngest Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster in history. He had killed the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fang Qin, slain the 9-fingered Dragon King Yan Qin of the Blood Dragon sect, obtained the sacred artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers, killed the chief of the Evil Shifting sect, the Heavenly Evil Feng Jingsheng, killed the Evil Saint Lin Qianqing, killed the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui and heavily injured the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, the Slaying 7 Seas Zhao Zhong. Close to half of the peak experts of the vast ocean world had been single-handedly slain by this youth before him, the situation of the vast ocean world that had been maintained for 100 years having undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning change because of him. After having explored the Dragon Tomb that year, Yan Zhaoge had vanished from the vast ocean world without a trace. Changli Mountain announced to the outside world that Yan Zhaoge was living in seclusion once more. As time passed unceasingly, many people suspected that Changli Mountain was intentionally putting on airs, that the truth was likely that Yan Zhaoge had perished within the Dragon Tomb. But today that malefic star of the past had reappeared in the world, and it instantly caused everyone present to recall the past. Even the spirit returning sect martial practitioners who considered themselves to be on Yan Zhaoge's side felt uneasy, while those of Green Snake Island were even more inwardly shuddering. Looking at Guan Jingqiong and the others who looked as though they were facing a great enemy, Yan Zhaoge's thoughts flashed slightly while his expression did not change. He nodded at Lu Feng. "Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for telling me everything of the past. I will now head for Changli Mountain and not disturb you." Yan Zhaoge's tone was mild, but the spirit returning sect martial practitioners were all stunned. They stood dazed on the spot. Seeing Yan Zhaoge about to turn and leave, Lu Feng's entire body shuddered. "Mr. Yan." Yan Zhaoge turned his head innocently. "Is there anything else, Chief Lu?" Lu Feng was flabbergasted, and he was almost unable to catch his breath. His hunchback was due to the fact that his spirit returning sect martial arts training had reached a certain level, which resulted in the appearance of a tortoise's back. However, it did not give off a feeling of decadence and old. Instead, it was like a spirit turtle that was fixed in the deep sea, steady, and could not be shaken by external forces. It was just that facing Yan Zhaoge now, Lu Feng really found it rather hard to straighten his back. He smiled bitterly and looked at Guan Jingqiong and the others, who were equally confused. Mr. Yin, what do you think? Yan Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly. And you can continue. You don't have to worry about me. Just now, it was me who suddenly appeared in the arena where the two sides were sparring. I have no intention of pursuing this matter. His words rendered Lu Feng speechless. After pondering carefully for a moment, he recalled that while Yan Zhaoge had stayed at Changli Mountain as a guest in the vast ocean world, with some fellow disciples still remaining at Changli Mountain even now, Yan Zhaoge himself was very hard to define as good or evil. While Lin Qianqing, Geng Hui and Feng Jingsheng, big shots of the devil path, had died at his hands, Nianchen, Fangkan, Guanyu and Xin Shiqing of the righteous path had not shown mercy either. The 9 dragon fingers of the blood dragon sect were still in Yan Zhaoge's possession even now. This person's way of doing things seemed to be that whoever provoked him would be dealt with by him, not caring at all which camp the other party belonged to. Since that was the case with his disciple having offended him just now, Lu Feng should really rejoice in not pursuing this matter. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. He had really been thinking too much and thinking that Yan Zhaoge would help them deal with Green Snake Island. Those of Green Snake Island now reacted as well, all feeling incomparably fortunate. Guan Jingxiong's tensed face relaxed as she inhaled deeply, cupping her hands towards Yan Zhaoge. It was this old woman's junior apprentice niece who offended Mr. Yan. This old woman deeply apologizes. That middle-aged man beside her who had attacked earlier was also sensible as he hurriedly bowed and apologized to Yan Zhaoge once more. Those of Green Snake Island gazed at Yan Zhaoge and the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners as they slowly retreating into the bewildering maze sea. Those of the spirit-returning sect could only watch on helplessly. The situation just now had already been disadvantageous to them. If not for Yan Zhaoge's appearance, it would have been them who had suffered a loss. They would naturally not dare to pursue an attack now. Having their plans disrupted, while those of Green Snake Island felt despondent, they felt even more rejoiced and relaxed. As Feng Yunxing, Fu Enshu, Xikong Qing, Ying Longtu and the others saw this, some appeared puzzled while others appeared thoughtful. Those of the spirit-returning sect were filled with awkwardness as they looked at Yan Zhaoge, unable to speak. Lu Feng regained his wits, not mentioning Green Snake Island at all as he instead summoned his disciple who had attacked earlier, apologizing to Yan Zhaoge once more. Traveling from the bewildering maze sea to Changli Mountain's directionless sea, you just happened to pass by my spirit-returning sect's flying turtle sea. If Mr. Yin doesn't mind, how about we travel together? Lu Feng said smilingly. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. It's naturally fine. Overjoyed, Lu Feng led Yan Zhaoge and the others along. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge asked nonchalantly, observing your sect in Green Snake Island, while the martial arts of your two sects are active and passive, yin and yang, hard and soft, they are actually interconnected in many aspects, seemingly originating from the same source. If I am not wrong, they should both originate from true martial's lineage. Is that so? Lu Feng nodded. That's right. Our sect's founder and the founder of the Green Snake demonic race were once related. The two unearthed a legacy site of pre-Great Calamity times together. After a period of conflict, they each obtained half of it. Our sect obtained the tortoise elephant of true martial, while Green Snake Island obtained the serpent elephant of true martial. This was no secret in the vast ocean world as Lu Feng sighed. Our sect inherited the legacy of true martial, upholding righteousness within defense, warding off evil and suppressing devils. We really cannot bear for the legacy of true martial to fall into the hands of evil and crooked sects to be used for evil. All these years, the other portion of the legacy has already been distorted beyond recognition by Green Snake Island. Every time our ancestors think of it, they all feel deeply pained. This old man is no exception. We have always hoped to be able to cleanse the roots of the legacy, not letting down our ancestors of pre-Great Calamity times. Over the years, the two sides had frequently clashed, having also captured the other side's young disciples. Still, their peak, most essential legacies had never been exchanged. Having been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for many years, Lu Feng had often analyzed this. While the legacies of his sect and Green Snake Island added together were only a small portion of true martial's legacy, if he could combine the two, he would probably be able to immediately break through into the martial saint realm. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yan Zhaoge nodded. His expression did not change in the least, but he extended his hands, entering a fist stance. Yan Zhaoge immediately retracted this fist stance. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, it shocked him to the point of dizziness as he very nearly fell headfirst into the sea. Mr. Yin? The old man was unable to speak properly as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge's hands. Yan Zhaoge, however, placed his hands behind his back once more, walking forward as though nothing had happened. Chapter 6:14. Yan Zhaoge looked as though nothing had happened, as though he had not felt that there was anything special about his actions just now. But when Lu Feng saw it, he almost fainted. Mr. Yin, are you also a descendant of the true martial lineage? Lu Feng said excitedly. He could not help but feel agitated. While Yan Zhaoge had only adopted a fist stance earlier, seemingly ordinary, in the eyes of an expert like Lu Feng, it had seemed to contain infinite profundities. It was a simple stance, but it seemed to have merged the essence of both the spirit-returning sect and the Green Snake Island into one. Just looking at Yan Zhaoge's earlier fist technique, Lu Feng even felt the bewildering fog before his eyes grow fainter somewhat as he felt himself getting somewhat closer to the martial saint realm. This was like a clap of thunder that shook Lu Feng until he was dizzy. The old man's usually hunched back abruptly straightened at this moment as he looked fervently at Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he inwardly laughed. The Jianghu Emperor was also known as the Profound Heaven Emperor, the Jianghu Devil-Rinsing Emperor, and the Devil-Rinsing Heavenly Lord. He was a legendary figure before the Great Calamity, one of the peak experts of Taoism. The inheritance he left behind was called the True Martial Fist Scripture. It contained movement, yin, yang, hardness, and softness, and contained boundless grand Taos that were extraordinary and profound. Although the Jianghu Fist Scripture did not contain all of Jianghu Great Emperor's knowledge, it was definitely the martial art that had the most in-depth description of the unique skills of the Jianghu lineage. Before the Great Calamity, the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had a collection of them. Yan Zhaoge was also proficient in the Xuanwu Fist Scripture, just that he had spent most of his time on even more powerful supreme martial arts like the Peerless Heavenly Scripture and the Cyclic Heavenly Scripture, as well as Broad Creed Mountain's Direct Lineage Clear Chi Profound Art. As for the Jianghu Boxing Scripture, he was only familiar with it and had not really practiced it. Even the transformation of the true martial manifestation was a combination of the Heavenly Snake King Fist and the ocean-dominating fist of the demonic fists of the six spirits. It only took the artistic conception, not the principles of the fist. However, the Peerless Heavenly Scripture was the Tao sect's top great Tao wondrous art, and it was adept at simulating other supreme arts. As Yan Zhaoge's cultivation and strength had been increasing day by day these past few years, with the Peerless Heavenly Scripture having merged with the Xuanwu Fist Scripture, at the very least, it was not difficult for him to gain a basic understanding of it. Unlike the Northern Ocean clone who had already attained the body of a martial saint when it had been refined, his original foundation in martial arts being firm as it would be inconvenient for him to switch to other martial arts. It was not difficult for Yan Zhaoge, who cultivated in the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, to study the Xuanwu Fist Scripture. Therefore, although he had only assumed a fist stance just now in the eyes of a veteran like Lu Feng, he had misunderstood that his true foundation was that of the true martial lineage. Feeling the fervor within Lu Feng's gaze, Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head as he said, "Chief Lu misunderstands. This Yin is not of Xuanwu's direct lineage. It was only by coincidence that I received the guidance of a longtime friend of mine." Lu Feng took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. "May I know where this senior is? Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Yin. We're both of the true martial lineage. I just want to pay a visit to a senior expert." His heart jolted slightly. If Yan Zhaoge was not someone of the vast ocean world, his seniors were likely not in the vast ocean world as well. Yan Zhaoge said, "This is inconvenient. This uncle of mine does not like to be disturbed." Lu Feng sighed as he looked at Yan Zhaoge with a beseeching gaze. Yan Zhaoge's fist stance just now had allowed him to witness the profundities within, yet had also been hard-pressed to analyze. The thing that his predecessors, himself included, had yearned for all these years had been placed right before his eyes at this moment. Yet it seemed so close, yet so far away, yet so unreachable. At this moment, Lu Feng's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Yan Zhaoge said, "What this Yin has learnt of the Xuanwu lineage is merely the tip of the iceberg. Without that uncle's approval, it would not be easy for me to transmit it. I believe that Chief Lu can understand this." Lu Feng smiled bitterly. Arts cannot be transmitted lightly. How could this old man not understand that? Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "I wonder if Chief Lu would be interested in sparring with this Yin?" Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment before he immediately reacted, "I would be delighted. Please give me your guidance, Mr. Yin." The two halted. Many of the people in the surroundings had yet to react. Yan Zhaoge had retracted his fist stance just now. Most people had not been able to comprehend the profundities within. However, seeing Lu Feng's solemn expression, the spirit-returning sect disciples could not help but feel nervous. "Please guide me." Saying thus, Lu Feng's figure abruptly shrunk, his originally tall frame becoming much smaller. However, as he moved, his aura instantly became even more retracted and condensed. From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, Lu Feng's body seemed to have shrunk greatly. Yet, his aura seemed even greater as it seemed connected to the heavens and penetrating the earth. A massive spirit turtle appeared around Lu Feng's body, enveloping him entirely. The spirit turtle was incomparably massive. As its 4 legs strode within the seawater, they resembled 4 divine pillars that stabilized the sea. The great sea, which had still been surging with great waves a moment ago, instantly became calm and tranquil. The entire heavens and earth had fallen silent at this moment. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth. "If you take the initiative to attack, you will actually not be able to display your true abilities. Since that is so, this Yan will make the first move." Lu Feng said in a heavy tone, "This old man thanks Mr. Yan for your kindness." "It's fine." Yan Zhaoge strode forward, raising his fists and punching out towards Lu Feng. The heavens and the earth shook in an instant. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's fists, the avatars of turtle and snake simultaneously appeared, yin and yang coexisting, hardness and softness intermingling as movement and stillness combined, heaviness and agility combined within a single body. Beneath their mutual support, their power was majestic as though it was infinite and immeasurable. As the silhouettes of the spirit turtle and the spirit snake intertwined, the massive figure of a heavenly god was indistinctly visible. He was clothed in black, wearing golden armor and a jade belt as he wielded a sword and stood on a turtle and snake with a round light above his head. He was mighty to the extreme as he swept through the masses of devils, all evil daring not to act rashly. The spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. That tall figure directly stepped on Lu Feng's spirit turtle avatar. While the spirit turtle avatar did not shatter, its momentum, which had still been stable as Mount Tai a moment ago, instantly plummeted as it was trampled beneath the other party's foot, seemingly about to be trampled into the depths of the sea. Lu Feng roared madly within his heart, "Of the Xuanwu direct lineage. It really is of the Xuanwu direct lineage." The next moment, Yan Zhaoge retracted his fist, that mighty figure vanishing without a trace. Even as Lu Feng felt a sense of loss, his heart blazed even more intensely. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I hope that Chief Lu will have some gains." Gains? Of course there had been gains. Still, it had still been lacking just that little bit, just that little bit. Lu Feng felt the urge to vomit blood as he smiled bitterly within his heart. I might as well not have used that move. Now his mind was even more restless and restless. The other spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were even more excited than he was, also even more restless. Lu Feng sucked in a deep breath. This old man has not visited Changli Mountain for some time now. If Mr. Yin does not mind, how about we travel together? Originally, he had only wanted to escort Yan Zhaoge's group to the Flying Turtle Sea. Now, however, Lu Feng felt that there was a need for him to make a trip to Changli Mountain. Chapter 6:15. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yan Zhaoge nodded mildly. This Yan has no objections to Chief Lu's interest. Lu Feng said solemnly, "Please?" The group continued their journey, but the mood of the spirit-returning sect disciples was completely different. The younger disciples were both excited and anxious. Their gazes towards Yan Zhaoge were filled with fervor. Meanwhile, the seniors of higher seniority all fell into deep thought as they hurriedly sent sound transmissions to their sect heads to discuss their opinions. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples, adhering to the principle of listening more and watching more, moving less and speaking less, all followed quietly by Yan Zhaoge's side. However, many thoughts also appeared in their minds at this moment. The first to speak was unexpectedly the usually quiet Sikong Qing. Seeing that she had the intention to speak, the North Ocean clone beside Yan Zhaoge expanded his chi flow, forming a formless barrier between them and the people of the spirit-returning sect, preventing their voices from spreading. Sikong Qing had originally intended to send a sound transmission through her aura chi, but seeing this she directly asked, "Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, the martial art you displayed just now?" Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. The supreme martial art of the Xuanwu lineage is known as the Xuanwu Fist Scripture. In the past, when I excavated all sorts of remnants, I obtained some incomplete cultivation techniques. However, when I killed the Radiant Light Sect's martial sages, I obtained a rather complete inheritance from one of them. It's one of the direct martial arts of the true martial lineage. It has its merits. Sikong Qing nodded. It is indeed extremely profound. The martial arts of the vast ocean world spirit returning sect and Green Snake Island were already rather extraordinary just now. However, senior apprentice brother Yan's Jianghu fist scripture is undoubtedly much superior. Fu Enshu glanced at Lu Feng and the others before looking at Yan Zhaoge, asking, "You intend to use this martial art to keep them hanging?" Yan Zhaoge laughed. "Since our clan currently does not intend to advance into the vast ocean world, I also have no intention of causing a huge ruckus here. Moreover, having brought some fellow disciples over this time, I originally felt that the Eight Extremities world was too peaceful, hoping to temper myself more here in the vast ocean world. Still, I will be heading to the world beyond worlds very soon. Our lineage does not have any martial saints or sacred artifacts guarding over this place. Changli Mountain is an outsider at the end of the day. It is better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. Some arrangements still have to be made just in case." Fu Enshu slowly nodded. "Your thinking is very correct. Of those of Broad Creed Mountain, some had looks of understanding on their faces while others still looked rather dazed." Fu Enshu looked at them. "Zhaoge taught the spirit returning sect a lesson, but didn't he also teach you a lesson?" Everyone pondered in unison as Fu Enshu continued. "Before coming here, I have already told you about the situation of the vast ocean world that year. Still, after the successive changes, the situation here is already very different. That year, of the 7 pillars of good, Changli Mountain and the spirit returning sect were both close to Water Crystal Palace. The 3 sects joined forces against the Blood Dragon sect, Myriad Sword Pool, Spirit Rhino Island and the Blazing Wind sect. Currently, the Blood Dragon sect has already been destroyed, Spirit Rhino Island unable to recover from this setback. Meanwhile, Changli Mountain's strength has increased greatly, their chief Gao Qianzhong having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, becoming a martial saint expert not inferior to the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi. He also does not fear the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating sinking sword. Fu Enshu said slowly, "The relationship between the great sects is already different from how it was in the past. Those of Broad Creed Mountain all understood. The relationship between Changli Mountain and Water Crystal Palace will definitely turn from being allies to being enemies. With us being close to Changli Mountain, senior apprentice brother Yan's actions are equivalent to pulling the spirit returning sect which was still close to Water Crystal Palace over to Changli Mountain's side." Fu Enshu nodded. "That's right, it is precisely so. Leaving Green Snake Island behind would also leave the spirit returning sect with a sense of danger, at the same time leaving them with the thought of personally exterminating their mortal enemy. The 2 sides might have initially been competing over Dao traditions, but after so many years having slain and killed countless enemies, their enmity has long since become as deep as the seas." Ah Hu blinked. "But what if Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool join forces?" Fu Enshu said, "In the Dragon Tomb Myriad Sword Pool has gained little. While Water Crystal Palace's gains are not as great as Changli Mountain's, they are still considerable. The increase in their strength can be foreseen. While there has been no news of Water Crystal Palace in the vast ocean world these past 8 years, this precisely means that they are currently accumulating their strength, awaiting a metamorphosis. Perhaps Palace Lord Lin Shi has advanced a step further, or perhaps they have refined a sacred artifact of their own." Hearing her words, everyone nodded in unison. This way Water Crystal Palace's strength will skyrocket, stably sitting on the throne of the #1 sect of the vast ocean world. It would indeed be impossible for Myriad Sword Pool to join forces with them. Instead, the possibility of them joining forces with Changli Mountain is greater. Taking in the spirit returning sect and weakening Water Crystal Palace is also a must. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sighed emotionally. While this is so, it is easier said than done. Other than senior apprentice brother Yan, how many others could so easily change the situation of the world? Senior apprentice brother Yan said that he would not go all out, but with just a casual move of his, he has already caused the winds and clouds to change. Fu Enshu looked at Sikong Qing. "Before absolute power, all trickery and trickery are useless." These words are true, but how many people are born with absolute power? In the process of unceasingly climbing towards the peak, there are some things that one has to pay attention to. You can choose not to use it yourself, but you have to understand it at the very least, preventing enemies from targeting you. There is a saying called killing with a borrowed knife. You have to be wary of the edge that you have painstakingly sharpened becoming a knife in the hands of others. Sikong Qing was silent for a moment before she nodded, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge smiled, saying, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu speaks too seriously. I am not as good as you praise me to be. In baiting the turtle this time, it is those who are willing to take the bait. While the spirit returning sect is being used by us, they will also gain something. Whether they will suffer a loss or gain an advantage is still uncertain. It's just that when we give them, their gains will be in our hands. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge passed a jade coin to Fu Enshu. Keep this jade coin, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. The contents of the first volume of the Xuanwu Fist scripture are recorded within. It is already sufficient. As for how to keep this turtle on our hook, you can decide. Receiving the jade coin, Fu Enshu nodded, saying, Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. They arrived at Changli Mountain. Some of the Changli Mountain martial practitioners who had received the news earlier were already waiting at the edge of the directionless sea. However, upon learning that the chief of the spirit returning sect, Lu Feng, was actually going to Changli Mountain to pay a visit as well, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all taken aback. As the news spread, it attracted the attention of all the other major powers, especially Water Crystal Palace. Amidst their shock, the various major powers all mobilized their manpower to investigate. In the end, the news that they obtained left them all speechless for a time. Yin Zhaoge grasped the direct lineage of Xuanwu. The martial legacies of the spirit returning sect had hopes of improving further. As the news spread, the vast ocean world was shaken. While the spirit returning sect was inferior to powers like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, they had always been one of the few powerful sects of the vast ocean world. Chapter 616. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. As the news spread, Water Crystal Palace and Green Snake Island were the ones who felt the most upset. Water Crystal Palace seemed to already see the spirit returning sect leaving them, entering the embrace of Changli Mountain. Meanwhile, Guanjingqiong and the others of Green Snake Island wished that they could smash their heads against the ground. The spirit returning sect desired to see the complete Xuanwu Fist scripture in order to improve their martial legacies. How was it not the same for Green Snake Island? What worried them even more now was that if the spirit returning sect successfully advanced, Green Snake Island would be facing a calamity of destruction at any time. The chief of Green Snake Island, the Green Snake Madam, Guanjingqiong, really did not know how she should face the ancestors of Green Snake Island now. Hearing that Yin Zhaoge had reappeared in the vast ocean world, the other major powers paid close attention to him as well. Even the ongoing great battle between the forces of good and evil had temporarily come to a halt, with no one stirring up any major conflicts as they all paid close attention to what Yin Zhaoge would do now that he had reappeared. Yin Zhaoge had no intention of doing anything else, just meeting the chief of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong. They naturally exchanged some pleasantries. Having successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Gao Tianzhong's strength was comparable to that of Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Shi and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, replacing the fallen evil Saint Lin Qianqing as one of the three heavyweights of the vast ocean world. However, Gao Tianzhong's mind was very calm. He also thought that while there had been no activity from Water Crystal Palace recently, its strength had actually been increasing in secret. Gao Tianzhong naturally welcomed Yin Zhaoge's reappearance. He now more or less understood that Yin Zhaoge did not intend to reign supreme over a region of the vast ocean world, at least not for the time being. It was just that with more of Yin Zhaoge's fellow disciples appearing in the vast ocean world this time, those of Changli Mountain still secretly paid attention to him. Chief Gao, this Yin will be leaving soon. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. My fellow disciples may be a bother to your sect, so please take care of them, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Gao Tianzhong and the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. From Yin Zhaoge's words, it actually seemed like he would not appear for a long time. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Gao Tianzhong still did not hesitate in the slightest as he replied, Mr. Yin is too polite. Our sect naturally welcomes a friend who has come from afar. With both sides enjoying themselves, Yin Zhaoge and the others left while the spirit returning sect's Lu Feng remained behind. While they had come for Yin Zhaoge's Jinwu Fist scripture, since they had decided to stay far away from Water Crystal Palace and approach Changli Mountain, the spirit returning sect naturally had many matters to discuss with Changli Mountain. Yin Zhaoge and the others exited the Great Hall together, their gazes simultaneously falling on Su Fei. Xue Fei and Shi Jun had already remained in the vast ocean world for over 15 years. While Xue Fei still appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, he was actually already close to 50. He had not wasted his time in these years either. He had long since become an Essence Talisman level martial grandmaster expert. His current age was extremely young in comparison to his lifespan. Yan Zhaoge asked, "How is sister-in-law Yuzhen?" Due to her heavy injuries, Ying Yuzhen's lifespan had been shortened. Now that more than 10 years had passed, if there was no improvement, her situation would not be very optimistic. Xue Fei smiled. "Jun is looking after her. Thanks to the purple bamboo immortal pistol we found a few years ago, her lifespan was extended a little. Her situation is already much better now, just that she has yet to awaken." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge sighed in relief. "There are purple bamboo immortal pistols in this vast ocean world? That's good then." Methods to extend one's lifespan were rare in the first place. With Ying Yuzhen's unique situation, many methods could not be used, and many spirit medicines could not be easily consumed. Therefore there were even fewer methods available. Purple bamboo immortal pistols had not been found in the Eight Extremities world and the Floating Life world. Unexpectedly they were found here in the vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally at how the heavens always left a way out. They arrived at the back mountains of Changli Mountain. Within a courtyard stood a youth who looked to be around 27 or 28 years of age, his gaze firm and his features handsome. Senior Apprentice Granduncle Fu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen. This youth was precisely Shi Jun. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the others, a joyous smile appeared on his face. After first greeting Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, he greeted the other fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. While Feng Yunxing, Xikong Qing and the others had long since known that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, seeing Shi Jun who looked completely like a handsome youth now, they were still rather unused to it. Ying Longtu raised his head dazedly, looking at Shi Jun who was almost a head taller than him. Back at Broad Creed Mountain that year, the two had been close in age, their relationship having been rather good. It was just that their former companion had suddenly been more than 10 years older than him. This had truly caused Han Long-er, who had already been gradually enlightened, to feel like his brain was no longer enough to process. It was Shi Jun who maintained his smile as he solemnly bowed towards Ying Longtu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Ying. No need for formalities." A rather dazed Ying Longtu stuttered a little. The others had originally still been a little unnatural, but seeing Ying Longtu's current appearance, they instead all smiled, no longer feeling so awkward. Standing beside Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge secretly sent him a sound transmission. "Senior Apprentice Brother Su, in returning to the Eight Extremities world this time, I got Ahu to make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion and meet Senior Apprentice Sister Xie." Xue Fei's gaze hardened as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Ahu. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards Ahu, who scratched the back of his head. "Brother Fei, I met Miss Xie Yuchan. According to young master's instructions, I invited her to come to the vast ocean world as well." Miss Xie declined. Still, she said that if you return to the Eight Extremities world in the future, please make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion. Ahu was rather puzzled. I specifically asked around and found out that Miss Xie did not have a new lover. Still, why hasn't she come? Yan Zhaoge elbowed him, laughing as he scolded, "What are you talking about?" Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh, while Xue Fei could not help but laugh as well, shaking his head. "I more or less understand the reason for her not coming. Rest assured, after this matter is over, I will definitely find a way to return to the Eight Extremities world to see her." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Now that Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu and so many of our fellow disciples are here, there is no longer a need for you to keep an eye on sister-in-law Yuzhen and Juna. I will leave the lofty prestige mirror with you, also imparting you the mirror dimensional traversing technique. Roughly a year later, when the lofty prestige mirror has fully recovered, you will be able to return to the Eight Extremities world on your own. Make the best use of your time. Otherwise, by the time you return, you will have already surpassed them by 2 generations." Xue Fei ignored Yan Zhaoge's teasing as he instead frowned, asking, "I can indeed rest easy here. Still, if you give me the treasure, what about yourself?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "There is no need to use the lofty prestige mirror in heading to the world beyond worlds. After getting there, I might not be able to use it." Seeing that Xue Fei's brows were still tightly knit, Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. "Having chatted with old man Mo before coming, I heard him mention that there are some things in the world beyond worlds. If they have yet to be severed, I naturally have other methods." The mirror-dimensional traversing technique is not the only way to establish a temporary dimensional passageway. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Shuefei finally relaxed. When do you leave? Yan Zhaoge said calmly, right now. Chapter 617. Now. Su Fei looked rather puzzledly at Yan Zhaoge. Martial practitioners who had yet to surpass the third level of the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to ascend to the world beyond worlds, as they could only do so via the wounds of the sky. Yan Zhaoge had previously given a simple introduction of that paper fan of divine wood. Shuefei already knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed a treasure that could protect him from the power of dimensions. But if he wanted to find the wound of the sky, where was it? With Yan Zhaoge's current methods, he was still unable to forcibly rip apart the boundary between the world beyond worlds and the vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge smiled. A wound of the sky once appeared in the vast ocean world. That person of the dim darkness sect came from there. The wounds of the sky wall will not exist forever. The power of the domain will heal them, but it will be much easier to break open the places that were once torn. As for the place, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice brother Su, you should also be able to guess it. When Su Fei heard this, he pondered for a moment, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Tribulation Wind Mountain? Yan Zhaoge nodded. While I cannot be certain if my guess is not wrong, when the dim darkness sect's Liang Jichao descended, the wound of the sky was most likely in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Tribulation Wind Mountain was an extremely dangerous place of the vast ocean world, a forbidden zone for humans as it was located on the mainland. That place was shrouded by terrifying storms all year round, and even space itself was distorted by them. Even martial sage realm experts did not dare to step into that place easily. Yan Zhaoge said, if the situation in the world beyond worlds is stable, I will think of a way to descend again and bring sister-in-law Yuzhen up. There might be more methods that I can think of over there that will definitely be able to help her make a complete recovery. Fortunately, with the purple bamboo immortal pistol extending her lifespan, we have much more time. Shuefei said, be careful on this trip. Yan Zhaoge smiled, of course. After bidding farewell to Su Fei, Fu Enshu and the others, Yan Zhaoge set off for the region of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Arriving in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain, Zhang Xian realized that it lived up to its name. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with storms, and it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Standing beside him, Feng Yunxing and Ah Hu cupped their eyes with their hands as they looked at the tragic scene and gasped. Young master, are you sure it's here? Ah Hu grimaced. Pan Pan, who was sitting beneath them, was sprawled on the ground, his two front paws covering his eyes as he let out a weak roar, seemingly agreeing with Ah Hu's words. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. After investigating the area, I'm even more certain that this is the place. Feng Yunxing looked up at the sky. If it's really here, what should we do? Yan Zhaoge smiled. I already thought about it back in the Eight Extremities world. He said to Ah Hu, take out all the things I asked you to prepare. The moment Ah Hu woke up, he hurriedly flipped through his shadow-shrinking pouch, pulling out a large pile of things. Crystal stones, talisman papers, green jade, gold and iron, and all kinds of other things. Every one of them was extremely huge, weighing more than 100 kilograms. Among them, there was even a peculiar sapling that flickered with a faint green light. Yan Zhaoge said, let us retreat. Saying thus, he led Feng Yunxing, Ah Hu and Pan Pan in retreat, while the Northern Ocean clone took those treasures before flying off in the direction of Tribulation Wind Mountain. The Northern Ocean clone possessed shocking strength as he forcibly broke through the storms on the outskirts, nearing Tribulation Wind Mountain itself. However, the further in he went, the more intense the storms of Tribulation Wind Mountain became. At the end, even the Northern Ocean clone found it hard to advance. The imperious cold martial armor appeared on his body, the fish dragon spear appearing in his palm. The Northern Ocean clone brandished the spear, a majestic force temporarily parting the storms, opening up a path for him. Just like that, supported by the two sacred artifacts, the Northern Ocean clone forcibly opened up a path, finally arriving at the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Here the storms had reached their peak, even distorting and ripping space apart. Even the Northern Ocean clone would be hard-pressed to remain here for a long time. He made good use of his time, forcing back the storms and landing at the peak of the mountain. With a wave of his palm, various spirit treasures of various kinds landed at the peak of the mountain, directly forming a massive formation. Beneath the assault of the storms, these spirit treasures were virtually about to be shattered in an instant. Fortunately, the Northern Ocean clone reacted quickly enough, stabbing the fish dragon spear into the peak of the mountain. A massive barrier instantly arose, blocking the storms for an instant. Making use of this time, the formation stabilized. At the center of the grand formation, that jade-green sapling planted its roots, growing with the wind as it actually instantly transformed into a great tree that towered into the heavens. The next moment, a streak of jade light shot into the skies from the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Where the jade light passed, those terrifying storms were actually all drawn over by it, congregating at one point before shooting into the clouds together. In the distance, Yan Zhaoge and the others could feel the heavens and earth shaking unceasingly. The originally dim sky now turned even more blurry and indistinct. Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He seemed to vaguely see a faint light flickering within the sky. A moment later, he confirmed that it had not been a misconception on his part. Radiance had truly appeared within the sky, a long streak that resembled the sky being ripped apart as a scar was formed. Yan Zhaoge had once seen this scene in the Eight Extremities world when he had obstructed the descent of Zhang Chao and the others of the Radiant Light sect. It was precisely a wound of the sky. Numerous streaks of light descended from the sky as the sonorous voice of the great Tao seemed to resound by their ears. Feng Yunxing, Ah Hu and Pan Pan all raised their heads, their eyes wide as they stared at that shocking scene. Yan Zhaoge howled, bringing the others along as they approached Tribulation Wind Mountain. The storms in the surroundings of Tribulation Wind Mountain temporarily rose into the sky as the Earth's surface instead calmed down. The Northern Ocean clone swept along Yan Zhaoge and the others, his figure resembling a great rock that soared into the nine heavens as he shot directly towards the wound of the sky. As they neared the wound of the sky, they instantly felt a boundless, immense force assaulting them. This boundless, immense force did not just originate from the outside world as it originated from within the bodies of Yan Zhaoge and the others. It intermingled internally and externally, omnipresent yet irresistible. Not only did the distorted, chaotic feeling cause one's fleshly body to feel pain as though it was about to be ripped apart and shattered, even one's soul was similarly thrown into disorder as they virtually descended into insanity. Their cultivation bases were insufficient as they passed through the wound of the sky. Not only would their fleshly body be reduced to a mist of blood and dust, even their soul would similarly be extinguished. This was truly the outcome of having their body and soul extinguished. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, taking out that paper fan that he had obtained from a dim darkness sect martial practitioner and opening it with a swoosh. Stimulated by his true essence, radiance that resembled green whilst also gold surged, penetrating the heavens and penetrating the earth. The illusory silhouette of radiance seemed to form a massive tree that resembled a heavenly pillar, enveloping Tribulation Wind Mountain from below while its crown directly shot into the wound of the sky from above. The light pillar transformed into a perfectly straight tree trunk. While Yan Zhaoge and the others could still feel the terrifying threat of the power of dimensions within, their movements instantly became much smoother. The Northern Ocean clone made use of this chance, bringing Yan Zhaoge and the others along as they shot into the sky, traversing that crack in the sky which glowed with radiance. While it seemed like it had only been a short instant, Yan Zhaoge felt as though he had traversed the long river of countless years. Vast spiritual chi surged through his body, shaking his mind. When the light had dissipated, Yan Zhaoge could only feel as though the world before his eyes had suddenly opened up, a clear sky appearing above his head as spiritual chi roiled between the heavens and the earth, flowing without end. For an instant, Yan Zhaoge actually felt somewhat like he had returned to the great thousand worlds of pre-great calamity times. This world beyond worlds is truly indescribably wondrous. While this was his first time here, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that he had not come to the wrong place. This was indeed the world beyond worlds. Still, a clamor resounded by his ear. As Yan Zhaoge gazed over, blazing fire rampaged on the vast earth before him, floods surging to the heavens as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The flames of war had clearly raged where he had descended. Chapter 618. It can't be again? Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The situation before him was extremely similar to when he had arrived in the vast ocean world for the second time. Beside him, Ah Hu and Feng Yunxing could not help but glance at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, why is it that wherever we go there is a battle?" Ah Hu grinned, asking. Yan Zhaoge answered exasperatedly, "How would I know?" What was slightly better than last time was that they had not landed directly in the center of the battlefield this time, simultaneously facing the attacks of both sides. Still, The great battle before them was even more intense than the conflict between the spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island earlier. The two sides were already completely enraged as blood flowed like rivers. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge and the others could see corpses littering the ground. Fresh blood had already accumulated on the ground, already close to drying up as it resembled a black swamp. Within the sky, martial grandmasters were currently in an intense battle, winds surging and clouds surging as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. On the ground, there were martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases who were also locked in an intense battle, the scene even more tragic. Radiance flickered over the distant horizon, a vigorous force that shook one's heart surging unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, feeling that martial saint experts were currently clashing there. While they were far away, Yan Zhaoge and the others could still feel the great earth beneath their feet shaking unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone both retracted their auras as he carefully appraised the two sides currently battling. To Yan Zhaoge, while the cultivation bases of these people could not be said to be very high, he was still able to see through many things. After watching for a while, Feng Yunxing and Whose expressions grew much more solemn as well. The world beyond worlds is indeed extraordinary. Other than being more abundant in spiritual qi, the martial arts cultivated in by the martial practitioners here are mostly outstanding as well. Who muttered, "I wonder what the background of these people are." Who murmured, "I don't know what the background of these people are, but the martial arts they are executing, placed in the Eight Extremities world, while they are inferior to the direct lineages of sacred grounds, they are also definitely not something the legacies of those first and second-rate powers can compare to." Feng Yunxing pondered for a moment. According to Zhaoge's words of Old Man Mo, while much of the essence of legacies from before the Great Calamity is also missing, it is preserved more completely than in the Eight Extremities world. There are even Dao legacies like the dim radiant sect that have not been severed. The level of the martial arts here is even higher than in the Eight Extremities world. She surveyed her surroundings. The spiritual qi here is so abundant, and there are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well as resources that are much more abundant than in the Eight Extremities world. Who stared at both sides of the battle. One side's troops are advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. It looks like they're in a military formation. Yan Zhaoge did not speak. He too had the same feeling. A group of armor-clad cultivators gathered together. Although their cultivations were not outstanding, they formed a formation. Their qi and blood surged into the sky as they attacked their enemies with the weight of Mount Tai. Everyone's power was concentrated in one place, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. It was clear that they were jointly using some kind of powerful battle formation. More than 1,000 body refinement martial artists had formed a battle formation, and with their combined forces, they had completely routed the group of evolved masters. On the other side there was a great grandmaster martial artist. His strength swept across, and even 1,000-man battle formation could not withstand it. However, in this military formation, there were not only body-tempering martial artists, but also many martial Dao grandmasters. Under their guidance, the battle formation unleashed even greater power, at the same time also feeding it back to these martial scholars. The two sides joined forces, jointly resisting the martial grandmaster opponents before them. There was not just a single such battle formation. Under the command of a leader, several battle formations joined together, their power stacking and increasing unceasingly. While there was a limit to the power of a battle formation, the opponent was only a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. For a time he was also pushed back unceasingly by this torrent of steel. On the army side, there were similarly martial grandmaster experts leading them. With the assistance of the battle formation, the individual martial practitioners were instantly unable to withstand it. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at this scene. The higher one's cultivation base, the harder it was for those below to defeat those above to obtain victory through numbers. This was because there were not many battle formations that could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of martial saint experts. Let alone martial saints, even martial grandmasters would find it hard to join forces. It was already a very rare situation for him to use the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to join forces with Yan Di, Old Man Mo and the others to resist the Flame Devils. However, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation could only be formed by 4 people. Still, when everyone's cultivation bases were rather low, a massive number of martial practitioners with low cultivation bases joining forces could indeed make up for the difference in their cultivation bases with numbers. This scene before him was the best example of this. Scanning the entire battlefield, Yan Zhaoge's gaze suddenly hardened slightly. "Oh?" Opening the door with good news, it was smoother than I had thought. With the situation unclear, with even the identities of the two sides still yet to be ascertained, Yan Zhaoge originally had no intention of interfering. He had only been waiting for the battle to calm down a little before casually grabbing someone to ask about it. However, looking carefully, he suddenly discovered a black-clothed middle-aged man. While this black-clothed middle-aged man was already a martial grandmaster, there was also an armored martial grandmaster leading the group who seemed to be an officer staring at him. Heavily outnumbered, this black-clothed middle-aged man instantly fell into danger. When Yan Zhaoge discovered him, he was currently being stabbed in the chest with a spear. The reason for Yan Zhaoge's attention was that this person's attire was clearly the same as that of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Liang Jichao who had died in the Dragon Tomb. This was very likely a Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner as well. On the battlefield, facing the enemy's formation, the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners were already beginning to crumble as they fled in all directions. Struck by a spear, the black-clothed middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a youth in embroidered clothes beside him was greatly shocked as he hurriedly carried him on his back before turning and fleeing. Seeing their opponents beginning to crumble, the armored army dispersed as well, beginning to pursue and slay their fleeing enemies. To them, the heads of their enemies were all meritorious deeds. The youth in embroidered clothes fled with the black-clothed middle-aged man on his back, traversing mountains and traversing ravines. After fleeing for who knew how long, there was no one before him. Just as he was about to stop and catch his breath, a sound that resembled the roar of thunder suddenly resounded behind him. Shocked, the youth in embroidered clothes looked back, seeing a martial grandmaster leading a group of armored martial practitioners in pursuit. Looking at the black-clothed middle-aged man behind him, a smile appeared on their faces. Traitors of the Dim Darkness sect are more valuable than other traitors. The iron hooves of the enemy instantly arrived before him. The youth's face turned pale as despair appeared within his eyes. Could it be that I am going to die here today? As he thought this, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred. The world before those armored martial practitioners similarly blurred as they discovered that a handsome youth wearing a white robe and a black-bordered blue shirt had appeared within the forest, blocking before their target. The sabers and spears in their hands descended. The other party did not move at all as he just stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The next moment, all the armored martial practitioners were sent flying backwards, blood spurting from their mouths as they died on the spot. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he swiveled his head to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man who was already heavily injured and unconscious before shifting his gaze to that youth in embroidered clothes who was still rather dazed. You are also a descendant of the Dim Darkness sect. Chapter 619. From the words of Deng Xin, Yang Zhanhua, Sun Hao and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Yan Zhaoge already knew that the current language of the world beyond worlds was extremely similar to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Although there were some changes, they were very close. In most situations, they could even be used interchangeably without affecting communication. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, a grateful look appeared on this youth's face, but he was also rather guarded against him. He hesitated slightly for a moment before saying, I am not a disciple of the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge smiled, You don't have to be so nervous. I am not on the same side as your enemy, here to trick you into saying something. If not for the fact that this person of the Dim Darkness sect is currently heavily injured and unconscious, I would have originally intended to question him. I inadvertently found a corpse which was left behind by a transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the Dim Darkness sect after his death that year. Wanting to return it to the sect now, I sought a descendant of the Dim Darkness sect. The young man in embroidered clothes cupped his hands. No matter what, I still have to thank you for saving my life. Looking at that black-clothed martial practitioner, he said, The Xian crooks are tyrannical, bewitching the masses. The Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other sects all rose up in revolt, wanting to overthrow the tyrannical regime of the Xian crooks. Martial practitioners of the various lands all responded to this, their followers as numerous as the clouds. I am merely a mere part of them. Mr. Zhang Chensong is an old acquaintance of mine. It was due to his influence that I decided to join the great cause of resisting the Xian bandits. Still, I am indeed not a disciple of the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. May I ask if this is the Royal Reed Sea? The youth in embroidered clothes was taken aback once more. This is indeed the Royal Reed Sea. Sire, Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. I am not someone of the Royal Reed Sea. As I said before, I have come here to send the remains of a senior of the Dim Darkness sect back home. The young man in embroidered clothes mumbled, "You are truly an expert, having the style of the ancients." He relaxed a little and his chatterbox gradually opened up. Only now did Yan Zhaoge know that many changes had occurred in the Royal Reed Sea as compared to when Old Man Mo had still been around in the past. More than 100 years ago, an expert had descended upon the Royal Reed Sea, calling himself the Xian King as he expanded his territory here, finally establishing the foundation of the Grand Xian dynasty. In the end, the Grand Xian dynasty ruled over the Royal Reed Sea, which was even vaster than the entire Eight Extremities world. Besides the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and a few other peak powers, the other martial practitioners who were active in the Royal Reed Sea all submitted to the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers also temporarily avoiding their edge. However, over 10 years ago the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Xian King, had perished, causing the overall strength of the Grand Xian dynasty to suffer greatly as well. The Xuanmu kings of the past had always been tyrannical and cruel in their rule. This was especially so for the current third-generation King Xuanmu, who was arrogant and licentious as he had exerted great pressure on the martial practitioners of the Royal Reed Sea. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty was on a decline, internal strife instantly arose. Meanwhile, the powers at the head of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect even began brazenly attacking the Grand Xian dynasty, the flames of war currently raging throughout the entire Royal Reed Sea. Even as they resisted the Grand Xian dynasty, they were also inciting the experts that the Grand Xian dynasty had gathered to rebel against them, also drawing in the other martial practitioners of the Royal Reed Sea regardless of their cultivation bases as they rebelled together, shaking the foundations of the Grand Xian dynasty's rule in all aspects. This heavily injured and unconscious Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Zhang Qiansong and his companions were doing precisely this. Meanwhile, the Grand Xian dynasty was naturally doing their utmost to suppress them as well, the two sides locked in a fierce battle. It was not just here before them as the chaos of war spread throughout the entire Royal Reed Sea. Yan Zhaoge nodded repeatedly as he heard this. The more chaotic the better. The more chaotic the situation is, the more convenient it will be for us to reap benefits from the fire. From the looks of it now, it was not just the Dim Darkness sect who was their nemesis. The Radiant Light sect also had other enemies in the Royal Reed Sea. It was just a pity that the Grand Xian dynasty was not a good partner to work with. Just from how the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, these two mortal enemies, had even joined forces to attack them, it could be seen how unpopular the Grand Xian dynasty was. Also, this Grand Xian dynasty was used to being domineering and overbearing. Working with them would really be asking a tiger for its skin. Still, the current chaos in the Royal Reed Sea was indisputably more beneficial to Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. After all, if a massive entity like the Radiant Light sect went all out, it would be sufficient to suppress worlds like the Eight Extremities world or the Vast Ocean world. According to Old Man Mo, ever since the Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had perished, the Dim Radiant sect had suffered a great loss in strength, a great number of its peak experts having perished as it had finally fallen apart. Even so, however, the Radiant Light sect had still had experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm that year. Also, as compared to the Eight Extremities world, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sect. Meanwhile, in the world beyond worlds, their cultivation bases would not be suppressed as they would be able to fight at their peak state. Looking at the youth in embroidered clothes before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled. After talking for so long, I still don't know how I should address you? The youth hesitated slightly. Yan Zhaoge had saved him and Zhang Qiansong. It would really be impolite of him not to give his name. Still, he was still a little worried that Yan Zhaoge was of the Grand Xian dynasty and was playing hard to get. The Wei family he hailed from was rather famous in the Phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea. As soon as he said his surname, most people who had heard of him would be able to associate him with the Wei family. It had been his own idea to follow Zhang Qiansong to rebel against the Grand Xian back then, keeping it a secret from the seniors of his family. After a while the youth sighed, still answering honestly, I am Wei Lang. I wonder how I should address benefactor. I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. While news of this might reach the ears of the Radiant Light sect, Yan Zhaoge did not give a fake name. Appraising Wei Lang, he said rather interestedly, from the martial arts that you executed, while they could not be said to be supreme, there are still merits to it. The sect or family that you hail from should not be nameless, right? If he was someone of the Grand Xian dynasty, using the name of the Wei family, it would be sufficient for them to make things difficult for him. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Wei Lang instead heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that Yan Zhaoge was indeed not a native of the royal Reed Sea. Relaxing greatly, he said, "This is a supreme martial art that has been passed down in my family. My Wei family is also somewhat famous in this phoenix-bearing region of the royal Reed Sea." Yan Zhaoge looked at that black-clothed martial practitioner. "He is called Zhang Qiansong? His injuries are rather serious, and it looks like he won't be able to wake up for a while. Do you know how to contact the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners?" Wei Lang said rather awkwardly, "Brother Yan, I did not lie. I am indeed not a disciple of the dim darkness sect. As for the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners, while I have seen a few of them before, I do not know how to contact them." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead, smiling bitterly within his heart. This really is. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge communicated with the Northern Ocean clone via a thought, the latter stealthily leaving. In having come to the world beyond worlds this time, on one hand, he had ascertained the situation and contacted his enemies of the Radiant Light sect. On the other hand, he had to think of a way to prevent those of the Radiant Light sect from obtaining the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. While he might be able to contact the dim darkness sect now, it was still uncertain when he would be able to make any progress. Therefore Yan Zhaoge decided to work on both fronts at once. He would contact the dim darkness sect while the Northern Ocean clone would go investigate the matter of the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. With Feng Yunxing by his side, if he obtained any clues regarding the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary, he would not have to worry about any delays. Wei Lang naturally did not detect anything at all as he was currently looking worriedly at the unconscious Zhang Qiansong. Now, Wei Lang's expression suddenly changed as he retrieved a paper crane formed of spirit talismans from his bosom. As the paper crane flapped its wings, Wei Lang was rather shocked. "A senior of my family is nearby, currently looking for me." Chapter 620. Requesting subscriptions. Requesting monthly tickets. Glancing at the paper crane, Yan Zhaoge knew that this was a special secret communication technique that was commonly used amongst family members, making it easy for the elders to find and rescue the juniors. A moment later, a group of people appeared before Yan Zhaoge and the others. The one at their head was a middle-aged man. Seeing him, Wei Lang called out rather embarrassedly, "Second uncle?" The middle-aged man looked first at Yan Zhaoge and the others before looking at Wei Lang, sighing, "Lang, our big brother and I were both very worried about you." Wei Lang hurriedly said, "It was my fault for making father and second uncle worry." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, seeing that his expression was as per usual, he introduced, "Brother Yan, this is my second uncle, Ascending Yunxing. Second uncle, this is brother Yan Zhaoge. He saved me just now." Hearing his words, Wei Yunxing cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. "Many thanks for saving this nephew." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "You are polite, Mr. Wei." Looking at Zhang Qiansong, Wei Lang said slowly, "Second uncle, Mr. Zhang is injured. You?" Wei Yunxing shook his head, "I already told you before not to mess around with those of the dim darkness sect. If they can't stay in the phoenix-bearing region, they can just leave. But where can my Wei family go?" Wei Lang said in a low tone, "Second uncle, the Xian crooks have always been domineering. Our Wei family has also suffered greatly from them, being exploited and oppressed. Now that they have lost their destiny, it is a great time to overthrow them." Wei Yunxing said, "You are still young. Without the Grand Xian, there will still be other powers who will reign supreme. It will not be our Wei family's turn." Wei Lang muttered, "It can't be worse than being trampled on by the Grand Xian." Looking at Zhang Qiansong in deep thought, Wei Yunxing glanced at Yan Zhaoge and the others, asking via sound transmission, "Why did these people save you? Was it just because they saw injustice and drew their swords to help?" "Actually, they should mainly be wanting to save Mr. Zhang." Wei Lang answered honestly, "This brother Yan is not a native of the royal Reed Sea. Instead, he is escorting the remains of a dim darkness sect senior back to his hometown. Still, he does not know how to contact the dim darkness sect. You also know that the main altar of the dim darkness sect is mysterious and unfathomable. Few in the outside world know about it." Wei Yunxing mused for a moment and sighed, "Forget it. Since that's the case, bring them back to Labor Wind City first." When Wei Lang heard this, he felt a little uneasy. If I bring them back to the clan, will they bring danger to the clan? If he had to risk his life and spill his blood, he would have no qualms about it. However, there were the old, weak women and children in his family. If they were targeted by the Grand Shen dynasty, he dared not think too much about the consequences. Wei Yunxing said, With me protecting you, it would instead be harder for your tracks to be exposed. Otherwise, if you were to be captured by the people of the Grand Shen dynasty while roaming the outside world, your clan would still be implicated. Wei Lang was a little embarrassed. Thank you, second uncle. He went to tell Yan Zhaoge about it, and Yan Zhaoge did not mind as he immediately nodded. Since that is so, I will be troubling you. Under the cover of the Wei clan's martial practitioners, the group quickly traversed mountains and rivers. Only now did Yan Zhaoge and the others have the time to carefully sense everything that was happening in the world beyond worlds. Looking up, the spirit chi veins crisscrossed in the sky, almost visible to the naked eye. The clear blue sky was not purely blue. Instead, it seemed to have a faint green luster. Day and night were not so distinct. At night, it was also not like places like the Eight Extremities world where the bright starry sky could be seen. The night sky was not completely black. Instead, it seemed to be covered by a layer of blurry white gauze as it appeared completely dusky. Extremely bright starlight would suddenly streak across the horizon from time to time. While it was not like the great sun which illuminated the entire world, the starlight was still extremely bright and dazzling. It was only for a fleeting moment as it seemed to pass through the world itself. It is like we are within the river of stars, Feng Yunxing murmured. Even if we are not, we are still close to the sea of stars. Yan Zhaoge smiled. This is the world beyond worlds. While it could not compare to the heavenly court of the 9 heavens of pre-great calamity times, it was no ordinary world either. After traveling for a few days, a majestic city appeared on the horizon. Half of it was on land while the other half was on the vast ocean, not moving at all despite the waves of the ocean as it had a rather majestic aura. Gazing at the city in the distance, Yan Zhaoge knew that this was Labor Wind City, one of the major cities of the phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea. The Wei family of which Wei Lang and Wei Yunxing hailed from was the ruler of this place. The patriarch was Wei Lang's father and Wei Yunxing's elder brother, Wei Yunchang. Wei Yunchang looked at Wei Lang rather sternly as Wei Lang was unable to raise his head under his gaze. Still, Wei Yunchang did not punish Wei Lang in front of Yan Zhaoge as he just received Yan Zhaoge's group, thanking them for saving Wei Lang. Yan Zhaoge and the others were settled in. Zhang Qinsong was also taken care of. Beneath Yan Zhaoge's methods, Zhang Qinsong's injuries gradually began to recover as he soon regained consciousness. Liang Jichao? That was a figure of my grandmaster's generation. It is rumored that he went to the lower worlds that year, though there has been no news of him since. Zhang Qinsong's face was pale. Does this mean that senior apprentice granduncle Yang has really perished? Yan Zhaoge held that wooden fan in one hand, waving lightly with the other. Enveloped by streams of clear qi, a white skeleton appeared, garbed in a robe similar to that of Zhang Qinsong's. Zhang Qinsong struggled to place his finger on the skeleton, infusing his aura qi within. After sensing it for a moment, he said sadly, "While I cannot be certain that it is senior apprentice granduncle Yang, it is indeed our sect's legacy without a doubt." He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. "Thank you for your righteousness." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "No need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of which, it was also a bit of a coincidence that I was able to meet a senior of your sect. It is related to another power of this Royal Reed Sea." Zhang Qinsong raised his brows. "Oh? May I ask which power it is?" Yan Zhaoge said, "The Radiant Light Sect." Zhang Qinsong instantly snorted coldly. "Radiant Light Sect, humph." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Do not misunderstand. My sect and I have no relationship with the Radiant Light Sect. On the contrary, enmity has been sown between us. I wonder if you have any impression of the names Deng Xin, Sun Hao, Lu Feng, Yang Zhanhua and Jinjia?" Zhang Qinsong was shocked. They are all martial saint elders of the Radiant Light Sect, 3 of their direct disciples and 2 of their guest elders. How would I not have heard of them? Among them, Deng Xin is even an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even in the entire Royal Reed Sea, he is a famous figure. Yan Zhaoge grinned. "Doesn't your sect feel that it has already been some time since we have heard any news of them?" Zhang Qinsong was taken aback, only reacting after a while as he looked even more shocked. "They're dead? It's related to your sect?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Actually, there should still be 3 more 3rd-level martial saints. Sadly, I do not know their names. Also, they died not long ago. Your sect might not have received the news in time." Zhang Qinsong sucked in a breath of cold air. "May I ask which sect you hail from?" Chapter 621. While he was grateful to Yan Zhaoge for having escorted Liang Jichao's remains back to the Royal Reed Sea as well as for having saved his and Wei Lang's lives, as a descendant of the dim darkness sect. Even though he was currently in dire straits, Zhang Qiansong still had pride within his heart. However, hearing that the disappearance and death of Deng Sen and the others were all related to Yan Zhaoge and his sect, Zhang Qiansong could not help but feel a chill within his heart. Whether they were direct disciples or guest elders, the deaths of so many martial saint experts was a great loss to the Radiant Light sect, which was a major power with many assets. If it was the dim darkness sect, they too would be unable to remain indifferent about it. This was especially so when Zhang Qiansong heard that it was likely that 3 experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm had perished as well. In total, they had lost a total of 8 martial saints, with 5 of them being experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and Deng Sen being an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Such losses were already extremely massive. Deng Sen was one of the top 5 grand elders of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall. He was a renowned figure in the entire Royal Reed Sea. Looking at Yan Zhaoge again now, Zhang Qiansong could not help but feel deep veneration. Even if the other party was inferior to his dim darkness sect, they were definitely from a major power that could not be underestimated. They might even be even more powerful than he had anticipated. Yan Zhaoge spoke no further as he just smiled mildly. Our sect does not belong to the Royal Reed Sea. I believe that you have never heard of it before. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge did not say anything, Zhang Qiansong did not force him to ask. However, the other party's unfathomable expression did not cause him to look down on him, instead making him even more solemn. If what he said is true, the enmity between them and the Radiant Light sect is already so deep that it cannot be resolved. Perhaps they can become powerful reinforcements for our sect. While we are rebelling against the Shen together now, the Radiant Light sect is still our sect's mortal enemy at the end of the day, Zhang Qiansong thought. Still, we have to be careful of this being a ploy by the Radiant Light sect. While Yan Zhaoge had not mentioned it, Zhang Qiansong had also unconsciously denied the possibility that the other party had come from outside the world beyond worlds. This was similar to the thinking of those of the Radiant Light sect back then, carrying with it some sense of superiority as a major power of the world beyond worlds. In fact, if Deng Sen and so many other experts were to descend into a world outside of the world higher realm, they would basically be able to sweep through everything. There were only extremely few worlds where the martial Dao flourished. While they could not compare to the world beyond worlds, they did not lack experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. The number of people who had ascended from a single world was already not just 1 or 2. However, for one, those worlds were too few in number. Compared to the thousands of lower realms, they were practically negligible. Secondly, even in such a world, there were many sects that existed side by side. Zhang Qiansong had never heard of any lower realm force that had the ability to take down so many powerhouses in Deng Sen's group. As for bringing back Liang Jichao's remains from the lower realms, it wasn't a big deal. Since Liang Jichao could descend to the lower worlds, others in the world beyond worlds could naturally descend and return as well. This, however, was the result of Yan Zhaoge's intentional actions. Everything he said was true, but an incomplete truth was sometimes more misleading than a lie. Zhang Qiansong was merely a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Placed in sects like Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City in the 8 Extremities world, he would not be able to reach the level of core decision-makers, let alone a major power like the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge only needed to establish a connection with higher echelon Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners through him. The more exaggerated Zhang Qiansong's imagination about himself and Broad Creed Mountain, the more he would naturally recommend them. As for what would happen after they learnt the truth, Yan Zhaoge was not too concerned about it. The one who had misunderstood was Zhang Qiansong. Anyway, it wasn't like he was going to submit to the Dim Darkness sect. As Zhang Qiansong pondered on how to send news back to his sect to investigate the situation of Deng Sen's group further, verifying the veracity of Yan Zhaoge's words, he said warmly, "This Zhang is incomparably grateful for having escorted senior apprentice granduncle Yang's remains back to the clan. It is just that I am injured now as well, unable to escort his remains. Can I ask you to help me to the end? I will try to contact the senior experts of my sect to come and receive us. My sect's seniors will definitely repay you for your righteousness as a token of our sincerity." Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. "It's fine. I originally wanted to remain in this Royal Reed Sea for a period of time. Still, my original intention was to understand more about the Radiant Light sect's situation." Zhang Qiansong chuckled. "In this world, other than their own descendants, it would be our sect that understands the Radiant Light sect the most." As Yan Zhaoge and Zhang Qiansong conversed, elsewhere in the Wei family manor, there were also people conversing. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they were arguing. Second brother, why has sixth uncle been alerted? The patriarch Wei Yunchang, who was also Wei Lang's father, was currently gazing solemnly at his younger brother, Wei Yunxing. Wei Yunxing's expression was calm as a white-haired old man beside him snorted coldly. Luckily Yunxing was alert. Otherwise, even this old man wouldn't know how much trouble you unfilial descendants have caused. His gaze swept across Wei Lang beside Wei Yunchang. Swept by his granduncle's gaze, Wei Lang instantly felt a chill run through his entire body. Wei Yunxing said mildly, "Let eldest brother know that General Yang's forces are already on the way, arriving at our Labor Wind City very soon." The bodies of Wei Yunchang and Wei Lang simultaneously jolted. Phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen? The Phoenix-bearing general was the commander of the Grand Xian dynasty's army responsible for guarding the Phoenix-bearing region. Wei Yunchang's face was sunken. Lang acted on his own. Even if he was in the wrong, he would naturally be dealt with according to the family's laws. You actually reported him to the Grand Xian dynasty? Big brother Lang is ignorant, but you're also so naive? Wei Yunxing said, Lang is not the eldest son of the first wife, and he rarely goes out in the past. Most of the time he stays in Labor Wind City, so there are not many people in the Phoenix-bearing region who recognize him. However, when he joined forces with those of the Dim Darkness sect to rebel against the Xian, the martial arts he executed were those of my Wei family. While it would not be easy for others to discover him in the chaotic situation of the battle formation, there would definitely be people who would notice it and become suspicious. The Grand Xian dynasty has long since grown suspicious. Wei Yunchang fell silent. Old granduncle Wei snorted from the side, Yunchang, don't think that I don't know. If not for your tacit consent, how would Wei Lang have been hanging out with those of the Dim Darkness sect? However, you are really too muddle-headed. The Grand Xian dynasty is still far from having been completely wiped out. Is that something that can be rebelled just because you say so? Even though we are usually oppressed and exploited fiercely, at least we are still able to maintain our ancestral family business. But now we may be exterminated at any time. Wei Lang clenched his teeth. I will bear the consequences of my own actions. Do not implicate the family because of me. Our Wei family is a major family. With the current situation, even the Xian bandits would not dare to blindly suppress us. As long as we hand me over, they will most likely still appease the family. Wei Yunxing smiled. Second uncle can be considered to have watched you grow up. How would I want to send you to your death with my own hands? I invited General Yang and the others over to hunt down those of the Dim Darkness sect, not for you. Wei Lang stared. Second uncle? Wei Yunxing smiled coldly. Otherwise, why would I have so kindly invited them to Labor Wind City? If not for your description of their unfathomable strength, I would have taken them down on the spot. Only their heads can protect the Wei clan. Chapter 622. Wei Yunxing's voice caused Wei Lang to tremble in fear. These people surnamed Yen might not be of the Dim Darkness sect, but they are jackals of the same tribe who have come to the Dim Darkness sect. They must be traitors as well. General Yang would be very happy to accept them. Wei Lang's lips trembled. Second uncle, they saved my life earlier. It was also because they believed in us that they came to Labor Wind City. Wei Yunxing smiled coldly. I am also saving your life now, saving all of our lives. Since this brat surnamed Yen is so willing to help others, I believe that he would not be stingy in helping us once more. With their lives, we can save thousands of people of my Wei family. His merit is immeasurable. He should be happy to do so as well. Wei Lang opened his mouth wide, turning to look at his father in panic. His brows knit tightly. Wei Yunchang had just been about to speak when old granduncle Wei said coldly beside him, Today's events are all due to the reckless actions of you father and son Yunchang. Amidst his words, a few figures appeared. Glancing at them, Wei Yunchang's heart sunk. He saw that these were all elders of the Wei family who usually did not manage affairs, instead focusing solely on cultivating. These old monsters were all not beneath his in terms of cultivation basis. This sixth uncle before him was even the #1 expert of the Wei family. While he was the patriarch, with so many elders simultaneously expressing their opposition, Wei Yunchang felt immense pressure. Old granduncle Wei said in a heavy tone, Yunchang, do you still not understand? Yunxing has already contacted General Yang. Why was this old man still forced to leave seclusion? It was precisely because I wanted to capture these traitors with my own hands. Handing them over on our own accord and having them search for us are completely different results. Looking at Wei Yunchang, old granduncle Wei slowed his tone. It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Wei Yunchang said in a heavy tone, the Grand Xin dynasty has acted perversely. Currently the entire royal Reed Sea is against them. While I have tacitly allowed Lang Er to travel with the people of the Dim Darkness sect, aren't you and second brother also standing on the side of the Grand Xin dynasty now? Also, you are the ones who betrayed the Dim Darkness sect. If the Grand Xin dynasty is really overthrown in the future, we will definitely be held accountable by the Dim Darkness sect. Also, we will be hated by them even more than the other powers which are vassals of the Grand Xin dynasty. Wei Yunchang said rather painfully, even if you are not on the same side as the Dim Darkness sect, why must you completely fall out with them like this? Just drive them away from this place. Old granduncle Wei snorted. You, as a clan leader, have really become muddle-headed. It seems like it was indeed a mistake for the clan to hand you the helm back then. You are just like those mediocre people, only seeing that the Grand Xin dynasty has currently fallen into a low ebb, with its founder King Shenwen having perished and the current King Xuanmu being powerless to suppress the world. Yet, do you not think about where the founding ancestor King Xuanqing is? Wei Yunchang was startled. Didn't King Xuanqing die earlier than King Shenwen? Old granduncle Wei said, King Xuanwen's death is something that is certain, but King Xuanqing's whereabouts are unknown. The royal family of the Great Shen dynasty is extremely secretive about it. His death is merely a guess of the masses. Who would dare pat their chest and say that King Xuanqing is definitely dead? Wei Yunchang frowned. King Xuanqing's cultivation base cannot be compared to King Xuanwen's. Even if he is still alive, he might not be able to rule the royal Reed Sea. Old granduncle Wei waved his hand. King Xuanqing and King Xuanmu are both present. Even if the Grand Shen dynasty cannot win, it will be very hard for them to lose. As long as they do not lose, other places aside, this phoenix-bearing region will still be the world of the Grand Shen dynasty. Our Wei family will still be living and flourishing within the territory of the Grand Shen dynasty. How can we offend them? His tone turned stern. Yunchang, you have already committed a grave mistake. Now, it is the entire clan that is bearing the risk alongside you, father and son. Wei Yunxing now said from the side, Sixth uncle, please calm your anger. There is also no need to be in a hurry to act. Old granduncle Wei raised his white brows. Are you worried that this old man will not be able to take down a few juniors? Such a young martial grandmaster is indeed rare. Still, how high can they be? The Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Realm? Wei Yunxing said, firstly, there is no harm in being careful. At the end of the day, we do not know their background, also not knowing if they have experts lying in ambush outside our Labor Wind City. Secondly, from what I heard from their words, it seems that they want to contact other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners over. Under such circumstances, whether the Phoenix-bearing general wants to first capture him or slowly plot against him, it is best that we do not make a decision on our own. I have already truthfully reported the situation to the Phoenix-bearing general. Let's wait for the people of the Grand Shen dynasty to arrive before making a decision. We just need to stabilize the situation here. Hearing his words, old granduncle Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. Keep a close eye on them. He swiveled his head and glanced at the pale Wei Lang. Confine yourself and reflect on your actions. Wei Yunchang's face tensed as he fell silent. Having learned some more about the current situation of the Radiant Light sect from Zhang Qiansong, Yan Zhaoge was very satisfied. Old Man Mo's intelligence had already been a matter of over 100 years ago, as it could only serve as a general reference. Zhang Qiansong, however, had first-hand real-time information that was much more useful. Zhang Qiansong was heavily injured at the end of the day. Also, having been busy contacting his seniors of the Dim Darkness sect as well as conversing with Yan Zhaoge, he very quickly found himself lacking in energy once more. After he had rested, Yan Zhaoge left his room. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed up at the brilliant sky up above as he pondered. The intelligence that Zhang Qiansong had provided earlier surfaced in Yan Zhaoge's mind one by one. Luo Ziyuan, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, was already an expert of the late-seeing divinity stage over 100 years ago. While he has yet to break through to the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm and step into the Immortal Bridge stage, he is probably just lacking that final step. It would not be too much to say that he is currently one of the most powerful seeing divinity martial saints of the Royal Reed Sea. They have the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun Moon Wheels, guarding over them. Still, the moon wheel was damaged many years ago and no longer possesses its former might, causing the power of the two wheels to decline as well. Still, they are treasures that transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. The old saying is indeed right. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Despite having been destroyed for so many years, the dim radiant sect still has some of its foundation left behind. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge gazed up at the stars above his head, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of the world as he felt relaxed to the extreme. At this moment, he seemed to feel as though the heavens and earth before him had returned to the era before the great calamity. Within his illusory consciousness, the long river of time seemed to surge on a grand, unstoppable scale. Yan Zhaoge felt as though he was standing in the present, facing off against the long, distant years of time. Many comprehensions, many thoughts, all cleansed and tempered his inner heart. Streams of clear qi emanated, enveloping this courtyard as those outside were unable to clearly see what was going on within. Beneath the clear qi was a clump of chaos, neither beginning nor ending. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, numerous runes flying out from within, condensing into a formation which then stacked on top of one another, jointly establishing a heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda whilst also a sacrificial altar. Atop the heavenly altar, infinite radiance changed unceasingly, as though time was flowing in reverse between the heavens and the earth, returning to before the creation of the heavens and the earth, returning to before the primordial world had been established. All existences finally transformed into chaos, seeming to pervade the heavens and the earth as they encompassed the entire area. Yet, at the same time, they also seemed to be congregated at an indescribable point. Amidst the changes in chaos, the figure of a person was seated within, indistinct at times. However, looking carefully, it also seemed as though he did not exist at all. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. Entering transcending mortality today, I am able to see a portion of primordial beginning. Chapter 623. A heavenly altar erected above Yan Zhaoge's body, the phenomenon of peerless chaos manifesting atop it. That figure of a Taoist that resembled chaos and seemed to exist yet to exist was the true martial avatar that Yan Zhaoge had established with his own foundation. This originated from his comprehension of the peerless heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly as the true martial avatar atop the heavenly altar suddenly changed, transforming into a giant that seemed to raise a great seal in its hand. As the great seal was raised, it resembled the sky. As it descended, the heavens and the earth seemed to be overturned, the sky collapsing. Yan Zhaoge's gaze resembled water, light shimmering as his true martial avatar changed once more. The true martial avatar that manifested this time was the Broad Creed heavenly avatar of Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners, combining the clear qi profound art and the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Still, Yan Zhaoge's Broad Creed heavenly avatar was different from Jianghu and He Ning's. Millions of sword lights were emitted around the tall giant's body, enveloping the surrounding space as it stood on a massive green dragon which rose and fell along with the giant. Yan Zhaoge stood up, retracting his true martial avatar as the clear qi that enveloped the surrounding area vanished as well. Gazing upwards, it was already daytime as the sky was clear before him. Yan Zhaoge smiled, returning to his lodgings and silently meditating. Over the next 2 days, other than cultivating and analyzing the spiritual qi flow of the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge conversed with the dim darkness sect's Zhang Qiansong, gaining a deeper understanding of the current situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt that something was wrong. While the Wei family treated him with great respect and hospitality, having servants prepare whatever he wanted as long as he gave a word. Ever since that first day he had not seen Wei Lang again. "Young master, something really seems wrong." Who entered the room with a rather solemn expression on his face. Yan Zhaoge asked, "What is it?" "The Wei family says that he acted on his own, breaking the rules of the family as he is currently being confined to reflect on his actions." Who said, "This is nothing. Still, I feel that the Wei family vaguely intends to keep an eye on us, though they conceal it very well." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge pondered. Yan Zhaoge could already tell that Wei Lang had acted on his own, joining the rebellion against the Xian along with Zhang Qiansong. Under such circumstances, Wei Lang would most likely be punished when he returned home. This was to be expected. The only difference was how the Wei family viewed Yan Zhaoge's group and the dim darkness sect. The Wei family did not try to cover things up, lying that Wei Lang was in secluded cultivation or had gone out due to some matters. Instead, they openly told Yan Zhaoge and the others that Wei Lang had been grounded as a punishment. Looking at this matter on its own, there was nothing abnormal about it. However, when combined with some of the details that were revealed, it was hard to avoid suspicion. Yan Zhaoge said to Ah Hu, "Go and probe the servants of the Wei family. Say that we are preparing to leave this labor wind city within these 2 days." Ah Hu understood tacitly and left. After a while, Ah Hu returned, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Young master, there's definitely something wrong. When I said we were leaving, the Wei clan members didn't show any reaction on the surface, but they were secretly in an uproar. I don't believe that they don't have something to hide. If they really did not welcome Yan Zhaoge and the Dim Darkness sect, hearing that they wanted to leave on their own accord, they should be more than happy to do so. Such a huge reaction now undoubtedly meant that they had other plans. If it was to say that the entire Wei family had joined the anti-Shan forces, they could just directly say so. Therefore, the current situation was clearly disadvantageous to Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge smiled, standing up. "Come, let's go to Zhang Qiansong's place." Exiting the courtyard and heading towards where Zhang Qiansong had settled down, he could already see some Wei family martial practitioners on the way, hesitating as they approached him. Yan Zhaoge ignored them as he first went to Feng Yunxing's residence. After picking her up, they came together to Zhang Qiansong's courtyard. Along the way, some Wei family martial practitioners wanted to come over and talk to him. Yet, before they could even get close, a formless wall seemed to appear before their eyes, making it hard for them to move at all as they could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge entered Zhang Qiansong's residence. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's group enter, Zhang Qiansong was slightly taken aback. Before he could speak, Yan Zhaoge first smiled. "The owner of this place doesn't seem to really welcome us." While he was physically weak, Zhang Qiansong's mind was very clear. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, his expression instantly turned solemn. While Wei Lang had fought alongside him previously, he knew that the Wei family's attitude towards the rebellion against the Xian was very ambiguous. Zhang Qiansong thought for a moment before saying, "The Wei family is one of the few major families of the Phoenix-bearing region. While they do not have a martial saint expert, I heard that they have an elder who has merged his essence to form an avatar, having stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. Also possessing the geographical advantage of Labor Wind City, they are still in existence that cannot be underestimated in this Phoenix-bearing region at least. Still, our sect has a martial saint elder active here in the Phoenix-bearing region. There will be no need to worry if we go over to meet him." The Phoenix-bearing region was not the Dim Darkness sect's territory. With a martial saint elder here, he would have opponents as well. It would be impossible for him to make a trip to Labor Wind City alone. Zhang Qiansong had contacted his fellow disciples earlier, and there were already others hurrying over to Labor Wind City to receive him before meeting up with that martial saint elder. Still, if the Wei family wanted to harm them now, the strength of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners who had come to receive them would appear rather weak. Just thinking about this, Zhang Qiansong felt pressured. Ignoring his injuries, he thought about leaving Labor Wind City first before anything else. Yan Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands towards him. "There is no need to be so nervous. I have not come here to urge you to leave. It is only to ensure your safety lest they try to make a move on you." Seeing Yan Zhaoge's relaxed manner, Zhang Qiansong was taken aback. He explained, "While you are young, your cultivation base far surpasses mine as you are a rare genius. Still, our sect and the Xian traders have long since been irreconcilable like fire and water, and the Phoenix-bearing region is not under our control. The Wei family aside, if they have really sided with the Xian traders wanting to harm us, they should have already leaked our whereabouts to them. The Xian traders general in the Phoenix-bearing region, the Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen, is an expert who transcends mortality and enters sainthood. At the same time, he is no ordinary martial practitioner, instead being the nephew of the Xian dynasty's Marquis Haiqin. He cultivates in the martial Tao of the Xian dynasty's royal lineage, possessing rather extraordinary strength." Zhang Qiansong said solemnly, "While Yang Zhaozhen was battling with our sect's elders earlier, he might not be able to divert his attention to Labor Wind City. Still, we still have to guard against him." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Relax, relax." Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Zhang Qiansong was about to continue persuading him when Ahu's voice resounded from outside. "Young master, the people of the Wei family have arrived." Yan Zhaoge leisurely left the room, seeing a group of people standing in the courtyard outside. The one at their head was a white-haired old man. Beside him stood a group of Wei family elders who appeared to be around his age. Wei Yunxing stood by the side. Yet the family head Wei Yunchang was nowhere to be seen. Why is young Master Yan in such a hurry to leave? Has my Wei family not been a good host in any way? Wei Yunxing coughed dryly. Chapter 624. Yan Zhaoge looked first at that white-haired old man and then at Wei Yunxing. Comparing all that had happened previously, how could he not understand what was going on with the Wei family? Yan Zhaoge completely ignored Wei Yunxing's polite words as he just appraised the people of the Wei family, not stopping until he shocked them to death with his words. You wouldn't go to the extent of praying to your ancestors and abolishing Wei Yunchang's position as patriarch, right? Wei Yunxing's expression stiffened slightly, the faces of the elders beside him sinking as well. Young Master Yan, please speak cautiously. My Wei family respects you as a guest, but your words just now were a little too rude. Wei Yunxing retracted his smile, saying slowly. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. This old man beside you should be that #1 expert of your Wei family who is rumored to have already stepped into the transcending mortality stage, the longtime elder? Everyone here, you Wei Yunxing included, should all be some of the strongest experts of your Wei family. If it is just to keep a guest here, is there a need for such a grand show of force? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, it is already obvious. Why not be a little more honest? Wei Yunxing was silent for a moment before he said, the Grand Xian dynasty is already suspicious of Lang Er's identity. We have no choice but to draw a clear line between us and the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, how do you draw that line? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you want to just expel us. You probably want to capture us and hand us over to the Grand Xian dynasty? Wei Yunxing said, to tell you the truth, we do indeed have such intentions. Still, our target is the dim darkness sect disciple Zhang Qiansong who is in this room. If you are not of the dim darkness sect, as long as you do not interfere, we will not make things difficult for you, Yan Zhaoge chortled. Who are you trying to fool? His gaze sweeping past old granduncle Wei and the others, he said nonchalantly, let alone Zhang Qiansong being injured, even if he was in perfect condition, you Wei Yunxing, would still be more than sufficient to capture him. With such a grand show of force now you have clearly included me as well. Wei Yunxing was rendered speechless for a time. Old granduncle Wei strode forward, his powerful aura expanding unceasingly as it seemed to envelop the entire Labor Wind City. His murky old eyes shone with a terrifying light. Yunxing, why are you wasting your breath on them? Old granduncle Wei gazed coldly at Yan Zhaoge. Since I've already said it out loud, I might as well tell you plainly that you won't be able to escape today. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, from the moment we first met, you have been mistaken about one thing. From the beginning to the end, I never planned to leave this Labor Wind City. Earlier, I merely had the intention of alerting the enemy. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. I appeared here specifically to wait for you. Everyone from the Wei clan frowned when they heard this. Yan Zhaoge gazed at Wei Yunxing. From when we first met and you invited us to Labor Wind City, you were already planning to deal with us, right? You have also included me in your plans from the very beginning. Otherwise, why would you have lured us to Labor Wind City? Apart from us, perhaps you've also included your elder brother Wei Yunchang? Hearing his words, Wei Yunxing said slowly, you saved Langer's life at the end of the day. It would not have been good for my elder brother to make a move against you. Therefore he was not present. Yan Zhaoge was surprised. With such a thing having happened, while you can allow Wei Yunchang to continue sitting on the position of patriarch, the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to tolerate him. The Wei family elders did not speak. Wei Yunxing was silent for a moment before he shook his head, smiling, whatever you say. Actually, from my point of view, you saving Lang Er's life is but a small favor. Meanwhile, Lang Er was in danger because you anti-Xian people bewitched him, even dragging my Wei family down with you. This is a great enmity. Before such a great enmity, a so-called small favor is naturally not a favor at all. Old granduncle Wei said coldly, youngster, this old man can tell that you are full of confidence and are not bluffing. At your age, you are indeed a rare genius who has cultivated to the martial grandmaster realm. It is no wonder that you are so confident. Still, youngsters with some talent love to be arrogant. You must know that many times, you are not allowed to be unbridled and out of control. As he said thus, old granduncle Wei strode forward, raising his palm and grabbing towards Yan Zhaoge. Just killing a few warriors of the Grand Xian dynasty, do you think that you can rampantly rampage under the heavens? Streams of qi formed a vortex. As they circulated, gazing upwards, winds surged and clouds surged in the sky above Labor Wind City, forming a massive vortex that enveloped the entire city. Wei Yunxing smiled. Since you acted to save Lang Er and are so righteous, I believe that you wouldn't mind helping my Wei family out a little more? My Wei family of over 1,000 people has been saved due to your sacrifice. You have all performed immeasurably virtuous deeds. Yan Zhaoge leisurely raised his head and looked at the vortex up above, saying smilingly, no need to be so polite. Saving your entire Wei family is indeed but a simple matter for me. As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge's figure suddenly flickered. Old Granduncle Wei and the others could only feel a blur before their eyes as Yan Zhaoge's figure had already disappeared from their line of sight. Greatly shocked, they were just about to search for Yan Zhaoge when Yan Zhaoge's voice continued resounding by their ears. On the other hand, taking your lives is also just a casual matter. Old Granduncle Wei's stooped body abruptly straightened, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Swiveling his head, he saw Yan Zhaoge clearly standing amidst the crowd, one hand directly clasping Wei Yunxing's neck. Wei Yunxing opened his mouth wide, yet was unable to utter a sound. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, you can be the first. A crack resounded as Wei Yunxing's neck was directly snapped by Yan Zhaoge's fingers. All the members of the Wei family stared wide-eyed at this scene in disbelief, their minds completely blank. Wei Yunxing was an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. His cultivation base was so high that he resembled a divinity when facing martial practitioners below the Essence Talisman stage. Yet, his neck had been snapped like a chicken's by a youth who was not even 30 years of age. What sort of cultivation base did this youth possess? Let alone experts being as common as the clouds in the world beyond worlds, even martial practitioners who had yet to reach the martial saint realm were innumerable who could kill Wei Yunxing and kill him so easily. Still, they had to be late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters at the very least. This youth before them, those of the Wei family were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, feeling as if the world before them was filled with a surreal feeling. The only one who could still react in time was old Granduncle Wei, who possessed the highest cultivation base. Amidst his stern roar, the terrifying power of the winds and clouds up above mightily descended towards Yan Zhaoge. The violent tides resembled a tsunami as the nearby Wei family longtime elders were all forced to retreat repeatedly. Yan Zhaoge casually tossed Wei Yunxing's body aside like trash before pushing outwards with a palm. The boundless, frenzied tides stirred up by the Wei family's direct lineage martial art, the heavenly falling clouds palm, instantly dissipated. The old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, I said earlier that I have no intention of leaving Labor Wind City. You pose no threat to me at all. Why should I leave? If someone has to run, it shouldn't be me. Chapter 625. Requesting subscriptions, requesting monthly tickets. Infinite coldness arose within old Granduncle Wei's heart. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more clearly they could feel how terrifying Yan Zhaoge was. With his transcending mortality martial grandmaster cultivation base, he had actually been unable to clearly see Yan Zhaoge's movements in grabbing Wei Yunxing earlier. Only when Yan Zhaoge had regained his footing and opened his mouth to speak did he discover that Yan Zhaoge had already arrived right before his eyes in an instant. The other party had killed someone while talking and laughing. Old Granduncle Wei had already acted immediately to save him, yet could only helplessly watch as Wei Yunxing's neck was snapped by Yan Zhaoge in the end. This caused Old Man Wei's entire body to feel a chill. He was certain that the Yan Zhaoge before him was not much different from his appearance. However, after confirming this, he was even more shocked as he even felt the urge to turn tail and run. Looking at Old Man Wei, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Since I have specially come here to wait for you, you can forget about leaving. Old Man Wei's anger surged upwards as he simultaneously struck out with his palms, the heavenly descending cloud palm being pushed to the maximum. The clouds in the sky billowed as they transformed into boundless, frenzied tides that struck towards Yan Zhaoge. Above Old Man Wei's body, a massive figure appeared. It was his true martial avatar, the heavenly descending cloud avatar. It seemed to be formed of numerous clouds, possessing vast, vigorous power and ethereal agility as it displayed the essence of the heavenly descending cloud palm to the point of perfection. Yan Zhaoge just smiled nonchalantly, pushing out with his palm once more as he struck out with the heavenly broad creed palm, the momentum of his palm seemingly enveloping the entire sky. However majestic and mighty the sea of clouds by the horizon was, it was still concealed by the sky at the end of the day. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to overturn alongside it as that roiling sea of clouds instantly shattered. Old Man Wei grit his teeth, roaring in a low tone as numerous runes flickered within his pupils. As they flickered, streams of light flickered in the air above Labor Wind City, intersecting as they quickly formed a massive formation. The power of the formation descended, wanting to bolster Old Man Wei's body as the heavenly descending cloud avatar that had almost been crushed by Yen Zhaoge's palm regained a stable momentum. If someone had told Old Fart Wei that he was fighting with a young man who was not even 30 years old, not only was he unable to defeat his opponent, he even had to rely on the Guardian Array to protect his life. Old Fart Wei would definitely spit on his face. But now he was only worried about one thing, and that was that his formation was not strong enough. At the same time he activated the clan's Great Protective Array, a bracelet on Old Fart Wei's wrist lit up with radiance, and streams of spiritual chi were added to his body. With the support of the high-grade spirit weapon, Old Fart Wei felt that not only did his strength temporarily increase, he could even control the defensive array more smoothly. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge's palm did not cease in its momentum, still descending as though the sky itself was collapsing. With regards to Old Fart Wei's actions, he acted as though he did not see anything, and only took a step forward. Yen Zhaoge didn't seem to have done anything. Just a simple step forward, yet the space beneath his feet seemed to have undergone a transformation. The grand formation that enveloped Labor Wind City actually slowed down for a moment as it circulated. Numerous spirit patterns lit up on the ground. At this moment, they resembled numerous long snakes as their tails were simultaneously stepped on by Yen Zhaoge. Smiling, Yen Zhaoge took another step forward, directly arriving before Old Fart Wei. The palm that was raised high in the air also came crashing down at this moment. High-grade spirit artifact shattered. Heavenly descending cloud avatar shattered. Old Fart Wei despaired as he looked at that palm which resembled the sky itself, obscuring his vision and unceasingly descending. He wanted to struggle and resist, yet discovered that he was actually unable to move his body at all. "All of you stop." A roar suddenly resounded, coming from the distant horizon and instantly arriving before them. That voice shook the entire Labor Wind City, seemingly causing it to shake for a moment. Everyone within the city felt dizzy as they swayed left and right. The expressions of Feng Yunxing, Hu Zhang Qiansong and the others all turned slightly solemn. Martial Saint. All-encompassing flames blazed from the horizon, instantly enveloping half the sky before pressuring down towards Labor Wind City. The flames were green, brutal as they pierced through the sky, causing everyone within Labor Wind City to feel restless, as though they were about to combust and be reduced to ashes. Then a speck of white light blossomed amidst the boundless green sea of flames, shooting speedily towards Yen Zhaoge. The white light expanded amidst space, resembling a white crane spreading its wings as it swept along streams of green fire, descending together. Yen Zhaoge smiled. This should be the stone fire art of the 5 fire true art and the white crane treasured spear of the 7 foul treasured spear? Indeed of the Grand Shen royal lineage, just that it looks incomplete? It is no wonder. You can be considered a distant relative. As he said thus, Yen Zhaoge still struck towards Old Fart Wei with one palm, his other hand clenched into a fist. Yen Zhaoge clenched his fist before punching out towards the white light stabbing towards him from within the sky. As he punched out, he executed the Northern Ocean Divine Spear, incorporating spear arts into his fist as his fist was like the tip of a great spear. A great black sea seemed to appear in the air above Labor Wind City. Amidst the rising and falling tides, a massive fish leapt up, transforming into a great rock as it shot straight into the 9 heavens. Fist against fist, spear against spear, the forces of both sides clashed in midair. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to bring Labor Wind City's Guardian Grand Formation to the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm did not cease at all as he shattered Old Fart Wei's great head of 6 suns right in front of his opponent's face. The green sea of flames within the sky mightily exploded, a figure walking out from within. That was a middle-aged man in golden armor, his features authoritative as his entire body reeked of blood, possessing a brutal aura that intimidated one's very soul. Just coming into contact with such an aura, ordinary martial practitioners with weak wills would be scared out of their wits, losing their will to fight as they would wish for nothing more than to surrender and beg for mercy. It's General Yang. Phoenix bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. Those of Labor Wind City who recognized this middle-aged general could not help but exclaim in shock. The other party was the valiant general of the Grand Qin who had always guarded the Phoenix-bearing region. He had a brutal personality as he had killed countless people. Before the large-scale rebellion against the Shen had begun, he had already claimed countless lives. After the rebellion had erupted, the number of anti-Shen martial practitioners who had been personally slain by him was even more innumerable. It was just that the flames of fury were clearly flickering within this General Yang's eyes at this moment. His face, which had originally already been illuminated by the fiery light, appeared even more brutal. Having been slain by Yan Zhaoge right in front of him, his attack having still been blocked by Yan Zhaoge, Yang Zhaozhen instantly felt like he had lost all face. After slaying Old Fart Wei with a single palm, Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly retracted his palm, meeting Yang Zhaozhen's gaze calmly. "Oh, you've come personally? Is it to use us as bait after capturing us, ambushing and capturing even more dim darkness sect martial practitioners?" Yang Zhaozhen gazed at Yan Zhaoge. "If you are not a descendant of the dim darkness sect, who is your master?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Is this very important? Anyway, this person of the dim darkness sect is under my protection." Yang Zhaozhen said coldly, "It is indeed not important. All traitors must be slain." Saying thus, Yang Zhaozhen's figure shifted, white light appearing once more as it swept along numerous layers of green fire, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it descended towards Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 626. Although the terrifying spear tip was not as swift and violent as the northern underworld divine spear, but under the activation of the green flames that filled the sky, it was still extremely destructive. Like a white crane flapping its wings, it was even more agile and full of changes. The fiery light and the tip of the spear mixed together, scattering throughout the entire sky, enveloping Yan Zhaoge within. While it had spread out, the terrifying power contained within remained condensed without dissipating. No matter where it touched Yan Zhaoge's body, it would immediately transform into frenzied waves of slaughter and destruction. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards as he thought, "5 fire true art, 7 foul treasured spear," rather resembles the concept of the legendary supreme treasure of pre-Great Calamity times, the 5 fire 7 foul fan, just that it has yet to completely grasp its essence. Speaking of which, it can barely be considered as a branch of the clear jade lineage. Yan Zhaoge raised his palm once more. Light and shadow flickered above his head, and a huge figure appeared. It also raised its palm. Seeing this huge human statue, everyone present was slightly dazed. Martial Dao spiritual image. Transcendent Grand Master. Even they who lived in the world beyond worlds had never heard of such a young transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Yang Zhaozhen, who had wielded the white crane treasured spear with the stone fire art and wished that he could rip Yan Zhaoge's corpse into 10,000 pieces along the way, was also slightly shocked as he saw this. Carefully appraising Yan Zhaoge, he was instantly shocked in his heart. His true age is practically the same as his outer appearance. A transcendent martial grandmaster less than 30 years old. How is that possible? With that thought, the anger in Yang Zhaozhen's heart immediately dissipated, and he regained some calmness. Where did this kid come from? Still, not waiting for him to change his stance, Yan Zhaoge and the true martial avatar behind him raised their palms simultaneously. The moment he lifted his hand, the heavens trembled. Heaven and earth were overturned, yin and yang were reversed, the cosmos was reversed, and yin and yang were reversed. Let alone the fact that your martial arts technique is not completely derived from the fan of 5 flames and 7 birds, even if it is a martial arts technique formed from the power conception. Can your fan of 5 flames and 7 birds defeat my flipping sky seal? Yan Zhaoge's true martial avatar instantly rotated between the broad creed heavenly avatar and the cyclic heavenly avatar. As his palm descended, the heavenly broad creed palm transformed into the cyclic heavenly seal, directly extinguishing the white light and green flames between the heavens and the earth with a single palm. The majestic power of reversing the universe burst out and collided with Yang Zhaozhen's 7 foul treasured spear. A muffled hum sounded between the heavens and the earth. Then a series of explosions rang out, sweeping out in all directions. It was as if an invisible force had pierced through the space within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure was sent flying upwards. Flying upwards. With Yan Zhaoge standing on the ground and Yang Zhaozhen attacking downwards from mid-air, if someone was jolted into the air, then this person would be. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the scene before them. None of them could come back to their senses. As the two sides clashed, the one who was sent flying was the martial saint Yang Zhaozhen. Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, his expression calm as no changes could be seen in the least. The entire Labor Wind City was deathly silent. Everyone who had witnessed everything that had happened earlier felt as if they were in a dream, and it was unbelievable. The youth before them had not only stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm at a young age, he had even forcibly defeated a martial saint expert in a head-on clash. While Yang Zhaojun was only at the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, he was still an authentic martial saint expert. As the commander of the phoenix-bearing region of the Grand Xian dynasty, not only was his cultivation base high enough, his strength was also extraordinary amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood, having entered the martial saint realm, it was a completely different concept from martial grandmasters. Now, however, the martial grandmaster Yan Zhaoge had domineeringly repelled the martial saint Yang Zhaojun. In the distant horizon, others now appeared as well. They were all clad in armor, their auras imposing as they were all experts of the Grand Xian dynasty under Yang Zhaojun's command. They had accompanied Yang Zhaojun in exterminating the anti-Xian martial practitioners. Due to their cultivation bases, they had been slightly slower. It was just that the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had never thought that upon arriving, the first thing they would see would be their general, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaojun, being sent flying backwards. Everyone was taken aback, wondering what kind of powerful foe it might be. In the end, when they clearly saw the true martial avatar above Yan Zhaoge's body, they were all instantly rendered dazed. The world beyond worlds was filled with experts as geniuses abounded. It was not that there were no rumors of transcending mortality martial grandmasters contending against, or even defeating martial saints. Still, these were all legendary existences as no one here had truly seen them before. Suddenly seeing it now, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. This was especially so after they had confirmed Yan Zhaoge's age. All of them were rendered speechless, only feeling as though the world before them had become unreal. All of them could not help but ask themselves, having cultivated in martial arts for so many years, had they all been living like dogs? A furious roar resounded within the sky, white light piercing through space, shooting swiftly towards Yan Zhaoge. Amidst Yang Zhaojun's enraged roar, a jet-black spear shockingly appearing within his hands, a speck of white light exceptionally striking on its tip. Streams of green flames agglomerated on the spear, coating it with a layer of dim green light. The heat of the flames could not be felt as they instead caused one to feel a bone-piercing chill. Gazing at that jet-black spear, Yan Zhaoge could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within even from a great distance away. Low-grade sacred artifact, dark feather-slaughtering golden spear. As the nephew of the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haiqing, a distant relative of the royal family, Yang Zhaojun was not like others. While he was only at the first level of the martial saint realm, he possessed a sacred artifact. A martial saint wielding a sacred artifact would possess shocking power. Even with the toughness of Yan Zhaoge's fleshly body, a hole would still be pierced through by this spear. It was just that to Yang Zhaojun, it was truly not a glorious thing for him to have to use his sacred artifact against a martial grandmaster. However, he could not care about that now as he only wished to kill Yan Zhaoge. As long as he killed this strange young expert before him, nothing else mattered. Zhang Qiansong had long since been unable to stay in the room any longer. Seeing this terrifying scene now, he could not help but cry out in shock. Yan Zhaoge, however, laughed, roaring towards the heavens that resembled the roar of a dragon. Ice-blue radiance flickered, a light armor appearing on Yan Zhaoge's body as an endless icy sea expanded into the surroundings. Numerous ice dragons shot out of the icy sea, intermingling as they blocked Yang Zhaojun's spear. The eyes of those of the Grand Xian dynasty simultaneously widened. He even has an accompanying sacred artifact? The roars of the ice dragons resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yan Zhaoge and the true martial avatar above his head did the same thing as they both extended their palms and flipped over once more. Yang Zhaojun grit his teeth, resisting with all his might. However, amidst the sounds of explosions, the lofty phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaojun, was sent flying backwards once more. Everything that had happened earlier had all been futile as he was still sent flying by a single palm in the end. Yang Zhaojun's heart was filled with sorrow as he was no longer able to suppress the surging of his injuries as he spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying into the air. Chapter 627. The humiliation and fury within Yang Zhaojun's heart reached a peak. Still, his mind had completely calmed down now. While he felt extremely humiliated, while he found it hard to accept, he was now clear on one fact. He was not Yan Zhaoge's match. Even with the dark feather slaughtering golden spear in hand, the youth before him also had a sacred artifact accompanying him. If he continued fighting to the death, there would only be one outcome, and that was that he would die at Yan Zhaoge's hands. There would be no second possibility. Even if there was hope of perishing together with him, the valiant and brutal Yang Zhaozhen would still fight to the death. However, knowing that there was no chance of victory at all, after calming down, he instantly felt the urge to retreat. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that Yang Zhaozhen, who had been sent flying by his palm, had not stabilized his figure this time, as he instead made use of the momentum of his flight to flee into the distance. The green flames were retracted, white light expanding, which seemed to transform into wings as Yang Zhaozhen directly flew into the distance. Yan Zhaoge smiled, easy to come, difficult to leave. The roar of dragons resounded in the air, ceaseless by the ear, as a massive palace appeared before everyone's eyes. Numerous dragons of light rampaged between the heavens and the earth, their majestic, authoritative power shocking the surrounding area. Gazing over in shock, Yang Zhaozhen saw that the palace was jet black all over, flickering with golden radiance as countless sigils and runes appeared on its walls. Streams of golden cloud chi suffused the area, transforming into a sea of clouds that directly enveloped the horizon, completely obscuring the space around Labor Wind City. Yang Zhaozhen was not someone who lacked knowledge. Therefore, after clearly seeing the palace before him, he felt even more shocked than the other spectators. While every brick and tile of this massive palace seemed no different from ordinary materials, it actually seemed to have been formed from numerous pieces of dragon bones and numerous dragon scales. Every brick and tile of the entire palace was priceless, as they also contained extraordinary power. Gathered together, it manifested boundless majesty. Aside from Yang Zhaozhen, who was a martial saint, all the other life forms in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers felt a desire to bow down in subservience as they looked at the palace in midair. The palace was concealed amidst the numerous auspicious clouds of dragon might, resembling a true dragon hiding its head. Yet, it possessed the might of a monarch descending to all beneath the heavens, ruling over all things. The great gate of the palace opened, a massive suction force emanating from within as numerous patterns of light flickered, wanting to form a frenzied tide that swept Yang Zhaozhen within. Greatly shocked, Yang Zhaozhen hurriedly brandished the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear, circulating his own strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the myriad dragon palace. Noticing from the corner of his eye that Yan Zhaoge had also risen from the ground and was flying towards him, Yang Zhaozhen's face was livid as he raised his wrist, a green fiery light shooting into the horizon. The flames were about to explode in the sky, but the surrounding void suddenly darkened. Yang Zhaozhen's pupils shrank. He saw that the sky above his head was shrouded in darkness. There was no sound, no light, and no light. The green flames were directly swallowed by the darkness. The next moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the darkness. The pale white lightning flashed, as if it was the first ray of light born in the eternal darkness. Lightning exploded, and streaks of pale white lightning struck down on Yang Zhaozhen. Helpless, Yang Zhaozhen could only raise his dark feather-slaughtering golden spear to painstakingly resist the bombardment of Yan Zhaoge's thunder of eternal night. Yan Zhaoge walked neither hurriedly nor slowly before him, smiling at Yang Zhaozhen before he struck out with another palm. Yang Zhaozhen's eyes seemed on the brink of imploding, yet he was powerless to evade as he was sent flying backwards once more by Yan Zhaoge's palm, falling within the great gate of the myriad dragon palace. The great gate mightily closed, intense vibrations quickly emanating from within. After sending Yang Zhaozhen into the myriad dragon palace with a palm, Yan Zhaoge did not rush in to pursue him, as he instead swiveled his head to look at the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Originally, after their initial shock, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had all unconsciously rushed over, wanting to reinforce Yang Zhaozhen as they surrounded and attacked Yan Zhaoge together. However, the situation had changed in an instant. The myriad dragon palace had appeared, directly imprisoning and suppressing Yang Zhaozhen. There were many martial grandmaster experts amongst these Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, all of whom had usually been ruthless characters who rampaged through the world. However, as Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past them now, they all felt a chill run through their bodies, as they even felt their limbs go numb. Seeing that even the supreme martial saint Yang Zhaozhen, who usually guarded the phoenix-bearing region, was not Yan Zhaoge's match, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all felt their bodies trembling uncontrollably at this moment. Yan Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, 1,000 jade green light dragons roaring as they instantly swept through the heavens and the earth. Numerous green dragons rampaged between the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. The dense sword light caused the entire Labor Wind City to be immersed in an icy chill. It was not just the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Even those Wei family elders who had come along with Wei Yunxing were slaughtered by Yan Zhaoge's sword light. As his sleeve flickered, the sword light was completely retracted. Yan Zhaoge had a leisurely expression on his face as he strode into the Myriad Dragon Palace. Just having entered the palace, all-encompassing green fire surged before his eyes. Within the sea of fire, Yang Zhaozhen's face was sunken as water as he glared unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoge. Now that it was already a matter of life and death, Yang Zhaozhen gave up on all thoughts of fleeing as he attacked towards Yan Zhaoge with all his might. There was only one path he could take now, either killing his way out or dying a tragic death. Golden light surged amidst the green sea of fire as a great rock flew out, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge. 7 foul treasured spear, great rock treasured spear. While it was not as agile and ever-changing as the white crane treasured spear, it was even swifter, even more ferocious, even more violent. The great rock spread its wings, streams of green flames surging along the edges of its golden wings as they enveloped the heavens and covered the earth. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, extending his palm once more and returning the cyclic heavenly seal. The green flames were instantly extinguished, the great rock wailing mournfully. Golden light exploded within the Myriad Dragon Palace, specks of light drifting about, resembling countless bird feathers scattering about. An icy sea coiled around him, numerous ice dragons roaring as they grew even stronger as the draconic chi of the Myriad Dragon Palace revolved around them. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yan Zhaoge extended a hand, directly grabbing the shaft of Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather-slaughtering golden spear. With the tip of the spear right before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, Yan Zhaoge could even feel the sharp sharpness of the cold, icy coldness as well as the scorching dry heat within. However, the spear shaft was firmly fixed on the spot, unable to move an inch. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at the tip of the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear before him as well as Yang Zhaozhen who was just inches away from him, smiling slightly. The imperious cold martial armor on his body instantly transformed into an ice dragon, moving along Yan Zhaoge's arm and coiling around the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear. The shaft of the spear lit up with a magnificent radiance. Within the radiance, a dark feathered rock flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, its boundless power stirring up wild waves. However, after being swept up by the ice dragon, the radiance instantly dimmed. A layer of frost condensed on the surface of the jet-black spear that flickered with golden light. With a wave of Yan Zhaoge's hand, the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear flew out of Yang Zhaozhen's hands, landing on the ground alongside the imperious cold martial armor. The two sacred artifacts were filled with spirituality, possessing majestic power. Currently entangled together, even without their owners, they were still engaged in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle within the Myriad Dragon Palace. However, despair appeared on Yang Zhaozhen's face. Having struck the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear with the imperious cold martial armor, Yan Zhaoge did not halt as he instead continued punching towards Yang Zhaozhen with a palm. The heavens and earth within Yang Zhaozhen's eyes seemed to have closed into a single line at this moment. Then, amidst that blurry line, a palm squeezed out from the limits of the heavens and the earth. As it flipped, it grew larger and larger, seemingly replacing the existence of the heavens and the earth, everything within the world vanishing as only this palm remained. The sun and moon lost their light, resembling an ancient divine mountain being lifted up by an unrivaled king of divinity before smashing down onto the head of Yang Zhaozhen. Chapter 628. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, Yang Zhaozhen raised his hands, finally managing to block Yan Zhaoge's palm as he was barely not slain by that palm. However, as he blocked Yan Zhaoge's palm, the bones of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. It was as if innumerable fine metals were shattering and collapsing at the same time. The acupoints of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body trembled as streams of terrifying green flames spurted out from them. However, just having lit up, the green flames were extinguished in succession in an instant. A boom resounded as Yang Zhaozhen's entire body shortened. His knees weakened from this palm of Yan Zhaoge's as he nearly knelt down. He roared madly, the terrifying chi and blood of his body erupting as he tried to stand up straight. However, the pressure from above instead forced his body downwards even further, the bones of his entire body bending together. Yang Zhaozhen wanted to forcibly endure it, yet was completely unable to do so. If he did so, the result would be his entire body's bones being crushed. Yan Zhaoge pressed down on Yang Zhaozhen with his palm. Looking at Yang Zhaozhen's already flushed face, he smiled as he raised his other hand. Beneath Yang Zhaozhen's despairing gaze, Yan Zhaoge executed the cyclic heavenly seal with both palms, striking down towards his head. A boom resounded as the sound of explosions resounded from within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Then the sounds of bones breaking resounded unceasingly, ceaselessly resounding by the ear. Yang Zhaozhen opened his mouth, yet was unable to utter any sound at all as a great amount of fresh blood spurted out. All the blood of his entire body seemed to be squeezed out at this moment, seeping out from every single pore of his body as he was dyed completely in blood. All the bones of his entire body shattered, his internal organs all reduced to a pool of blood. The green stone fire began burning uncontrollably within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Within the myriad dragon palace, Yan Zhaoge calmly retracted his palm, watching as Yang Zhaozhen's body broke apart before him, blood and fire scattering. Elsewhere, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear were still entangled. However, Yan Zhaoge was already no longer concerned about them. No matter how much they fought, it was still within the myriad dragon palace. Even if the dark feather slaughtering golden spear had thoughts of its own and wanted to flee, it would not be able to do so. Yan Zhaoge turned and pushed open the great gate of the myriad dragon palace, walking out, looking down at the people of Labor Wind City. Everyone within the city raised their heads to gaze at the myriad dragon palace that loomed majestically in the air. With Yan Zhaoge and Yang Zhaozhen having entered, there was no one who wouldn't be concerned about the outcome. Although Yang Zhaozhen had been beaten to the point of covering his head and fleeing, the people's inherent respect for martial saints still made them feel uneasy. Still, seeing Yan Zhaoge remain calm as he pushed open the door of the myriad dragon palace and walked out as though nothing had happened, everyone knew the result of this battle. As a martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge had surpassed levels to slay a martial saint expert, the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Shen dynasty, Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen. The transcendent martial grandmaster in front of him was not only ridiculously young, but his cultivation was also exceedingly high. Feng Yunxing and who were not the only ones, but the others could not help but feel a little dazed at this moment. The dim darkness sect's Zhang Qiansong was currently staring wide-eyed at Yan Zhaoge in mid-air, completely unable to speak. Hearing Yan Zhaoge mention the deaths of Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Zhang Qiansong had felt shocked. Still, it had not been completely verified at the end of the day. Also, from Zhang Qiansong's understanding, that was the work of Yan Zhaoge's seniors. As for the Yan Zhaoge before him, as Zhang Qiansong saw it, having already become a martial grandmaster at such a young age, he was already a heaven-defying genius. Never would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base had actually already reached the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm. Even less would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge would be powerful enough to actually forcibly slay the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen. The process was not complicated, but Zhang Qiansong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he watched on, unable to speak for a long time. Such an age, such a cultivation base, such strength. Zhang Qiansong could not think of a second person in the entire Royal Reed Sea who could achieve this. His dim darkness sect, the Grand Shen dynasty, the Radiant Light sect and the other powers, even the peak descendants of their direct lineage would not be able to find a transcending mortality martial grandmaster who was not yet 30. Looking back at the history of the various sects and clans, Zhang Qiansong was at least unable to think of such a shocking figure for the time being. Yan Zhaoge kept the dragon sealing palace, landing on the ground as he smiled at Zhang Qiansong. Your sect won't mind me directly killing that Yang Zhaozhen, right? I wonder if your sect has any other arrangements in the Phoenix-bearing region. Realizing this, Zhang Qiansong said emotionally, everyone has the right to slay the Shen traitors. Mr. Yin having slain him, my sect will naturally not have any objections. Now that he had regained his wits, his gaze that was on Yan Zhaoge involuntarily turned blazing hot. Now, Zhang Qiansong truly felt that his dim darkness sect had to rope in Yan Zhaoge and the sect behind him. The Wei family manor was already in a mess. Those of the Wei family who had previously been unwilling to act against Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Qiansong and the others could no longer sit still now. Yet, they dared not approach Yan Zhaoge and the others as they were awkwardly caught between a rock and a hard place. The patriarch Wei Yunchang was silent, no light visible within his eyes at all. Even Wei Lang, who had been imprisoned earlier, was now released as he stared dazedly at this scene before him, resembling a wooden statue made of clay. "Look, Mr. Yan." Zhang Qinsong observed Yan Zhaoge's expression. Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. "Your sect can just deal with it. I had no intention of acting in the first place. It is just that someone is just seeking his own death." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge leisurely returned to his room. Looking at Wei Lang and his father, Zhang Qinsong sighed. Yan Zhaoge indeed did not care about how the Dim Darkness sect would deal with the Wei family. Comparatively speaking, Yang Zhaozhen's weight was much heavier than theirs. Still, Yan Zhaoge would still not show any mercy. Very quickly, the people of the Dim Darkness sect who had come to receive Zhang Qinsong arrived. Zhang Qinsong first explained Yan Zhaoge's situation. Hearing this, the eyes of his fellow disciples all bulged out of their sockets as they were shocked to the point of being unable to keep their mouths shut. They hurriedly informed the highest authority of the Dim Darkness sect in the Phoenix-bearing region, their elder Wang Wenmin, a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Wang Wenmin had originally been in a standoff with Yang Zhaozhen. Recently, he had been wondering about Yang Zhaozhen's sudden disappearance. Who knew that when he received news of his death, it would already be news of Yang Zhaozhen's death. What shocked him even more was that Yang Zhaozhen had actually been slain barehandedly by a martial grandmaster. Wang Wenmin was shocked by this. Having clashed with Yang Zhaozhen many times, he naturally knew that Yang Zhaozhen possessed a low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear. One with the spear, even if Wang Wenmin himself did not possess a sacred artifact, he had still been unable to take down this opponent after clashing a few times. Yet, someone had told him now that Yang Zhaozhen had been slain by a martial grandmaster? Wang Wenmin's first reaction was disbelief. Then, hearing that that martial grandmaster also possessed a sacred artifact, he heaved a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. No wonder then, this isn't right. Even if he had a sacred artifact, with Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather-slaughtering golden spear having been slain by a martial grandmaster as a lofty martial saint, how could it be any wonder at all? Even though Wang Wenmin was used to seeing storms, for just that one moment, his mind still buzzed. Chapter 629. Defeating a person and killing a person on the spot were two completely different things. After all, other than a few situations, most people would choose to run if they couldn't win, rather than fight to the death. As a martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge had not merely resisted or defeated the martial saint Yang Zhaozhen. Instead, he had beaten Yang Zhaozhen to death in Labor Wind City, not even giving him a chance to flee. The strength he displayed was even more shocking. Wang Wenmin didn't say another word and immediately hurried to the area of Labor Wind City. At the same time, Elder Wang of the Dim Darkness sect, who had regained his wits, did not forget what he had to do. The current Phoenix-bearing region was precisely a good chance for them to succeed. While the Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Shin powers were shocked by Yang Zhaozhen's sudden death, the Grand Shin dynasty similarly needed time to receive the news and make a response. Hence, the turmoil in the Phoenix-bearing region instantly became even more intense. The Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Shin powers wanted to make use of this period of time when the Grand Shin dynasty's control over the Phoenix-bearing region had weakened. After all, in a while the Grand Shin dynasty would be enraged by Yang Zhaozhen's death. Not only would they retaliate, the momentum of their retaliation would also be great. Yang Zhaozhen's death might even draw out the Grand Shin dynasty's Marquis Haiqing. When they arrived at the place, Wang Wenmin was shocked to hear Zhang Qinsong and the others recount what had happened. A transcendent martial grandmaster who isn't even 30 years old? Zhang Qinsong swallowed his saliva and nodded with some difficulty. I also find it unbelievable. Wang Wenmin gazed upwards. An essence spirit martial grandmaster of this age has never appeared in the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea. Zhang Qinsong said, according to what he said, he and the sect behind him are from outside the Royal Reed Sea. At the same time, they were in conflict with the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin knit his brows slightly. Just like us, the Radiant Light sect has been entangled with the Grand Shin dynasty these past few years. How could they have the leisure to offend a power outside of the Royal Reed Sea? Zhang Qinsong said rather hoarsely, the disappearance of the Radiant Light sect's Deng Sen, Sun Hao and the others seems to be related to this person and the school behind him. An elder of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall, Deng Sen of the early Seeing Divinity stage? Wang Wenmin's expression turned solemn. Deng Sen can be ranked in the top 5 of the Eternal Light Hall. Including his direct lineage and guest elders, Deng Sun can also be ranked in the top 25 of the Radiant Light sect. If what this Yan Zhaoge says is true, not only is he himself shockingly talented, the sect behind him cannot be underestimated as well. Having been able to casually come to the Royal Reed Sea where the Radiant Light sect was active after having killed Deng Sen and the others, it meant that the other party likely did not care about the threat of the Radiant Light sect at all. If he had killed them, so be it. Not only had he offended the Radiant Light sect, he had even killed a martial saint of the Great Shen dynasty who guarded a continent without any reservations. From another point of view, this also seemed to prove that the other party was extremely confident. Zhang Qiansong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, the reason why he could stop Yang Zhaozhen and prevent him from escaping is because of a strange treasure that can actually manifest a giant palace. That palace is overflowing with dragon qi. Every brick and tile seems to be built from the bones and scales of a true dragon. Its value is inestimable. Being able to possess such a rich foundation and accumulation, it does not seem like something that ordinary powers can possess. Wang Wenmin pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps he wants to understand the situation of the Radiant Light sect, or perhaps he wants to find an ally in the Royal Reed Sea. Anyway, since he has come into contact with our sect, it should not be that he has no intentions of befriending us at all. Our sect can interact more with him and the sect behind him. This matter is of great importance. Lead this person to the Flourishing Peace region to see Senior Apprentice Uncle Wu. I will still have to sit over the Phoenix-bearing region for a period of time. Zhang Qiansong was rather taken aback. Elder Wu has arrived at the Flourishing Peace region? Wang Wenmin nodded, not speaking. He gazed towards the distant horizon, his gaze seemingly having no focus at all. While Deng Sen does not possess a mid-grade sacred artifact, it would not be easy for experts of the same cultivation level to kill him. After all, he cultivates in the radiant light illuminating art and the inextinguishable light body. Zhang Qiansong and the others all had deeply sympathetic expressions on their faces. Having interacted with disciples of the Radiant Light sect for half their lives, they were all extremely familiar with the characteristics of their martial arts. It would be very hard for a dim darkness sect martial practitioner of the same cultivation level to lose to a Radiant Light sect martial practitioner who primarily cultivated in the inextinguishable light body. Still, it would be even harder for them to win. Wang Wenmin retracted his gaze. Let's go. Let me see this heaven-defying genius. While he knew that Yan Zhaoge was young, Wang Wenmin still sighed endlessly upon truly seeing him. Still, he did not show any contempt on the surface in the least as he praised Yan Zhaoge greatly. At the same time, he was also probing Yan Zhaoge deeply, hoping to obtain more information from him. Yan Zhaoge exchanged pleasantries with Wang Wenmin, not revealing anything at all. While Wang Wenmin was rather disappointed, he could still feel Yan Zhaoge's goodwill. Young Master Yan is noble and righteous, sending the remains of my fellow disciple back to the clan. This Wang expresses his deep gratitude. Wang Wenmin finally said, this Wang will still be sitting over the Phoenix-bearing region in the coming days. With continuous battles, it will not be easy for me to entertain young Master Yan. Still, I would like to invite young Master Yan to our sect's main altar, allowing our entire sect to express our gratitude as a host. What do you think, young Master Yan? Yan Zhaoge smiled. I'm fine with that, just that I don't know if it would be too much of a hassle? Wang Wenmin shook his head, smiling. Of course not. Young Master Yan speaks too seriously. Young Master Yan can first accompany Zhang Qiansong and the others to the Flourishing Peace region. Our sect's non-brightness hall's Elder Wu will be sitting over there. He will make arrangements for you. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. A guest follows the host's wishes. After their conversation, they went their separate ways. Wang Wenmin still had matters to deal with in the Phoenix-bearing region while Yan Zhaoge's group headed to the Flourishing Peace region along with Zhang Qiansong and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners. According to Zhang Qiansong, Elder Wu is the first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, one of the dim darkness sect's 3 halls. As they walked, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. Whether it is in terms of cultivation-based status or seniority, he is even higher than Elder Wang Wenmin. Scratching his head, Hu said, Young Master could they be like that Wei family, seeing that their current strength in the Phoenix-bearing region is insufficient to deal with us, therefore leading us to a place with more experts? While we are currently on pretty good terms with the dim darkness sect, isn't it impossible to read a person's heart? Your extreme yang seal still needs more than a year before it can be used. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that is still not the case for the time being. Ahu thought for a moment, the strength and potential that you have displayed are too shocking. If they knew that you came from a lower world, they might hope to recruit you into their ranks. Still, now that they think that we have a great background, they will not act rashly. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. In slaying the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Shen dynasty without any reservations, it looks like I have misled those of the dim darkness sect even further. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing smiled. Isn't this precisely your goal? Yan Zhaoge said righteously, what are you talking about? I clearly could not bear to see the phoenix-bearing region being exploited and persecuted by the Grand Shen dynasty for a long period of time, the anti-Shen rebels being massacred on a large scale. Thus, seeing injustice on the road, I acted out of righteousness, exterminating the evil and bringing peace to the people. Chapter 630. Looking at the righteous Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Ahu did not have much of a reaction. Ahu chuckled in a silly manner while Feng Yunxing nodded very insincerely, that's right, that's right. The most righteous of them all is you. After laughing, Feng Yunxing knit her brows slightly. The dim darkness sect will definitely try to obtain information from the radiant light sect, investigating the actual situation of Deng Sen and the others as well as your background. At that time, wouldn't they know that we are not natives of the world beyond worlds, instead coming from a lower world? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Being able to confirm the deaths of Deng Sen and the others is already their limit. Feng Yunxing raised her brows lightly, right? First, not speaking of the fact that so many experts have perished in a single sect of the Eight Extremities world, having already caused the Radiant Light sect to lose all face, just for the sake of the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Yin Crown, the Radiant Light sect would also go all out to suppress the news of this. Even if the dim darkness sect has spies within the Radiant Light sect, their level would not be too high. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would long since have been destroyed by them many times over. Yan Zhaoge was all smiles as he said, it's fine even if they expose me. Everything I said is the truth. I can't control the associations they form because of this. Ahu grinned. Young master, we need to be strong enough to make them fear us. Otherwise they won't reason with us. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is precisely so. Therefore we just have to endure through this initial period of time. While I can only wield a portion of the Extreme Yang Seal's power now, it is still comparable to mid-grade Saint artifacts. At this point, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, it is a pity that I only have the power for a single strike. What I am more concerned about now is that supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary that the Radiant Light sect is currently searching for. Sadly, the Northern Ocean clone has yet to discover anything. Feng Yunxing asked, your Northern Ocean clone has already entered the territory of the Radiant Light sect? Yan Zhaoge nodded, indeed. Feng Yunxing pondered as she said, speaking of this, when the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao and the others descended to the Eight Extremities world for the second time, they only saw Chief and you as well as the Extreme Yang Seal at the world illuminating peak. As for Deng Sen and the others who had seen your Northern Ocean clone in your first descent, not a single one of them survived. Little Wan and Tang Yonghao who Zhang Chao brought to the world beyond worlds left before you and the Northern Ocean clone returned to the Eight Extremities world. Those of the Radiant Light sect should be completely unaware of the existence of the Northern Ocean clone. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled, it is precisely so. The group continued forward, crossing the vast world. Along the way the flames of war could be seen everywhere. It was not always the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who were leading the rebellion. Yan Zhaoge even saw a bloody battle between the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners and the Grand Shen dynasty. After a long, arduous journey, they arrived at the flourishing peace region. This was no longer the world of the Grand Shen dynasty, instead having always been the territory of the dim darkness sect. The person who had appeared before Yan Zhaoge and Zhang Qiansong was not the first seat elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wuxia. Instead, he was an elder of another lineage, the primordial darkness hall, Niesheng. This elder Niesheng was also no ordinary person as he was the grand elder of the dim darkness sect who mainly managed the affairs of the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea. Currently, in the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea, within the territory of the Grand Shen dynasty, the dim darkness sect was causing a raging rebellion against the Grand Shen dynasty. Niesheng was the leader as well as the person in charge. It was worth mentioning that Liang Jichao, who had perished in the vast ocean world many years ago, had been of the same lineage as Niesheng. Nie Xing naturally thanked Yan Zhaoge profusely for sending Liang Jichao's remains back to the clan, even personally making arrangements for their lodgings. After Nie Xing and the others had left, Ah Hu heaved a sigh of relief. Good fella, this is still the first time I have personally seen an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even though he looks amiable and approachable, I still feel all the hairs on my body standing on end. While Ah Hu had always been very broad-minded, even he felt cold sweat seeping out of his back at this moment. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm or martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm would also feel the same way as you do now. According to the words of Zhang Qiansong and the others, that first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, has an even higher cultivation base, being an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm? Sitting in the meditative position, Feng Yunxing asked curiously, from the records left behind in the ancient texts of pre-Great Calamity times, the 5th level of the martial saint realm is known as the mid-seeing divinity stage. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. The martial saint realm is also divided into 10 levels and 3 stages. From the 1st level to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, it is known as the merging avatar stage. Transcending mortality martial grandmasters merge their essence into an avatar and refine a true martial avatar that belongs to them. If they are able to successfully refine the true martial avatar that they release outside of their body to the point of merging perfectly with their fleshly body, they will be able to step into the martial saint realm, transcending mortality and entering sainthood as their cultivation base and strength will soar by leaps and bounds in all aspects. Merging the body and the avatar, that is the 1st level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Afterwards, the avatar and the soul will merge, stepping into the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage. Finally, the body, avatar and soul will merge as one, no longer being separated, that is the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Yan Zhaoge said, after that would be a massive bottleneck which is the breakthrough from the merging avatar stage to the seeing divinity stage. It was recorded in ancient times that, breaking through space can see divinity. The divinity here did not refer to the gods and Buddhas of the heavens as well as one's own soul. The divinity here referred to the numerous acupoints of the human body. Seeing the acupoints through inner brightness was something that martial practitioners at the peak of the body refinement realm, would be able to grasp. However, the acupoints now were still just acupoints, being limited to the human body itself. In truth, the acupoints of the human body were like the stars in the sky of the universe. The human body was like an internal universe with the acupoints being the stars within, resembling divinities that reigned over the heavens and earth. Martial practitioners corresponded to the heavens and earth of the outside world, tempering their bodies to the point of resembling a single universe. The acupoints of the human body could resonate with the stars of the universe, breaking through the barriers of space between the heavens and earth as they refined their acupoints to see divinity. Only then could it be considered as breaking through space can see divinity. When an expert of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm was able to refine their first acupoint, it would signify that they had stepped into the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. After that unceasing tempering, the myriad acupoints and the myriad divinities working together would cause a martial practitioner to become a true martial divinity, immeasurable and flawless. Meanwhile, refining their acupoints to see divinity would also allow a martial practitioner to possess the ability to resist the power of dimensions to a certain extent. Therefore, experts of the 4th level of the martial saint realm would be able to independently ascend to the world beyond worlds, not needing to rely on protective treasures. Yan Zhaoge said, as for after seeing divinity, there would be yet another major bottleneck, which would be attempting to ascend the immortal bridge. The 7th level of the martial saint realm is also known as the early immortal bridge stage. The founding ancestor of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, was an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. Therefore he was able to suppress major powers like the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect who possessed high-grade sacred artifacts but no immortal bridge martial saints, becoming the hegemon of the royal Reed Sea. Feng Yunxing and Ah Hu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. While it was very appropriate for Elder Nye to receive us, that Elder Wu did not appear, also not mentioning the matter of sending us to the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, Feng Yunxing asked, would there be any special circumstances in keeping us here in the Flourishing Peace region? Chapter 631. While they were doubtful, Yan Zhaoge's trio settled down peacefully at the branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect in the Flourishing Peace region. Their movements were not restricted as well as they normally could. If they had any requests, the Dim Darkness sect would mostly do their best to accommodate them. If they wanted to meet higher echelon experts like Nie Sheng, they would similarly not be refused. Still, the people of the Dim Darkness sect did not mention anything further, especially not the matter of guiding Yan Zhaoge's group to their main altar. Do we have to spend time verifying the news regarding the deaths of Deng Sen and the other Radiant Light sect experts? Ahu scratched his head, or is there really something else? Numerous cities were situated around the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, all of them rather bustling. Yan Zhaoge's trio strolled through one of the cities, appraising everything there. Hearing Ahu's question, Yan Zhaoge answered nonchalantly, "Let's wait and see for now." Surveying the surroundings, he saw many martial practitioners moving about within the city. Not just disciples of the Dim Darkness sect, there were also disciples of other sects and powers of the Flourishing Peace region. While their cultivation bases varied, those with lower cultivation bases made up the majority. Many body refinement martial practitioners could be seen. Of the merchants operating within the city, there were martial practitioners as well as ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts. Walking amongst them, Yan Zhaoge appeared rather interested. The people here were liberal, especially martial practitioners who had few reservations. In just a short while, Yan Zhaoge had already discovered quite a few young girls staring at him with burning gazes. It was just that after seeing Feng Yunxing beside Yan Zhaoge, they all retracted their gazes enviously yet helplessly. "I'm still very popular." Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, looking indescribably smug. Feng Yunxing nodded in all seriousness. "They should hide you away and not let anyone see you." Exchanging glances, the two shook their heads and smiled. While it was not a well-known market with relatively low standards as well, Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances. Still, as he strolled within, he saw many things that seemed ordinary yet did not exist in places like the Eight Extremities world and the Vast Ocean world. These things had not been rare before the Great Calamity. It was just that the Great Calamity had caused many things to disappear. Still, just looking at the trade in this small city, it could be seen that many things had been preserved in the world beyond worlds. Perhaps there were also extinct items that didn't exist here but existed in the lower realms. Comparatively speaking, however, the traces of the Great Thousand Worlds of pre-Great Calamity times had been preserved in the world beyond worlds the most complete. While Yan Zhaoge's group was guessing what the Dim Darkness sect was planning, after having settled them down, the Dim Darkness sect's elder Nie Sheng directly headed to the innermost depths of this branch altar. In a quiet room, an old man dressed in black was staring at the spell formation in front of him. This array formation seemed to be shrouded in a black fog, and not a single drop of spirit light could be seen. Nie Sheng entered the quiet room and bowed to the black-robed old man. "Elder Wu." The first seat elder of the Dim Darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, was still focused on the formation before him, not turning. No need for formalities. Nie Sheng came to Wu Zixio's side and said, "He looks young but his mouth is tight. I won't be able to get anything useful out of him." Wu Zixio nodded slowly and remained silent. Nie Sheng glanced at the formation in front of him. "Elder Wu, should we send them away first? The day of the sacrificial ceremony is not far away. It would not be appropriate at the end of the day to leave these outsiders who do not know their depths here. Of course, they definitely cannot be sent to the main altar." Wu Zixio said, "If there are no discoveries, we can only send them away first." "Still?" Nie Sheng asked, "Elder Wu, are you suspecting something? Are you suspecting that they are related to the Radiant Light sect, and are you intentionally trying to deceive us?" "We will know very soon whether Deng Sen and the others are dead or not." Wu Zixio said, "As for this youth, he is not a descendant of the Radiant Light sect at the very least. His martial arts do not originate from the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin should still be able to discern this. A transcending mortality martial grandmaster slaying a martial saint. This youth is indeed shockingly talented. Also, the martial arts that he cultivates in are definitely extraordinary as well. He should have a great background. Even if he is related to the Radiant Light sect, it should most likely be a cooperative relationship rather than a submission. This old man is inclined to think that he and the people behind him are not of the same faction as the Radiant Light sect." Wu Zixio muttered to himself, "This person claims to be from outside the Royal Reed Sea. That should be believable. The problem is, where does he come from? This youth might have a great background. Wang Wenmin said that the language he uses is purely the ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times? Nieshing nodded, yes, that's right. The ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times is still used by people in the current world beyond worlds. He pondered over Wu Zixio's words. You already have a guess, Elder Wu? Wu Zixio hesitated for a moment before saying, this old man is wondering if it might be related to the Southeastern Exalt. Nieshing was shocked. The Southeastern Exalt shouldn't interfere in the matters of the Royal Reed Sea, right? To him this is just a minor matter. Why would he lower himself to such an extent? That's right. Logically speaking, he shouldn't. While he said this, Wu Zixio's expression was solemn as he showed no intention of relaxing in the slightest. Still, the ancestors of our sect and the Radiant Light sect are different from other powers at the end of the day. Hearing this, Nieshing's expression turned solemn as well. The Radiant Light sect is already a thing of the past, having been plundered time and time again by so many people. After so many years, there has long since been nothing that those major figures would be interested in. If there is, we should be the clearest about it. Wu Zixio shook his head slightly. They might not think this way. After pondering for a moment, Nieshing's expression suddenly changed slightly. Could something special have happened over at the Radiant Light sect? Weren't we still wondering why Deng Sen and the others had suddenly disappeared? Wu Zixio nodded slowly. This is not impossible. If that is so, it would be hard to predict. Nieshing smiled bitterly. While our sect and the Radiant Light sect are sworn enemies, we currently have a common enemy in the Grand Xian dynasty. Currently the war is at its most stalemate. While I have always hoped for the Radiant Light sect to be destroyed, we are now in the same boat. Wu Zixio sighed. Unable to ascertain the other party's identity, we cannot just casually settle them down, much less send them to the main altar. Nieshing nodded in deep agreement. Ascertaining whether Deng Sen and the others are dead or alive will still require some time. We can use this chance to investigate for the main altar. It is just that, he smiled bitterly, it is just that it is not peaceful over here as well. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin very soon. We have to cooperate with the main altar. Wu Zixio thought for a moment before saying, how about we first get our disciples to investigate them? Nieshing frowned. How? For a young man with such shocking potential, we either have to befriend him and form a good relationship with him, or we have to use our full strength to kill him. It's a test that's neither too light nor too heavy. If we become enemies with him, we won't be able to kill him, leaving behind a huge problem for no reason. Wu Zixio shook his head. What are you talking about? First, this youngster's true thoughts aside, on the surface at least, he has no ill will towards our sect. Instead, he has formed enmity with the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. There are many ways to get to the bottom of things. Chapter 632. The myriad dragon palace shrunk as Yen Zhaoge stood within, watching silently as streams of dragon chi coiled within, transforming into a light dragon. The light dragon coiled around the shaft of a jet-black spear, its two dragon claws grabbing onto the spear's tip. The low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear, was constantly vibrating, its jet-black shaft flashing with a golden light from time to time. Yen Zhaoge reached out, grabbing the end of the spear. The dark feather-slaughtering golden spear instantly shook even more restlessly. The spirituality of a sacred artifact far surpassed that of a spirit artifact. Wanting to subdue it, even Yen Zhaoge would have to expend some effort. Still, with the myriad dragon palace suppressing it, this treasured spear was unable to struggle free. As time went on, Yen Zhaoge would eventually be able to subdue it, just like with the Dawn Sun crown he had obtained from the Radiant Light sect's elder Yang Zhanhua earlier. The Dawn Sun crown's temper had long since been smoothed out by Yen Zhaoge as he now remained peacefully at Broad Creed Mountain. While he did not have the help of the Northern Ocean clone now, as Yen Zhaoge grasped the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear, runes lit up on his palm, imprinting themselves onto the body of the spear. More and more runes were engraved on the spear, and in the end, it was as if there were really marks engraved on the spear. As time passed, the restlessness of the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear seemed to weaken a little. Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly, retracting his palm. He strolled within the myriad dragon palace. Many spaces had been opened up here, not just the palace itself. In a space, Feng Yunxing sat upright. Her black saber was unsheathed and placed horizontally on her knees. As she breathed, streams of dragon chi entered her body, and faint dragon patterns appeared on her cheeks. Yan Zhaoge praised him. Seeing that there were no problems, he retreated. After leaving the Myriad Dragon Palace, Yan Zhaoge's figure grew alongside the wind as he reverted from the size of a thumb to his original size. Now Ahu walked in from outside. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, he could not help but scratch his head. "Young master, I heard that the situation in the outside world seems to be even more chaotic." While they had been temporarily left in the flourishing peace region, the Dim Darkness sect did not forbid Yan Zhaoge and the others from obtaining information. In truth, even if Yan Zhaoge's group left just like this, those of the Dim Darkness sect would most likely not obstruct them. With Wu Zixio and Ye Sheng's tacit approval, most of the information that the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region could obtain, other than some extremely secretive information, was made available to Yan Zhaoge. Pan Pan's fat body lay there, lazily resembling a small mountain of flesh. Yan Zhaoge also didn't stand on ceremony as he leaned against its body, as though he was nearing a massive reclining chair made of fur. "How messy?" Yan Zhaoge asked, to which Ahu answered, "The current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty, the third-generation Xian king, King Xuanmu, has left the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty, personally leading the army." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It cannot be considered a smart move. While King Xuanmu is powerful, being a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he cannot compare to his grandfather and father, being far from being able to dominate the royal Reed Sea. It's fine if he's in his lair, but once he leaves the capital, he'll lose his geographical advantage. How will he face a group of fierce opponents? Even if these opponents of his are also on guard against each other, unable to work together, King Xuanmu's actions are still too careless, unless... Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, unless he has something to rely on. Ahu continued, "Also, young master, you killed that one surnamed Yang in the Phoenix-bearing region, incurring the wrath of his uncle, the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. He has been searching for you in the southern regions of the Royal Reed Sea over this period of time. I heard that he has already arrived in the vicinity of the flourishing peace region." Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Wu Zixio and Ye Sheng, the two Dim Darkness sect elders, aren't just there for show. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "That's true." Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before standing up, smiling. "Come, let's go out for a spin." Following behind him, Ahu asked, "Young master, are we just going to keep wasting time here with the Dim Darkness sect?" "Definitely not." Yan Zhaoge said as he walked, "There's no rush now. A little later we will be able to speak. It will be more advantageous to speak for a little longer. Of course we can't delay for too long." While Yan Zhaoge did not take the initiative to activate the defensive formations of the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, he was also quietly comprehending the spiritual chi flow of this place as he walked. "It's actually strong in the day and weak at night? I didn't come to the wrong place, right? This is the territory of the Dim Darkness sect, not the Radiant Light sect's side." Yan Zhaoge blinked. The formation vaguely seems to be circulating in reverse. Are they preparing some special ritual? As he pondered, the sound of a dispute suddenly resounded up ahead. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that two Dim Darkness sect disciples were currently in the midst of a dispute. While the two sides were not very old, their cultivation bases were not low as they were mostly martial scholars. There were also body refinement martial scholars. Still, they were all very young, looking like new disciples of the younger generation who had just entered the sect not too long ago. Currently, they were following behind their senior apprentice brothers to join in on the fun. The leaders of both sides were martial grandmasters who were currently in the midst of a dispute. Listening to the general content, Yan Zhaoge discovered that both sides were of the Dim Darkness sect's Non-Brightness Hall and Primordial Darkness Hall lineages. What they were currently arguing about here was the superiority of their seniors' attainments in alchemy. As they argued, it was mentioned that both sides were about to engage in a competition. The disciples of the two halls were currently arguing over their seniors to the point that their necks and faces were red with anger. "I wonder what level the alchemy here in the world beyond worlds has reached. I heard that the Dim Darkness sect's alchemy can be considered rather advanced in this region of the Royal Reed Sea. We might as well take a look." Yan Zhaoge found this interesting as he turned to Ahu and said, "Find out where the competition is and whether outsiders can spectate." Ahu nodded, walking over before retreating a moment later. "Young master, we can go watch as well. It's not far up ahead." Amidst their conversation, the two sides were already yelling as they headed forward together. Yan Zhaoge went over rather interestedly. Upon arriving, he discovered that this so-called competition was not in pill concoction but in restoring an incomplete pill formula. This caused Yan Zhaoge to feel even more interested. As compared to actual pill concoction, attempting to restore an incomplete pill formula was a greater test of one's theoretical abilities. In a private room behind the pill hall, Wu Zixio and Ye Xing sat facing each other. Ye Xing asked, "Elder Wu, I know that the Southeastern Exalt is proficient in alchemy. Still, he is not the only expert in alchemy. How should we judge this?" Wu Zixio said slowly, "Therefore it is not pill concoction but pill formulas. This old man likes studying the Tao of alchemy. It is just that I am ashamed to say that I am greedy for more than I can chew, not being sufficiently profound." Ye Xing shook his head. "No need to be humble, Elder Wu. You are our sect's #1 expert in alchemy. Everyone admires you greatly." Wu Zixio said, "I am well aware of this old shortcoming of mine. Still, I still have some redeeming features. While I only have a superficial understanding of the pill formulas of various clans outside of the Royal Reed Sea, I am still able to recognize their lineages. It is fine if this young man holds himself back and does not make a move. As long as he is tempted, this old man will be able to tell his origins from the lineage of his deduction of pill formulas." The old man exhaled softly. "We shall wait and see." Chapter 633. There were 3 halls within the dim darkness sect, namely the non-brightness hall, the primordial darkness hall and the dim brightness hall. The 2 parties that were currently competing belonged to the non-brightness hall and the darkness hall. Both sides were martial grandmasters, one at the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, late essence spirit stage, while the other at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, early essence talisman stage. Although there were differences in cultivation realms at this level, the level of attainment in alchemy depended more on one's personal level. Cultivation realm was no longer a decisive factor. It was not rare for a martial grandmaster to have a higher attainment in alchemy than a martial saint. At the very least, after a few glances, Yan Zhaoge felt that essence spirit martial grandmaster with a slightly lower cultivation base, a dim darkness sect martial practitioner of the non-brightness hall, might have a deeper understanding of alchemy. There was no need for them to actually concoct pills, which eliminated the last bit of influence brought about by the gap in their cultivation realms. Deriving and restoring pill formulas had become purely a competition of theories. While it was a little theoretical, it also allowed Yan Zhaoge to observe more directly. "Oh, his level is not low." Yan Zhaoge looked at it for a moment before nodding to himself. From the small to the big, the world beyond worlds has inherited the most legacies of pre-Great Calamity times in the area of alchemy, or perhaps it could be said that it is developing the fastest as it is not just a level or 2 higher than the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world and the floating life world. Who secretly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, who do you think will win?" "The one from the non-brightness hall," Yan Zhaoge answered casually. "Still, if I were to say it, both of them are losers." Ahu opened his eyes wide, looking rather blankly at Yan Zhaoge. "Looking at that pill formula," Yan Zhaoge said casually, "how could it be so easy for them to deduce and restore an incomplete pill formula? If it could really be solved in such a short period of time, this pill formula would have been restored long ago, and suitable materials would have been found for use. Why would we wait for them to use it for the competition? The content of their competition is actually to see who can restore more content within a limited time. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can't make a mistake. The one from the Primordial Darkness Palace is a bit faster now, but he has already made a mistake." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "The one in the non-brightness hall is fine for now. Still, slow work produces fine work. The work is too slow." Ahu scratched his head. "Young master, do you have the complete pill recipe?" Yan Zhaoge said, "There isn't." Still, looking at the contents of the pill formula, it should be a pill known as the Scenic Heart Pill. It was rather commonly seen in pre-Great Calamity times, but was lost along with it. I would never have thought that I would be able to see an incomplete pill formula here. He had not lied to Ahu. Yan Zhaoge indeed did not have the pill formula for the Scenic Heart Pill. The reason for that was actually because its level was not high enough. Still, Yan Zhaoge's attainments in the Tao of alchemy were much higher than those present. With just a few glances, Yan Zhaoge already had a general idea of what it was that both sides were unable to deduce and restore within a short period of time. After all, other than crafting, he was best at alchemy and arrays. Among them, the array formation was something that he had painstakingly perfected later on, and alchemy had always been his forte. It was just that it was not good to show off too much in the beginning because the impression he left on the people around him in his youth was that he was not very good at alchemy. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom that year, he had helped the eldest prince Zhao Yuan suppress Zhao Hao out of consideration for the Eastern Tang's political situation, being a special case. As his cultivation base rose and he went to more and more places and experienced more and more things, his attainments in alchemy had also gradually improved over the years, gradually being displayed. Ahu chuckled, egging Yan Zhaoga on. "Young master, aren't you going to show them a thing or two? Let them see what true standards are." Yan Zhaoga said nonchalantly, "Even if I show them a thing or two, it will not be in front of them. Whether they can understand it or not is also a problem." Ahu's eyes widened, only recovering after a long time as he gave a thumbs up. "Young master, I really worship you too much." Yan Zhaoga was calm and composed, resembling a teacher watching two students debating as he leisurely watched the competition between the two dim darkness sect martial grandmasters. To him, it did not matter who won or who lost or who was superior to them at all. He was merely observing the two of them and deducing the attainments in alchemy of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners, thereby estimating the level of alchemy in the Royal Reed Sea and even in the world beyond worlds. While Yan Zhaoga was leisurely, Wu Zixio and Ye Xing were having a headache. Ye Xing smiled bitterly as he looked at Wu Zixio. "Elder Wu, if he does not participate, what do we do? Could it be that he is not proficient in this Tao?" Wu Zixio shook his head, saying decisively, "No. From his expression he is not a layman, looking like he has a card up his sleeve. He is probably looking down on the level of the scenic heart pills formula." Ye Xing frowned. "Is it out of politeness that he is not speaking, or has he detected our intentions?" Wu Zixio pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "He should not have detected our intentions. It is either politeness or disdain." The old man sighed. From the looks of it, his level might be even higher than this old man thought. Ye Xing was silent for a moment before he asked, "What if he is unrelated to the southeastern exalt, coming from somewhere even further away?" Wu Zixio was silent as well. If Yan Zhaoga was unrelated to the southeastern exalt, coming from somewhere even further away, he would have crossed the line. It would be fine if nothing happened if it was just an ordinary adventuring. However, if something happened and his dim darkness sect was on good terms with him, the southeastern exalt might be angered afterwards. From the looks of it now, with Yan Zhaoga having enmity with the Radiant Light sect and having just killed someone of the Grand Shen dynasty, it did not look like he was safe and sound no matter how one looked at it. Wu Zixio exhaled slowly. "I really cannot rest easy without getting to the bottom of this person's background." Ye Xing looked at Wu Zixio for a moment. "Elder Wu, you wouldn't be intending to personally participate, right?" Wu Zixio said, "There is no need for that." Saying thus, he summoned someone in. It was an elder of the Non-Brightness Hall who was at the first level of the Martial Saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Ye Xing recognized him as Wu Zixio's personal disciple, Chen Ku. Elder Chen Ku aside, his cultivation base had come from Wu Zixio's legacy as well. His attainments in alchemy were also outstanding as he was one of the peak figures amongst the dim darkness sect's merging avatar martial saints. After Wu Zixio said a few things to him, Chen Ku nodded. "I will obey master's instructions." The next moment, Chen Ku appeared within the pill hall. He bowed towards Yan Zhaoga as though he had just happened to be here. The dim darkness sect disciples all bowed towards him as well. He waved his hands indicating for the competition to continue. As Chen Ku chatted with Yan Zhaoga from time to time, Yan Zhaoga discovered that this person's alchemy skills were indeed not bad, being even more outstanding than those two martial grandmasters who were currently competing. With this, Yan Zhaoga was in no hurry to leave as he chatted with Chen Ku while waiting for the competition to end. With this, the two sides no longer had to test and argue with each other as they instead submitted it to Chen Ku to be the judge. While Chen Ku was an elder of the Non-Brightness Hall, the martial practitioners of the Primordial Darkness Hall did not raise any objections. Chen Ku glanced at Yan Zhaoga through the corner of his eye before commencing his evaluation. Chapter 634. When the dim darkness sect had obtained the pill formula of the scenic heart pill, it had indeed been incomplete. Still, since he had already set his mind on it, Wu Zixio naturally had to make his preparations as he began deducing and restoring the pill formula. The pill formula that would be rather troublesome for his disciples would not be so difficult for an expert of the Tao of alchemy like Wu Zixio. It was just that a pill formula like the scenic heart pill would usually not come to trouble Wu Zixu. The old man had more pressing matters to attend to. His plan this time was to probe Yan Zhaoge. Therefore Wu Zixu had chased the pill formula out. Chen Ku recalled Wu Zixu's instructions as he calmly evaluated both sides of the competition. As Yan Zhaoge had predicted, that Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster of the Primordial Darkness Hall had made a mistake in his derivation process. With a single mistake, a second and third mistake had appeared afterwards. Meanwhile, while that Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the Non-Brightness Hall had a slightly lower cultivation base, his attainments in alchemy were superior as he fought steadily and surely. Victory and defeat were already clear now. Chen Ku did not just end things as a judge. Instead, he continued deducing and restoring the pill formula of the scenic heart pill based on the results of the competition. As he deduced, he explained to the dim darkness sect disciples present. Other than watching the commotion, most of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners gathered here were also interested in alchemy. Chen Ku made use of this chance to teach them a lesson as well. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners naturally cherished this rare chance as they listened attentively. Yan Zhaoge was also smiling as he listened by the side. Honestly speaking, he felt that Chen Ku's skill was still not bad as he deduced and restored the pill formula clearly and correctly. While it appeared rather complicated, his deep foundation could still be seen. Still, as he listened, Yan Zhaoge felt that something was wrong. Even as Chen Ku explained to the dim darkness sect disciples, he was actually also secretly observing Yan Zhaoge's movements. Noticing the gradual change in Yan Zhaoge's gaze, Chen Ku's heart jolted slightly as the words of his master Wu Zixu surfaced within his mind. Your master intentionally left behind an error in this pill formula at the end. Let's see if that Yan Zhaoge can discover it. If he points it out, you can make use of this chance to communicate with him, listening to his complete train of thought as he deduced the pill formula of the scenic heart pill. Chen Ku thought to himself. On the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened and continued his explanation. After patiently listening to Chen Ku's narration, Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment before saying to Chen Ku via sound transmission, Elder Chen, forgive my rudeness, but it seems that the pill formula of this scenic heart pill still needs to be considered. While Chen Ku loved to show off, the dim darkness sect was currently still rather friendly towards him. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge did not directly question Chen Ku's pill formula in front of everyone. Instead, he chose to communicate only with Chen Ku via sound transmission. Chen Ku's eyes narrowed. He really found out. Chen Ku also pondered over this pill formula and found that his master Wu Zixu's derivation was very perfect. Although Wu Zixu had purposely left a mistake, it was actually very well hidden. If he did not explain it in advance and let Chen Ku look at it himself, he would not be able to discover it even after looking at it a few times. He would need to look at it a few more times before he could discover the problem. In fact, according to Chen Ku's analysis, it wasn't accurate to call it a mistake. It was more appropriate to call it a flaw. If he directly followed the current pill formula to start the furnace to refine the pill, it was not necessarily impossible to refine the pill, but the quality of the pill would be a little worse. Yet, Yan Zhaoge had actually immediately discovered it? This person shouldn't possess the original pill formula of the scenic heart pill of pre-Great Calamity times, right? Chen Ku could not help but wonder. While he was doubtful, his expression was calm as he similarly replied via sound transmission. Oh? The pill formula of this scenic heart pill has always been lost after the Great Calamity. Our sect only managed to obtain an incomplete pill formula by chance. Could it be that young Master Yen has a complete pill formula of pre-Great Calamity times? Yan Zhaoge smiled. That's not it. It is just that during the competition between your sect's disciples just now, this Yen also attempted to divine it for a bit. Chen Ku asked slowly, I wonder if young Master Yen has anything to say? Yan Zhaoge said, in the formula, the 1,000 scales blood droplets portion is 5% too much. Aha. Chen Ku was just about to nod when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was different from the flaw that Wu Zixu had told him about. So it's someone who pretends to know when he doesn't? A look of surprise flashed through Chen Ku's eyes as he unconsciously wanted to retort. Yet the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. Chen Ku was also someone proficient in alchemy. Carefully thinking about Yan Zhaoge's words, he suddenly felt that, it seemed like, there might be some logic to it? This caused Chen Ku to feel shocked. Yan Zhaoge, however, continued, also the portion of the clear scenic stone has been reduced by 30%. It would be better to add a bit more. Also, the core of the Grand Harmony grass seems to already be extinct. It is not impossible to replace it with the flower core of the bright cloud flower. Still, I think that using the core of the middle dragon grass would be more effective. Other than that, I feel that it would be better to first dry the east acorns before grinding them into powder. That would be more effective. Finally, if the pill is pulled out when the furnace is opened, it would be easier to produce the pill, saving on medicinal ingredients. After saying thus, Yan Zhaoge looked sincerely at Chen Ku. These are all just some minor flaws. I might have been nitpicking a little. Still, I see that Elder Chen's derivation process was extremely exquisite. It is just that due to being rushed, some details were overlooked. If you could pay attention to them, this Scenic Heart Pill's pill formula would basically be perfect. Of course, I am referring to the results that can be achieved under the current circumstances. He had indeed not thought too much about it. On the contrary, Yan Zhaoge really felt that the pill formula that Chen Ku had given him was already pretty good, just that it was rather a pity that it had not been able to be done to its best. Therefore, his earlier intention of showing the other party a thing or two had gradually faded. Now he felt that he might as well just help Chen Ku out. Chen Ku glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge. He was already unable to hear what Yan Zhaoge had said afterwards, as his mind was completely filled with the improvements that Yan Zhaoge had made to the Scenic Heart Pill formula that he possessed earlier. Other than the East acorns powdered, which Wu Zixio had already pointed out to him, the other points were all problems that the two of them had never thought of before. Chen Ku was a knowledgeable person. After carefully pondering over it, he felt that Yan Zhaoge's words were all true, feeling that they made more and more sense the more he thought about it. Still, it was precisely because of this that he felt even more shocked. Chen Ku forcibly composed himself, asking Yan Zhaoge how he had derived the pill formula. He wanted to prove one last time whether Yan Zhaoge had long since possessed the original formula for the Scenic Heart Pill. After carefully appraising him with a glance now, Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly gave him a few pointers. Hearing this, Chen Ku completely lost his temper. He had no choice but to accept it. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, who was not even 30 years of age, Chen Ku even felt a little dazed for a time. After taking his leave, he returned to the secluded room where Wu Zixio and Ye Sheng were still anxiously waiting. Hearing Chen Ku's narration, Wu Zixio was dazed on the spot. When the old man recovered, he could not help but smile bitterly. Afraid that he would be put in a difficult position, Ye Sheng hurriedly said, "This person is indeed skilled in alchemy. Still, I believe that Elder Wu should also be able to see through his background. Our target has still been achieved at the end." Target? The corners of Wu Zixio's mouth twitched as he revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. "I can see through it, but it's the same as not seeing through it. No, it should be worse than not seeing through it." Chapter 635. Ye Sheng looked rather bemused at Wu Zixio. Wu Zixio sighed. He used quite a few different methods to derive a simple pill formula. This old man recognized some of them, some of which I could not even recognize. It probably would not have been so troublesome for him to derive and restore the pill formula of the Scenic Heart Pill initially. Still, he must have seen through our intentions afterwards and thus intentionally dealt with it this way. Being proficient in so many pill formulas, this old man was instead unable to see through his true methods. It can only be said that his attainments in alchemy definitely surpassed this old man's. Wu Zixio shook his head repeatedly. He is expressing his dissatisfaction. Ye Sheng looked rather shocked at Wu Zixio, only saying after a long time, he intentionally concealed his origins. Perhaps this means that he has ulterior motives. Wu Zixio said, "Who doesn't have their own secrets? It is just a pity that the other party is more skilled this time." Ye Sheng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Why don't we just send someone out of the Royal Reed Sea to meet the Southeastern Exalt? If we let him know beforehand, it would be better if there were any problems afterwards." Wu Zixio said, "If they are related to the Southeastern Exalt, this would inevitably be a taboo." Ye Sheng reminded, "The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin." Wu Zixio smiled bitterly, "This old man knows." Ye Sheng shook his head. "Wang Wenmin has really sent back a huge problem. While it might be a good thing usually, it is really a headache at this critical juncture." Wu Zixio said, "He does not know that the main altar and the branch altars are preparing for the dim sun cold moon sacrificial ceremony. He does not understand our situation here. Normally he would handle things very stably with nothing inappropriate at all." Ye Sheng said, "Indeed, ignorance is not to be blamed. It is just that we cannot ignore this now." Wu Zixio slowly nodded. "The the sacrificial ceremony is of utmost importance. Send them away first. After the sacrificial ceremony has concluded, send them to the main altar for Chief to decide. Do not be impolite. Everything else aside, with such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy, it is worth it for this sect to be on good terms with him. Hearing his words, Niesheng said, that is only natural. Wu Zixia was left alone in the room as he sighed. He is really young. He has actually reached such a cultivation base at such a young age, also having such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Where did he find so much time and energy? Wu Zixia laughed bitterly. For the first time in so many years he felt like he was getting old. Yan Zhaoge brought Ahu back to their lodgings, who asked curiously, Young master, what do we do next? If my predictions are not wrong, this branch altar of the dim darkness sect seems to be planning something major. Yan Zhaoge said thoughtfully, it might be some sort of ritual. Still, as for the specifics, there are too few clues at the moment. I can't say for sure. Yan Zhaoge sat down. Under such circumstances, it would clearly be inappropriate to leave us outsiders here. If they have malicious intent towards us, they will make their move very soon. If they don't, I think they will try to send us away from here to somewhere else. Ahu scratched his big head. Will they send us to the dim darkness sect's main altar? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. It's still hard to say now. In the pill hall earlier, Yan Zhaoge had not thought much of it at the start. Still, when Jianghu had not only obtained the pill formula for the scenic heart pill but had even probed into his thoughts on restoring the pill formula, Yan Zhaoge had instantly sensed that something was wrong. The other party seemed to not simply be doubting that he had long since possessed the original pill formula for the scenic heart pill. Instead, he seemed to be trying to probe his path in the Tao of alchemy. Yan Zhaoge did not know what the other party wanted to verify. Therefore, he had spoken cautiously, leaving the people of the dim darkness sect with nothing to show for it. As the two conversed, someone came to visit. It was precisely Niesheng whom they had met earlier. Niesheng told Yan Zhaoge about his intentions in coming, expressing that he was prepared to send Yan Zhaoge's group to the main altar of the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Niesheng. While the other party had agreed to send them to the main altar, it was very hard to say when and where they would arrive and whether or not they would go around in circles along the way. One thing that could be confirmed was that the dim darkness sect, or at least Wu Zixia and Niesheng's lot, currently did not wish for him, Yan Zhaoge, to remain in the flourishing peace region. The other party was currently still rather friendly with him. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge was curious as to what the dim darkness sect's branch altar was up to, he did not intend to pursue the matter. This Yan would naturally be happy to pay a visit to your sect, Yan Zhaoge said. A guest should follow the host's wishes. I will leave it to your sect to make the arrangements. Niesheng smiled, nodding. Since that is so, after young Master Yan's group has finished packing up, I will dispatch someone to lead the way for you. Very quickly, Yan Zhaoge saw the dim darkness sect martial practitioner who would be leading the way for him. It was precisely Elder Jianghu whom he had met once before. After exchanging a few words, Yan Zhaoge learnt that this errand had been requested by Jianghu himself from Wu Zixia and Niesheng. This elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, who was at the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, was rather infatuated with the Tao of alchemy. He clearly wanted to make use of this opportunity to exchange pointers with Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was naturally fine with this. Still, just as they had left the dim darkness sect's branch altar, before they could get far, an extremely intimidating aura emanated over from the distance. Even with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he felt his entire body's true essence seemingly going out of control as it was about to spontaneously combust, his body numb as he virtually felt like he was about to suffocate. Huh. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. Is it that Marquis Haiqing of the Grand Xian dynasty? No, according to the dim darkness sect, this Marquis Haiqing is an expert of the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. While he is also extremely powerful, this aura is clearly much more powerful. Swiveling his head to look at Jianghu, Yan Zhaoge saw that Jianghu's expression was solemn to the extreme as well. After a moment's hesitation, he brought Yan Zhaoge and the others back to the branch altar with a wretched look on his face. In virtually just an instant, the all-encompassing light of fire enveloped the sky, enveloping the entire flourishing peace region and even the surrounding vast territories, as the sky itself was completely unable to be seen. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This feeling is probably that of a late-seeing divinity martial saint. The extreme Yang seal can currently only exert the effect of a mid-grade sacred artifact. Even if it could be immediately used, it would probably not be able to do anything to him. Feng Yunxing and Hu gazed at the sky as well. Even protected by the grand formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, their bodies could still feel a blazing pain. Chen Ku said solemnly, "It should be one of the 4 Lord Protectors of the Grand Xian dynasty, Lord Protector Zheng." Yan Zhaoge smacked his li while the former number 1 expert of the Royal Reed Sea, the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, had perished and his son King Xuanqing was no longer around, the power of the Grand Xian dynasty having weakened greatly as rebellions had arisen throughout the Royal Reed Sea. However, as the number 1 power of the Royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty which the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other major powers had to join forces to deal with, still possessed an extraordinary foundation. The 4 Lord Protectors of the current Grand Xian dynasty were all descendants of King Xianwen, King Xuanqing's brothers and King Xuanmu's uncles. All of them were peak experts who reigned supreme over a region of the Royal Reed Sea, acting rampantly without fear. This time however this Lord Protector Zheng had not come for him, Yan Zhaoge. He was most likely here for the Dim Darkness sect's current arrangements. This game is a little big, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself as he looked at the all-encompassing blazing fire. Chapter 636. At this moment, the raging flames that filled the sky blocked off space and formed a unique domain, isolating the flourishing peace state from the outside world and turning it into a separate world. Immediately, streams of black chi shot into the skies with the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar as their center, transforming into infinite darkness that resembled the veil of night which devoured the fiery light, returning peace to the world. At the highest point of the branch altar, the Grand Elder of the Dim Darkness sect, the first seat elder of the Non-Brightness Hall, Wuxia, had a stern expression on his face as he gazed upwards into the sky. After discovering that it was Lord Protector Zheng, he knew that the other party had not come for Yan Zhaoge having slain the phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. Firstly, while Yang Zhaozhen was a martial saint expert, a general of a continent, it was not to the extent where the top 5 experts of the Grand Xian dynasty would pursue and seek revenge against him. Secondly, Yang Zhaozhen's backer, Marquis Haiqing, was not only not close to Lord Protector Zheng, they even had political disagreements. Marquis Haiqing was the trusted aide of the current King Xian, King Xuanmu. Even if Marquis Haiqing wanted help, he wouldn't ask Lord Protector Zheng. In coming to the flourishing peace region this time, Lord Protector Zheng had specifically come for their Dim Darkness sect. Realizing this, the hearts of Wu Zixio, Nye Sheng and the other Dim Darkness sect experts all sunk. In the end, news of their secret plan to prepare for the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual was still leaked, causing them to attract a great enemy. Instead, it was Yan Zhaoge's group who had been implicated as they had been trapped here in the flourishing peace region, caught in the crossfire. It was just that thinking of how he had been unable to do anything to Yan Zhaoge and had originally intended to send him away, yet now that the Grand Xian dynasty was blocking his way, Wu Zixio could not help but smile bitterly. This Grand Elder of the Dim Darkness sect felt extremely unhappy at this moment, only feeling that not a single thing had gone according to his wishes. Now that things had already come to this, Wu Zixio did not think about anything else as he first activated the branch altar's guardian grand formation before clashing with the invading Lord Protector Zheng of the Grand Xian dynasty. Wu Zixio of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, while his cultivation base was slightly inferior to Lord Protector Zheng's, relying on the geographical advantage of the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar grand formation, he still possessed the ability to battle. The power of both sides clashed between the heavens and the earth, with the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar being concealed amidst the darkness most of the time. But from time to time, the curtain of night would be abruptly cut open by flames. The flames disappeared in a flash and the world returned to darkness. But soon the flames would light up again in other directions. Yan Zhaoge returned to the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, feeling the two powerful forces currently clashing intensely between the heavens and the earth as he fell into deep thought. With a bitter expression, Ahu said, "Young master, a fire at the city gate brings disaster to the fish in the moat. What should we do now? If this branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect is breached, the Grand Xian dynasty would definitely not mind taking care of us as well." Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the sky. Within a short period of time, there shouldn't be any problems. However, as time passes, that might not necessarily be the case. The Guardian Grand formation of the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar was currently not in a normal state due to the preparations for the ceremony. Forcefully circulating it under such circumstances, battling an expert like the Grand Shen dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng for a long time, he would definitely be able to see through its flaws and make use of it. Feng Yunxing pondered for a moment before saying, "Previously, there was news that the reigning Shen king of the Grand Shen dynasty had personally led the army. We were guessing that he might have something else to rely on. Logically speaking, an expert like Lord Protector Zheng should be moving together with King Xuanmu, concentrating their strength. Now that he has come here separately, this seems to prove our earlier guess as well. The Grand Shen dynasty seems to be very confident in their momentum this time." Yan Zhaoge pondered as he said, "Let's see how the other powers of the Royal Reed Sea deal with this. The Dim Darkness sect will not be able to pass this hurdle easily." Hearing his words, Ahu said solemnly, "Young master, that is to say that the Dim Darkness sect's main altar might not be safe as well?" Yan Zhaoge said, "The location of the Dim Darkness sect's main altar has always been mysterious and indiscernible. Still, with the Grand Shen dynasty having come with such ferocious momentum this time, their chances of success should not be small. If I do not see wrongly, this ritual that the Dim Darkness sect is currently planning is no small matter, being on a very large scale. I suspect that this branch altar is merely a part of it, the core being their main altar. This way, with the main altar and the various branch altars joining forces, the Grand Shen dynasty might be able to make use of this chance to track them down." Ahu said exasperatedly, "Why doesn't the Grand Shen dynasty go find trouble with the Radiant Light sect? The Radiant Light sect's headquarters are so easy to find. Why must they come to the Dim Darkness sect?" As he spoke, Ahu suddenly fell silent, a look of realization surfacing within his gaze as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Yan Zhaoge grinned at him, indicating that he was right. Ahu instantly felt a headache coming on. The three exchanged glances, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Because of the extreme Yin crown and the extreme Yang seal, the Radiant Light sect had recently diverted some of their attention towards competing with Broad Creed Mountain and the Eight Extremities world outside of the world beyond worlds. As a result, their movements in the Royal Reed Sea had been more low-key than the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers. Meanwhile, the Dim Darkness sect had been especially active in the anti-Shen war in recent years. Like that, they naturally became the primary target of the Grand Shen dynasty. The Dim Darkness sect's main altar was indeed much more concealed than the Radiant Light sect's headquarters. Still, on the other hand, having a way to find the Dim Darkness sect's main altar this time also became a rare opportunity. Moreover, the ceremony that the Dim Darkness sect was plotting was clearly no small matter. If they were allowed to succeed, it would be greatly detrimental to the Grand Shen dynasty as well. They would naturally have to target them heavily this time. Looking at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar before him, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Danger, danger. With danger there is also a chance. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge said, "You all enter the Myriad Dragon Palace first." Feng Yunxing, Hu and Pan Pan all entered the Myriad Dragon Palace as instructed. Currently, many great battles had already erupted in the air above the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar. Outside the night sky that was filled with flames, a massive hole suddenly appeared. Then a jet-black spear protruded from within. That spear was incomparably massive, its sharpness seemingly enveloping the heavens and the earth. As it descended, 7 treasured lights flickered together, 7 great divine birds vaguely visible coiling and dancing in the air. There were phoenixes, green wands, great rocks, peacocks, white cranes, swans and owls. As they danced, sigils and runes were inscribed amidst space, seemingly having existed since time immemorial. Fire in the air, fire in stone, fire in wood, samadhi fire and fire of the mortal world. The 5 types of flames merged together, driving that terrifying spear as it pierced towards the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar. This was different from how Yang Zhaozhen had previously only relied on a single type of fire and stone to wield the great rock treasured spear and the white crane treasured spear. This was a supreme direct lineage martial art of the Grand Shen dynasty, the true perfection of the 5 fire true art and the 7 foul treasured spear. Beneath this spear, even space between the heavens and the earth was incinerated and destroyed. Facing this spear, Wu Zixio had a solemn expression on his face as he simultaneously pushed out with his palms. The boundless darkness seemed to transform into a massive vortex, entangling the descending spear from above like a black hole as it unceasingly unleashed a terrifying destructive power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the dim darkness sect experts led by Nie Sheng were also clashing with the Grand Xian dynasty experts who had accompanied Lord Protector Zheng over. As numerous martial saints clashed, with more than a single seeing divinity martial saint amongst them, the terrifying momentum created virtually shook the heavens and overturned the earth. It was only because the spiritual chi circulation of the world beyond worlds was stable and the boundaries of the heavens and the earth were sturdy. If it was a world like the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world, the entire world would have already been ripped apart as soon as the two sides clashed. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, directly donning the imperious cold martial armor as numerous ice dragons hovered and coiled around the surface of his body. His figure leapt up and down as he leapt towards the high point of the dim darkness sect's branch altar. Chapter 637. The peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had come to invade while the dim darkness sect also had experts like Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng here. Both sides were locked in battle, and the situation was extremely chaotic. The entire territory of Flourishing Peace region was overturned by the battle. It was just that as Yan Zhaoge had predicted, the dim darkness sect's grand formation that guarded this place was currently unable to function normally. Under such circumstances, Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng, and the others naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Receiving another spear strike from the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng, Wu Zixio's aged body bent even more. The dim darkness sect martial practitioner beside him discovered to his shock that fresh blood was vaguely leaking out from the corner of Wu Zixio's mouth. Nie Sheng grunted and forced his opponent to retreat, but a sword wound appeared on his right arm. He retreated to Wu Zixio's side and transmitted his voice, "We can't hold on like this." Wu Zixio wiped the corners of his mouth, coughing a few times. "The news of our sect wanting to carry out the dim sun cold moon ritual has been leaked. The Grand Xian dynasty wants to make use of this chance to investigate the location of our main altar." Nie Sheng said, "The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring and must not be released. Even if we do not activate the ritual, the Grand Xian dynasty would already have obtained some clues. Since that's the case, we might as well fight to the end." Wu Zixio fell into deep thought. He looked up and saw that in the sky, streams of fire were rolling and rolling up waves of fire. In the sea of fire, a huge pattern of light condensed and shone down like a bright mirror. After the dim darkness sect's branch altar was enveloped by this mirror light, streams of black smoke arose. The black smoke did not fly straight upwards. Instead, it flew diagonally, resembling a rope with one end connected to the dim darkness sect's branch altar while the other extended into the unknown distance. If one's gaze was not limited to the Flourishing Peace region alone but the entire Royal Reed Sea, they would discover that the branch altars of the dim darkness sect were virtually all suffering fierce attacks at the same time. Above every branch altar of the dim darkness sect, there was a strange, bright mirror light illuminating it. Wisps of black smoke extended into the void from different directions, gradually converging and pointing at the same place. Looking at the black smoke above the Flourishing Peace region, Wu Zixio sighed, "They really came prepared." The old man had a determined look on his face. "At a time like this we can only give it our all." Saying thus, he raised a palm, once more blocking the terrifying spear of the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng up above. At the same time, his other hand slammed down towards the ground beneath his feet. After the two collided, the middle-aged man's spear that seemed able to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was actually repelled. The dim pillar of light shook slightly for a moment before continuing to shoot off into the distance. This middle-aged man was naturally one of the Grand Xian dynasty's four Lord Protectors, Lord Protector Zheng. His gaze focused, "What a fella." While this pillar of light seemed dim and inconspicuous, seemingly weak and turbid, the power contained within was vast and heavy such that even Lord Protector Zheng, a late-seeing divinity martial saint, was unable to destroy it with a single blow. His spear moved once more, Wu Zixio and the others hurriedly coming forward to block it. "Whatever you are planning, it will all be futile," Lord Protector Zheng laughed loudly. "So what even if I allow you traitors to complete your ritual? You can just be reduced to ashes along with your main altar." Wu Zixio retaliated with a move. Just as he was about to retort, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Someone from the branch altar had actually been swept into the central region of the Grand Formation, whether intentionally or not. Looking over, Wu Zixio saw that it was clearly Yan Zhaoge. This youngster will be crushed by the power of the formation. Wu Zixio had just thought of this when he suddenly saw Yan Zhaoge struggling, actually vanishing amidst that dim pillar of light. Wu Zixio was greatly shocked. As the controller of the formation, he could feel that someone had shot into the horizon alongside a streak of light from within the dim pillar of light, instantly leaving far away. Wu Zixio heaved a sigh of relief as he had not affected the formation. However, Wu Zixio did not know whether he should be happy or worried at this sudden turn of events. As the Grand Xian dynasty experts attacked once more, Wu Zixio had no time to consider the problem of Yan Zhaoge as he could only first face the enemy head-on. Yan Zhaoge was not feeling too good at this moment as he seemed to have been swept away by a mountain flood, everything before his eyes turning blurry as the heavens and earth spun. While there is the Tao Tide reversal formation, the spiritual chi flow is really too chaotic. Yan Zhaoge could not help but want to curse. Having dared to enter, he had naturally been prepared. With the help of a unique technique to protect his body, not only would he not be ripped apart by the power of the dim darkness sect's ritual, he had even borrowed the power of the ritual here to send him to the dim darkness sect's main altar, the core of the dim sun cold moon ritual. It was just that the feeling along the way was really not wonderful at all. It was like being on a roller coaster whilst also feeling seasick. Yan Zhaoge was shaken to the point of being dizzy. After a long time he finally arrived, his surroundings gradually calming down. Yan Zhaoge composed himself, appraising his surroundings. Then he saw a great black sun currently slowly rising before his eyes. Chapter 638. A sun rose right before his eyes. Yet Yan Zhaoge could not feel any heat or warmth. This was because the sun before him was shockingly black. It was no longer a ray of light emitting amidst the boundless darkness. Instead, it was like infinite darkness had been birthed amidst the radiance. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Gazing over, he saw that there was clearly a dim blue moonlight beside the great black sun. The sun and moon stood side by side. The great sun was pitch black, yet the moonlight was also not as bright and clear as usual as it illuminated the heavens and the earth. This full moon was pale and dim, emanating streaks of ice-blue radiance that caused a chill to arise within one's heart. Dim sun and cold moon? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was slightly taken aback. Yet he also felt emotional that this was indeed the case. While the dim sun cold moon ritual was a ritual that had only appeared after the Great Calamity, he had never come into contact with it before. Still, seeing that great black sun and ice-blue full moon, connecting this with the martial legacies of the dim darkness sect as well as the current situation, Yan Zhaoge immediately understood why the dim darkness sect had expended so much effort in executing this ritual. Those of the dim darkness sect wanted to artificially create a dim sun and cold moon before borrowing the power of these reverse sun and moon to undergo a baptism. The current #1 expert of the dim darkness sect was their chief Zhou Haoxing, who was an old foe of the chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Zhou Haoxing, who was also a late-seeing divinity martial saint, had also been stuck at this level for a long time. This time he wanted to borrow the assistance of the dim sun cold moon ritual to break through this bottleneck of many years, stepping into the immortal bridge stage of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he saw the dim sun and cold moon before him trembling slightly, the unique space of darkness he was in shaking as well. The Grand Xian dynasty has found the main altar of the dim darkness sect by following the vines, Yan Zhaoge realized. They came really quickly. In the southeastern region of the Royal Reed Sea, the sky above the vast sea split apart as an incomparably massive black hole seemed to appear. In the depths of the black hole, a massive cliff hovered within the air, atop which sat a majestic city. The city and the cliff were shockingly all jet black as they seemed to have merged as one with the surrounding darkness. The darkness was unceasingly extending into the surroundings, devouring even more light. At this moment, the city and the cliff were connected by chain-like dark pillars of light and black smoke. The dark pillars of light and the black smoke stretched into the void, disappearing without a trace. These pillars of light and black smoke undoubtedly originated from the various branch altars of the dim darkness sect in the distance. Dim pillars of light traversed the heavens and the earth, intermingling as they congregated at the dim darkness sect's main altar, forming a massive spirit formation together with the branch altars that enveloped a corner of the Royal Reed Sea. However, long before the dim pillars of light had lit up, the black smoke that similarly originated from the various branch altars had already congregated at the dim darkness sect's main altar, causing it to be exposed. As the void trembled, a sea of fire swept across the sky. The might of the flames was even more terrifying than the attacks unleashed by the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty at the dim darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region. The raging fire was not devoured by the black hole. Instead, it caused the black hole to distort and collapse. In the end, it was actually the fire that continued to devour and burn the dark void. The light of the fire gradually dispersed the darkness, and even illuminated the pitch-black city and cliff. Situated within the special space created by the dim sun-cold moon ritual, Yan Zhaoge could feel a majestic will appearing close to him, seemingly enveloping the heavens. It was as if a pair of eyes had opened and were staring at the raging fire that was surrounding them. The aura emitted by the other party was even stronger than that of the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng earlier. While they were all experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, there were still differences in strength between them. The aura of a veteran expert like the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, was even more obvious. Even if this pair of eyes was not staring at him, Yan Zhaoge still felt his entire body turn numb. Silently circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge seemed to have let go of the void, turning into nothingness as he merged with those dim streams of light amidst space, virtually becoming indistinguishable from one another. The attention of the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, was currently placed on the outside world. Because the enemy that he was about to face was even stronger than him. The terrifying boundless sea of flames parted to the two sides, numerous figures appearing in an orderly formation as they stood together amidst space. At the center of the formation, numerous experts guarded a dragon carriage, waving a dragon flag, raising a circular fan and holding a yellow umbrella as a 5-colored canopy enveloped the area. Atop the carriage sat a person who wore a black dragon robe and a flat heavenly crown, his gaze dignified. It was precisely the current king of the Grand Xian dynasty, the third king of the Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. Beside King Xuanmu, there was shockingly another person seated alongside him, his aura even more powerful than King Xuanmu's. While this person appeared to be in his 20s from the outside, his gaze was heavy and aged. While he was seated alongside King Xuanmu, the feeling he gave off seemed to be that of an even higher level as one could not help but admire him. Swiveling his head to look at this person, King Xuanmu said slowly, "Please lend me a hand, senior apprentice uncle." The other party did not speak, just raising a hand and pointing towards the dim darkness sect's main altar. A sword light that resembled water was emitted, resembling a long river as it swept over towards that black cliff and city. In the surroundings of the dim darkness sect's main altar, streams of dim light circulated, forming a massive formation which manifested boundless darkness. Where the darkness passed, the blazing fire was instantly halted, even being devoured by the darkness instead. However, wherever that sword light that resembled water passed, all color seemed to turn pale and powerless, as if faced with the erosion of the long river of time, all of it declining towards decay and decay. Light and darkness seemed to have lost all meaning at this moment as all things seemed to have become mere symbols before time. Within the dim darkness sect's main altar, an expressionless white-clothed old man watched this scene. Above his head, a great black sun and a blue full moon hung high, dim light descending, illuminating his body. Black light lit up on the white-clothed old man's body, dense black incantations suddenly surfacing on the surface of his white robe. He simultaneously pushed forward with both palms, boundless darkness enveloping the dim darkness sect's main altar, isolating all light. The world seemed to no longer have light as everything returned to the primordial darkness of the universe. That sword light that resembled water was also isolated by the darkness at this moment. However, the sword light zigzagged, coiling around the darkness as it began unceasingly wearing down the defensive power of the dim darkness sect's guardian grand formation, the primordial wilderness formation. Now, King Xuanmu made use of this chance to attack as well, commanding the Grand Xian dynasty experts under him to attack the primordial wilderness formation. All-encompassing blazing fire swept over once more, aided by the sword light that resembled water, dispersing the layers of darkness. Within the dim darkness sect's main altar, the white robe of Chief Zhou Haoxing was already filled with incantations, causing it to turn completely black. The darkness that resembled the descent of eternal night unceasingly resisted the attacks from the outside world. Still, it currently seemed to be struggling to advance. Zhou Haoxing was not looking at King Xuanmu now, instead gazing at that person who had a young appearance but an aged gaze. 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, early Immortal Bridge stage. Zhou Haoxing paused with each word. That person seated beside King Xuanmu now suddenly stood up, spiritual light flickering above his head as he descended from the dragon carriage. He strode forward, arriving above the dim darkness sect's main altar before stomping downwards. Light circulated beneath his feet as the sword light that resembled water appeared once more, flowing downwards like a waterfall as it descended towards the dim darkness sect's main altar. Chapter 639. Zhou Haoxing's gaze turned solemn. Time sword. Time flowing sword. You are Xin Lingzi's successor? When the Grand Xian dynasty had been founded in the past, its founder, King Xianwen, possessed peerless martial prowess as he had suppressed the royal Reed Sea with his might. At the same time, there had been others who had established the Grand Xian dynasty together with him. At that time, King Xianwen addressed these apprentice brothers, and Xin Lingzi was one of them. Afterwards, when the Grand Xian dynasty had stabilized its position in the royal Reed Sea and King Xianwen had established the kingdom, Xin Lingzi and the others had not remained behind as they had instead vanished without a trace. This left the later generations with many speculations such as the possibility of putting away the bow after the birds had been killed, killing the meritorious officials and so on. But looking at the situation today, Zhou Haoxing knew that everyone had guessed wrongly. Xin Lingzi's lineage really did not care about the right to rule over the royal Reed Sea. That year, when the Grand Xian dynasty had been founded, they had already retreated. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty situation was unstable, they had actually appeared once more to lend a hand. While this person before him looked young, his seniority and age were probably even higher than that of Zhou Haoxing and King Xuanmu, his cultivation base having already reached the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, having already stepped onto the Immortal Bridge. As the other party strode towards the dim darkness sect's main altar, every step he took seemed to be treading on a formless bridge as he went higher and higher. The so-called high did not refer to arriving above the dim darkness sect's main altar purely in terms of spatial distance. Instead, it was like stepping onto a higher level, overlooking Zhou Haoxing and the others down below. Zhou Haoxing's expression was solemn as he fused with the power of the grand formation. He was like an abyss of darkness as he withstood the impact of the waterfall-like sword lights. The darkness that could devour all things was now resisting everything. The sword light that fell like a waterfall collided with the darkness, but it actually shattered and bounced off, dispersing into nothingness. It was like real flowing water hitting the black rocks below, splashing water everywhere. The young man up in the air glanced downwards at the dim darkness sect's main altar before nodding slowly, the vicissitudes in his eyes growing denser as his features seemed to have become younger. A sword appeared in his hand. It was rusted and decayed as if it could break by itself at any time. However, as he swung his sword, the water-like sword light became even more erratic. In the world that was tainted by the sword light, the flow of time seemed to become fast and slow, forming a kind of distorted power. Under the attack of the sword light, the solidified darkness was gradually penetrated, like water droplets piercing through a stone. On Zhou Haoxing's long robe, the densely packed black light incantations had already merged into one, forming a black light screen that was indistinguishable from his own martial path fist intent. However, Zhou Haoxing's heart was heavy at the moment. Ordinarily, by relying on the primordial chaos formation, he would still be able to hold his own against this opponent. But now, firstly he was undergoing the dim sun cold moon ritual, and secondly King Xuanmu was attacking from the side. Zhou Haoxing instantly felt an immense pressure. The other experts of the dim darkness sect who were still at their main altar had all come to assist in battle. Still, the Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds as well. Zhou Haoxing also discovered that other than that expert of the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, there were also other peak experts of Xin Lingzi's lineage assisting him. The dim darkness sect was instantly faced with an extremely terrible situation, the primordial darkness formation seemingly about to be broken through. A terrifying spear tip emerged from the void. Wherever the tip of the spear touched, the void immediately split open. The tip of the spear blazed with blazing flames. As the fiery light descended, this corner of the heavens and earth of the royal Reed Sea of the world beyond worlds seemed to be incinerated completely, leaving behind a blank space. King Xuanmu was expressionless as he wielded the spear in his hands with the 5 fire true art and the 7 foul treasured spear, killing towards the main altar of the dim darkness sect. King Xian's spear. Seeing that spear, Zhou Haoxing paid even more attention to it than seeing King Xuanmu himself of the late-seeing divinity stage. Yet, having already been fully drawn in by the time-flowing sword up above, he was currently powerless to resist this terrifying spear. Within the main altar of the dim darkness sect, other experts of the dim darkness sect went up to meet it. Yet they were powerless against the spear of the King Xian spear. Currently, King Xuanmu who wielded the King Xian spear was not any weaker than that martial practitioner who was executing the time-flowing sword in the least. The terrifying spear finally broke through the primordial chaos formation. It was like dawn had broken after the dark night, light returning to the great earth as blazing flames instantly illuminated the city and half of the cliff. Zhou Haoxing's face was sunken as water as he slowly brought his palms together before abruptly pulling them apart. The pitch-black sky seemed to be ripped apart as an unprecedentedly powerful light erupted, even obscuring the blazing light of fire and the flowing light of time. Extreme darkness birthed light. When darkness reached the extreme, incomparably pure, incomparably dazzling radiance was born. While it was fleeting, it was incomparably dazzling. The bright radiance transformed into a terrifying saber light that hacked towards King Xuanmu. King Xuanmu retracted the King Xian spear in his hand, sweeping it horizontally within the air as he blocked Zhou Haoxing's terrifying extreme darkness splendor saber. As the two collided, the sky lit up completely white, a rain of fire and a rain of light descending together. The great sea down below was riddled with innumerable holes as the seawater was virtually completely evaporated. However, amidst the dense white light, that time-flowing sword that seemed neither hurried nor slow hacked towards Zhou Haoxing once more. Zhou Haoxing dealt with it calmly, projecting the concept of light and darkness intersecting, brightness and dimness changing. The bright saber light turned, instantly transforming into darkness once more as it swept along the sword light that resembled water. Yet, amidst the changes in speed of the sword light, it suddenly evaded Zhou Haoxing's defenses, attacking in another direction. Zhou Haoxing inwardly cried out in alarm as he realized that the other party was trying to create a diversion. He wanted to change his stance, but King Xuanmu brandished the King Xian spear and attacked once more. Caught in a difficult situation, Zhou Haoxing was hard-pressed to balance his attacks as he saw that sword light that resembled a long river of time cleave down on the dim sun and cold moon above his head. Swept along by that sword light, the great jet-black sun and the dim blue full moon both descended from above Zhou Haoxing's head, transforming into streaks of light as they descended into the distance. Within the unique space formed of the intertwining dim sun and cold moon, the heavens and the earth were overturned at this moment. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure within, not wanting to experience that earlier roller coaster-like feeling once more. Looking at the dim sun and cold moon that were beginning to rise and fall chaotically before him, feeling the connection between this space and the primordial chaos formation of the outside world being severed, Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly, his gaze beginning to turn sharp. While it is different from what I had expected, there is still a way. At the same time, a vigorous sword light flew over from the distant horizon, surging with majestic momentum. King Xuanmu's gaze turned cold slightly. North Sea Sword Pavilion? They came really quickly. The sword light shocked the heavens, its target being that swordsman who was currently attacking the main altar of the dim darkness sect. The sword lights of both sides clashed in mid-air, wild tides surging for 10,000 li as they swept through the surrounding area. The pressure on Zhou Haoxing lessened as he hurriedly blocked King Xuanmu and the King Xian spear. A few figures shot out from both camps, speedily shooting in the direction of the descending dim sun and cold moon. Meanwhile, light also lit up in another direction, similarly targeting the dim sun and cold moon. As the light rose and fell, it resembled the alternation of sun and moon. It was clearly the legacy of the radiant light sect's sun-moon interchanging art. While he was enveloped by the dim sun and cold moon, as the other party was close, Yan Zhaoge immediately sensed it, those of the radiant light sect, that you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.